Hello, hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. This is the Indian Championship Series, and we are back with another day. Now, with another day, this means we have four series back to back. This is gonna be the lower brackets where top teams who were defeated onto the last few rounds will be here. On to the first match, we have Team Godlike Esports versus Team Marino. Now, both of them are here to make sure that they are not eliminated. Hi, I'm your caster Peachy, and I'm joined by Crux today. Hello, Crux. How are you doing?
What's good, PG? I'm doing pretty fine, but I'm actually kind of willing and ready to kind of like pumping myself up to see what Godlike is going to bring to the table. After what happened in the previous match against SAUL, I'm pretty sure these guys do not want to take another loss. They are the land demons, but they did end up getting one loss in their, books. I believe that
Yeah.
they should, pick it up, make sure they actually don't get anything like what happened previously on their record again, because these guys they're full of potential. They have talent beyond what most other people would actually expect from an Indian team. So I'm ready to see what they're actually going to bring to the table.
Let's see. So far, the drafts going in pretty quickly. A bit of respect bans left and right, and these are the heroes as well, making sure that they are on high percentage of pick rate as of now. So banning it up makes sense. The YS has been very flexible lately for a lot of mythic leaderboard teams. So they have just went ahead to ban it up. But at the same time, one last ban left. Are they going to go in for the Zushin gamble? If they do, Marino can capitalize onto their hands. And that's just like one spot left.
Well, last I remember, you always mentioned that Yuzushin is a hero that people ban off if they're in the red team, and it's rightfully so. We've got 26 bans, and she's back on the banning department today. Ban section is her actual home at this point because nobody ever gets a chance to pick her if she's actually, nobody gets a chance to pick her, at least not in the tournament format. We've got right now an array of heroes that we actually see dominating either the EXP, mid, or jungle departments. But now a hero that actually did get a chance to shine and stand in the spotlight. Freya getting picked off from the side of Team Marino. M3 Marino, I think that's what we're gonna call it, right, Peachy?
Yes, and that's definitely a bit of a twisty name that they have given us for us. Is
Very
it
much.
M3 Reno or is it Marino? I think we have to ask them personally.
True. And surprisingly, there's another Kakarot on the side of Team Marino. The same jungler who was in S8UL, that's the same name. I'm not sure if that's Joseph, but hey, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes. But the side of Team Godlike Esports, they go ahead and get themselves Lunox, the hero that can actually shred through HP, and Guinevere, a hero that can actually delay a lot of things, especially in team fights. Just the fear of having the spatial migration locked onto you is one thing that kind of puts people off on engaging right in their faces. I think that's a big no for them. Alice Kalea getting picked onto the side of Team C3 M3 Marino M3 Marino. Good grief.
Let's see what we have in ahead of us, given the fact that M3, are really in for a bit of a tankiness as well as damage onto their hands. So this that there's going to be a bit of a damage going to be picked up, but putting up the maze for the later phases, I feel like team M3, just wait it out. Other than that, I feel like both the sides have not gone in for the Sora, and I just feel like one of the teams are just waiting for each other to pick up the Sora, and they themselves would go in for the Valentina, that kind of a play. But at the same time, one last pick from Godlike as of now, we are looking at a Phobius. Pretty interesting pick because I feel like Phobius is coming back to the meta as of now.
True, and it could always be Phobius could actually just go in the EXP lane and not fight Atlas. Could be, it's a possibility, never a surety, but Atlas could also be in the mid lane. That could also be the possibility for the Lunox. So these flex picks are kind of confusing sometimes. Atlas is definitely going to go to the EXP side of things, but there's always this chance that she would be played in the mid lane. Surprisingly, sorry, I wouldn't be surprised if at all, it would be picked in the mid lane though. Some teams like to experiment. We've seen an Aimon in the goal lane recently, which kind of like completely put me off, and I was like, I have no words for this. So people are trying to experiment with things. I'm not really sure if both of these teams will be willing to experiment in this match, though.
Experimenting right here at the lower bracket, I feel like that not be the case because first match they have the leverage to do that, but not on for the second and the third. If they manage to
Right.
get it towards the third, so let's see how they will be trying to go for the ban phase as of now. Very quickly, we are getting the Fanny ban. Both the sides they love that Fanny, so I think that there's one ban that they are not giving it away. Now that the YSS is banned, the Fanny is banned, what are we expecting on the jungle? Is it going to be something on a fighter, like, maybe an Xborg, or like a very rare case scenario, in my opinion? Or what is it going to be? A Fredrin?
I do see the possibility of Fredrin, but I wouldn't say that it's going to be a very big possibility. Let's just face it, the fact that, Guinevere is picked onto the side of Team God like Esports, they are definitely going to go for some, mid-game invades. They're definitely not going to do it early game, obviously. They don't want to put any risk in the early game. That's what they usually do. They just like to actually, let the enemy fall into their trap. They dictate this whole, drama that the enemies usually tend to fall for. And that's exactly how they actually like playing. And I believe that Guinevere could be used to invade the enemy jungle, at least in the mid stages of the game. We've got Zacian getting banned from their side, so I think they want to control what the opponents can actually pick in the mid lane. And since, obviously Bid's Yve has been banned, I think that also kind of limits what Godlike are actually, capable of putting in the mid lane. He has a versatile kit, but you never know.
That's true. Looks like one of the heroes that is like almost on threes as of now will be picked. That will be the CC. Interestingly enough, I feel like you're correct. We are gonna see a bit of a Guinevere jungle possibly. But what about the other side? I'm pretty sure it's not an Alice jungle. They are pushing it away, but they can't push it more because they have to pick as of now. And that one last pick of Godlike, I feel like you're under the red side. That one last pick can just dictate how you want to counter them or how you want to pick the one of the last strongest hero left in your arsenal. So
True.
M3, what are they going to do? What are they going to pick for the jungler? Are they going to go for a bit of a tanky? No, it's going to
Oh.
be an assassin. That is why I can see that Grog banned up.
I mean, you're absolutely right, but they also did ban the carry. They've got a good front line at least, but they forgot to think about the Lunuts overall. So I
Yeah.
think to take down the Lunuts or actually to reposition quickly, I think the Assassin Jungle is actually better. But that again is the biggest problem here. Spatial migration, Phobius is, CC and impossibly difficult, set of spells to actually avoid as a assassin jungler. I think, you're practically giving away a free Phobius is going to have a fun time when Joey starts dashing. So I think that's going to be a big problem. Spatial migration is going to stop him in his tracks. He does not have Purify. I think Kimmy's going to be fine, but other than that, I think the only lifeline for the side of Team M3 is Kalea. Oh, but yes, it is a Lunux in the mid lane. Obviously, they actually did want to experiment on this. CC Gold,
Yep.
EXP Phobius, and Gata as the roamer. That's a very heavy, tanky front line. Actually, four of them are frontliners. I don't know how to actually explain it. Four frontline, one mage. I think the finisher is actually a good hero. Lunux being the finisher, I think it actually could do a lot of damage, a lot of substantial, impact in this game. But the side of team C, no, no, why do I keep calling it C3? M3 is kind of like all over the place. They've got Freya and Alice who could actually frontline, true. They've got a hero that can actually pull the enemies back to their safe side. Kimmy to kite along with that, and Joy to pick off. I think the drafting is fine, but the execution is where I'm actually concerned about. I don't think they can actually execute this pretty good.
That's true because one thing Godlike Esports are really a bit, onto the defense plus offensive side. I really love how they have picked that. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, into the land of dawn, here we go. You guys are watching the first match
Oh,
that is gonna happen, and with that,
oh,
middle lane is a lot of damage already.
oh man, Cat's running away. Why is this passive bar not actually getting up? Both of them, the mid laners, actually, force a recall, I think. So that's gonna put the jungle in a lot of trouble. They're gonna lose the fire bear, man.
Oh, let's see, let's see. So far, it's looking good. No first blood popped up, but Joy though gonna get a bit of
Oh,
an lead. Oh,
oh,
no way! Ain't no
dude.
way. Art just picked it up with skill one.
Dude, using Unbreakable like that to taunt Kalea completely negate that knockup. I think that was absolutely pristine. That is beautiful timing there. But again, the one thing that you can actually always look to is Art and his positioning as the roamer. He's always going to be that one guy that's going to give your team the advantage. And let's just say that he did. The Litho Wanderer was taken by the Sadicine Godlike Esports. So I think that's going pretty good for them.
That's true. That's true. As of now, let's see what will ensue during the total. Just 20 seconds away. Looks like,
True. Look at
EXP
that.
laners will have to get a level 4 very quickly. But top lane, Alice against a CC. It's just a slow game
Freya.
there.
Freya against the CC. You're right, it
Yeah.
is a slow game. CC might have the range advantage, but he cannot actually just like keep up with how much Freya can actually, close the distance. He's going to be that one hero that can, completely negate whatever distance you keep in. And CC doesn't really have that kind of level of dashes or mobility that most people need. We've got an engage with the bot lane. Phokius jumping in. He gets that one hit on the enemy. The mark is there. I think Kalea's low on HP. But Oran is going to get the turtle down on his side. And that's going to lead to a lot of problems for M3. They're going to lose up on one person. Copycat getting the kill on Kyle. And that's going to follow through with Guinevere trying to use the spatial migration, get the kill on the enemy mid laner. But he will be able to escape. The bot lane is where everything is at. But Copycat is not going to be, that willing to jump into the front lines, try to take a fight now because he's low on HP. Pretty good from the side of Team Godlike Esports. They were able to use their, momentum from the turtle fight to completely dominate M3.
Oh my God. I think they definitely need it given the fact that it is a Joy who is a bit of an early game hero, needs a bit of a snowball, needs a bit of a
Oh,
gold battle. Top lane. Look at
what are
them.
they
They're going
doing?
in, but Fate playing it safe. He knows he has to just, take away all the skills from Kyle, then had to go. But as of now, I feel like both of them won't be having enough advantage just because they don't have enough items in their hands.
True, and knowing the fact, top lane, we've got it engaged. We've got Freya using the ultimate. We've got the Valkyrie descending down, I think. No, no ultimate. Now ultimate comes up. Fate is going to be taken by storm because obviously the curtain call is not going to stop the curtains from, completely getting destroyed by, obviously Joy and Freya. Completely outsmarted there, my friend.
Okay, okay, that was definitely very, very good right there. Coming in from Freya, but at the same time, I love the vision that's coming in from the roamers. Look at them, they
Oh,
are
especially.
all over the place. Oh, wait a minute, look at that.
Oh, we've got Kalea trying to heal her team back up, but that's a lot of damage from Godlike Esports. That's going to force Kimmy to go back to the base most probably, or, use her passive to heal up on any creeps or minions around. But there's none whatsoever around at least, but he's trying. He's trying to get some vision. He's scouting around to find where the enemies are, and I think Godlike knows about this. They're positioning themselves well. Art finds his way to use the Unbreakable, and that Chaos Assault is going to be absolutely blindsided by the Alice's crown. I mean, a Thorn of Ruin, and I think that's going to be a big problem. The side of Team 3, M3 is going to struggle here. Fate's going to get the kill on Kyle, who already used the ultimate. Kimmy is also going to fall down as fast. But Bid, he's going to take the L in this one. It's not going to be Fate because obviously that guy took his chance with the enemies, and now he's trying his best to stay alive. And well, in all honesty, I think Bid, he did try to use brute force to kill the Alice, but at the end of the day, it kind of didn't work out for him now, did it? Forced the brilliance early on. I think that was bad.
That's true, that's true. And with that, looks like we have a bit of a pause from one of the teams. So let's wait and watch to see what the issue is. But back again, I really love how godlike esports are coming up, trying to gather and corner them from every single angle. They are trying to make it up despite not having a bit of an early game heroes onto their hands. So let's see how they will be trying to get it over. Now, on to the same note, Freya, we shouldn't really underestimate her
Damage
power spike.
potential.
Yes, the
Yep.
damage as well. That onto the late game, if they are able to stretch it up, it is gonna be insane. But at the same time, there is a Katut Kacha. I feel like they have picked up something like that just so that he could soak up a lot of damage. So that is also one thing I am a bit worried about for the side of team M3. No, if they get Katut Kacha out, I think all the walls are just gonna crumble down very easily for Godlike.
I agree, man. In the end of the day, they've got a lot of sustain. At least not if not the Gaza catcher, the side of Team Godlike Esports. They've got a lineup that's anti-Joy. He's not going to be able to find a kill on anybody, except for maybe the Lunux. But again, Lunux always has that
Brilliant.
disengage and brilliance. Yeah, exactly. That's going to be a big problem for the assassin-based lineup. Kimmy's not going to be able to do much other than just like try to do some damage while the enemies close the distance on him and they completely take him out. That sustained amount of damage that she deals is not going to be enough to take down whatever overall sustain the side of Team Godlike Esports is going to deal. Van, however, is the biggest threat here because the backline know this. Joy knows this. He cannot engage without thinking twice. Van is going to jump with spatial migration, catch you off guard, Violet Requiem until you're dead. That's kind of horrible.
That's true. The impulse already pulled
Oh,
off. That
Oh, a tsunami slam right into the enemy's faces, but Brilliant saves the day. I think the side of Team Godlike Esports don't really have to worry much right now, even though the Alice is right there. Spatial migration connecting onto the enemy, and now it's forced to actually get the curtain call on his face. CC taking a lot of damage from the tower, but that's going to be a big problem. Freya has now found his way to actually get the engage going, but no, that's not going to actually follow through to any kill. But mid lane is still the priority for Godlike Esports. They're all positioning themselves around, in and around the area. So let's just say it's not looking pretty good for M3. They've used a kind of like a few crucial resources. They did not end up finding nothing.
that is true. That is true. So far, it is looking good on the side of Team God. Like esports, four kills already
Oh,
calculated over there. Onto the bot lane, very quickly jumping in. That's the Phobias. He's looking quite low. Takes up Mother up, and what
Joy!
a gank! What a
Joy, Joy,
gank!
Joy. Joy is still fighting bot lane. He's gonna get the kill on Van. Kakarot is gonna find a kill in the bot lane, and that's gonna be Tsunami Slam. That's gonna be 1 versus 3 on the bot lane, and Phobius might not be able to actually keep up with all of the damage that's being dealt. Kimmy being there is the biggest problem. Kimmy as in the hero Kimmy, not the player Kimmy. Kimmy. It's a Kimmy Kimmy combo.
Yes, surprised though, Kitty not picking up quickly. But okay, Kyle though, he knows he has to back off the whole team. God, like esports, at least two members along with Fate are on to the
Oh,
top lane. Starret did not
Unbreakable.
survive, but wait a minute, Kimmy jumps in, the Kalea. Wait, oh, look at them. Traction Pulse did not connect very well, but Van, will he be successful with the turtle? Looks like Joy will be intercepted.
Oh, and I mean, Joy not being there is going to give Van the opportunity to take the turtle, and that's going to lead to a little bit of a problem. Retribution used to secure the turtle. He does have the movement speed from the ice Retribution. That's going to allow him to escape, but I think Van is not going to let that slide. He's going to go in. He's going to try getting the kill. Passive does not connect. I think Lunux is enough. Bid is able to find his way to get the Chaos Assault on and kill the enemy. Joy Kakarot is going to take a L there, and now it's going to be Unbreakable, catching Kimmy, and Phobius following through just like that. No, not Kimmy, Maserop actually. Traction Pulse catching one, and that's going to be Phobius. Oh, the Ultra Instinct moment when Spatial Migration was about to connect. Top lane off camera, we got another kill, by the way. Fate was taken down by Kyle. But that beautiful Ultra Instinct moment from Alice, man, wasted the Spatial Migration, was able to completely dodge it, and he feels like Super Saiyan Goku Blue, I think, right now.
That's
Yeah,
true. That's true. Look at them. I mean, that taking down one by one, that is definitely working it out. But at the same time, now I feel like it's just the moment for both the teams to open up the map very, onto their hands. And if they do, God like esports have already started that agenda of taking down structures. But what about M3? No, they are yet to do it. Are they relying onto the power spikes that Kyle, Kakarot, or even Kimi will have? Because one, they are a bit lacking on the kills. Even if they play aggressively, they are not able to capitalize those team fights. So let's see what will
Oh,
ensue onto the bot lane.
Valkyrie's descent, but the Brilliance is able to keep him alive. But that's a lot of damage to Art. Art uses the AOG defensively, will be able to survive for a bit longer. I think right now it's a good position for him to back off, but instead he's coming with his team. The Power of Friendship might just save the day, but Alice is taking a lot of damage. The Crown of Ruin has connected on 3 people, but he will use it to disengage. We've got the okay, no Violet Requiem, but that's going to be 1 kill. Onto Van, obviously that was kind of surprising. I actually didn't expect him to be taken out that fast. But well, again, I think the side of Team M3, they know that they can't actually just keep taking L's. So that led to 1 kill for their side. Joy, I think he's going to find another kill here or there. I think the Brilliance might just be delaying death, and that's going to be Kyle going inside the tier 1 in the mid side to get the kill in mid, and that's going to be followed up with a Attraction Pulse from Bobby, and now that's going to lead to another one. Art down, Copycat down, Fate, final man to actually stand and defend the tower in the mid lane, but that's not going to be enough. Kalea trying something, but no follow-up whatsoever. He's trying, though, to escape, now that Fate is actually trying, on the offensive, but, well, will it change much? I think Fate can't really do much here. And no, he's not going to be able to do much. The Lord will be secured by the side team. M3, that's going to be followed up. But Kakarot's going to take the first downing here. Kyle will find a way to get the kill on Van. That's going to be followed up with, an AOG. But Alice, still too tanky. He's already gotten himself a few items to keep himself alive amidst all the damage that's being dealt to him. Godlike Esports, they might have lost the Lord, but they did get 2 enemies.
That is true. That is true. They did make sure to make a trade right there because the trade is also a bit important as of now. They have to go for a defense mode while the Lord's already marching down from the top lane. Now, all the lanes have to be made sure is protected up. Almost all the tier 3s are down, going for the tier 2s and almost going for the inhibitors would be a right moment for M3, if they find something open. And as you can see, Kyle is trying to open up the bottom lane. Lord has been cleared very quickly though.
Oh, but look at that. That's an amazing curtain call. Doing a lot of damage to Kyle. But no follow-up, no jump from, Kimmy. No, not Kimmy, I mean Fate. He doesn't have the jump yet, so he can't really follow through. Kimmy there, positioning himself well. He knows that if at all Fate actually tries something, he will knock him up into the air and make sure the Tsunami Slam lands well to his team. But again, I think both teams know that they can't really afford to make any mistakes at this point. If at all the enemies are there, they know that they will be taken out. I think right now all tier 1's being taken down for the side of Team Godlike Esports. That's kind of surprising. The side of Team M3 don't really have even 1 tower, except for the tier 3's being taken down. They have the mid lane tower too.
That is true. Mid lane being very important structure right here in this game. I feel like
Yep.
NC, are doing a very good job on protecting it. Looking at the itemization so far, even though there is, Kyle with a bit of an offensive items. Oh, look at them. Alice jumps in, just trying to make sure to remain a bit of an HP, but looks like Godlike Esports are not interested to pick up a fight.
It was just testing waters. You could tell by the way that Godlike actually engaged. The frontliners were the only ones who actually started the fight, and nobody from the side of side of Team Godlike Esports except the frontliners. Talking about frontliners, there's only one backliner, so I kind of expected them not to actually follow through on that fight because obviously it's not a good idea for M3 to, just give away the advantage that they just got. Even though it's minuscule, 700 gold, it's still an advantage nonetheless.
That's true. That's true. I mean, as of now, as we are already coming up towards the mid game, the gold is definitely important. And with the gold, with the itemization, it just proves how much you can capitalize towards those team fights. So let's see, as of now, it's going to be the second Lord. Both the sides is 50-50. What are they going to do?
I think the side of Team M3 have the advantage overall. They've got Kimmy, they've got Freya, they've got Alice to zone out the enemies. But what I'm most worried about is the fact that Kimmy and, Kakarot, I don't know what they're doing in the top side, trying to take the red buff. But Godlike is under the illusion that Kimmy and both Kakarot are in the bush nearby. They're not actually revealing themselves. But look at that. They're possibly going to gank ambush. Look, Vaughn, no. He's not going to get Tsunami Slam, but the ultimate from the Joy is going to make a lot of beats here. Tsunami Slam connecting. Phobius might be taking an L there. No, he's forced to use the Flicker, and that's going to be a big problem because Bid in the bot side will be taken down by Kyle. Off camera, of course. Kimmy, well positioned, well done. I think the side of Team Godlike Esports, they're not going to be able to take this, but Alice positioning himself well. Maserap is not going to allow the enemies, along with Kimmy, to take the Lord or have a chance to even take the Lord. They're taking away all their dreams, man. Oh, what is Kyle doing?
Oh, look at him as of now. Just
He's
making
backing
sure.
off.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure to get a bit of an advantage right there. But no,
True.
already
Oh,
Lord coming in. Okay, man, that is a very good move. Just making sure to check the bush.
but it's risky though. If oh, see, one of the things that I 100% believe in is the fact that Ruby counters Guinevere 100%. Take it from me, I have never lost to a Guinevere as a Ruby. You just use the second skill the moment Guinevere uses her second skill, completely cancels it out, and you can out sustain her in any fight. So I think Ruby's a good decision to actually be played. Most teams haven't actually decided on it just yet, but Lord might connect in the bot lane Peachy. That's going to be a stun. That's going to be an immobilize, actually, and that's going to lead to one kill, possibly no. I think Guinevere is going to be alive for a bit longer. Kyle will be sneaking through the backside and getting one kill on the enemies. Tower also getting taken down. Tier 3 out of the picture. Brilliance forced out, and now that's going to be a big problem because right now Kyle does have the ultimate. Bid will be able to get the kill on Kimmy, but that's not going to be enough because Joy, Kakarot, is going to spread the joy to all the enemies of Godlike and completely wipe them out for an absolute dominating victory to the side of Team M3 Marino. I did not see this coming.
Oh my goodness, that is definitely. Oh, that was that the rush was definitely there, which I really loved from both the sides, and that just worked out very well for them.
I agree with you, man. I think M3 Marino, they actually surprised me the most. They were able to completely turn the game around against a team like Godlike. Damn, that's an achievement right there. I would say that the drafting, I had my doubts. Again, I do have a doubt about a lot of drafts. Well, some people just try a lot of things. It does not work out most of the time, but sometimes things like this, right? They actually end up working against very, very experienced teams. I did not see the potential in them, like them and their drafting, but right now I actually take that back. Well done, M3 Marino. Marino. I'm just gonna call them that Marino at this point. Yeah. So I absolutely love that game. Your patience and your absolutely it was absolutely good. There is no other words for it.
That's true. That's true. I mean, the whole match we have seen how Emprino weren't playing very aggressively as well. They just went in when team got like went for a bit of a kills as well. So that is also there. But at the same time, ending that game with a lord, that was just a good decision. Like they relied a lot on the damage. They relied on to that the wipeout that they made, and goodness, they made sure to get the game as well. What that was definitely very quick, in compared to what I had in my mind. So let's see who's gonna pick up the MVP.
I have a feeling it's going to be either Joy or Kyle because Kyle or Joy, both of them did do amazing. Look at this team fight. This was a very, very pivotal moment for the side of team and Marino. No, I'm three again. Copycat, they ended up, getting a few kills here and there. And Marino did end up losing the advantage that they had in the early game. Look at that bit jumping in. He was forced to use the brilliance here and back off because Alice's throne of ruin just blindsided him. And Kyle is in the backside, was trying his best to do some damage, but he will be forced to take an L there. He died, but Kakarot was able to take the kill on Bid. I think that's fair in the overall story. And Godlike Esports, yeah, they have been playing very aggressively, but this is probably the time that Kakarot, was free to get the kill here. No, not kill. The Maserati was going to be killed here. Kakarot was forced to go back. And I think the expenditure from Godlike to try and get this kill, it was a little too excessive, but hey, it's all their decisions, and that led to what happened in the previous game. What do you think, Beeching?
Uh, Like the second game's gonna be like a bit of cautious for team called like esports.
Godlike,
Now,
yeah.
yeah, now that they know what M3 is capable of, even though as we see that Van was able to jump in, but I just wish that he wasn't the one who's jumping in. Rather, I wanted Art to play a bit as the initiator. So yep, even
True.
here he played a lot. That how he was soaking up the damage, but if he played the initiator, he would have baited out a lot of skills from the side of Enfrino. That just would have not led for the other side to make sure to, go in so aggressively. Look at that. Alice is able to sustain a lot of it. And on top of that, Kimmy onto the back lines, just blasting her, basic attacks, just not stopping as well. And Kyle just picking up, kills on kills. Even if he doesn't, get a kill, he's just still making sure to get farm out of that lane.
Absolutely, man. Kyle was able to use Freya to the fullest. We saw that at the previous game. Look at that. Kyle was going to use that, Valkyrie's descent to surprise the back line, do a lot of damage, force Mid to take an L there. And then Kakarot was the one who actually finished the game, and that just led to a victory for their side. MVP, no doubt,
Oh,
Kyle. I did think Kakarot did also, have the chance of getting the MVP, but this guy, the tower pushing machine, he was able to take and deal the same amount of damage, 28%. Surprise, surprise.
oh my goodness! Look, glorious Freya. I mean, that pose really looks so good. Look at
Yeah,
that.
the portrait. Yeah, it's
Yes.
absolutely beautiful.
And also an MVP. Crazy. Looks like he did participate on 80% of the kills. M3 weren't behind on any team fights or even kills, and yet they just made sure with the second Lord it's just going in towards the crystal. What a
Absolutely,
game!
man.
What a game the Visas witnessed. But second game, this time, Godlike will be on to the blue side. So let's see if they are going to capitalize something like a Sora, or if Enfrino goes in for the gamble of Zushin as well. As of now, we may be able to see those similar kind of bans with an addition of Freya. Enfrino knows they can't give it out to Godlike as their first pick, as they did into the last match.
Absolutely, man. And everyone knows that Fate is very good with the fighter, gold laners. That meta is his prized possession. This guy is absolutely bonkers with any of the fighters in the gold lane. But in the previous match too, I think he was able to hold himself pretty well against a Freya as a CC. So this guy is absolutely cracked on those heroes. But again, you don't have the first pick, so you might as well ban the hero, especially not giving it to a hero player like Fate. Overall, I think that Zushin will also be banned, but the Sada team Godlike Esports, they're repeating the same bans in the previous draft.
Yes, that's true. Well, like esports, I feel like now that they are onto the blue side, we might not be looking at a Zushin ban, but rather something on a respect ban. I feel like that could be working right there, but M3, no gamble taken. They are going for the Zushin ban. But what about the last two bans? Are we guessing something like a Kalea? Is it going to be something like a Grok?
I'm feeling that, the Sada team M3 Marino. I'm not gonna say M3 Marino again. Marino.
Marino. Makes sense.
Marino, they might actually just go for something like a Garroth in the second banning phase. I don't think they actually need to invest in tanks just yet. The side of Team Godlike Esports, though, I think they're going to go for an assassin lineup. So the Hilda getting banned off, I think that's kind of reasonable. Their side, I think, has got this. The previous game, they did try to go for a utility, but could not really invade as much as they'd liked it. Because obviously everyone knows that utility-based junglers are only good to harass the enemy assassin junglers. because they can't kill assassins can't kill without farm and utility can't die very easily, at least not in the early game. So it didn't work out for Godlike at least the way they would like it to. So the side of Team Marino, I mean Godlike, they might be willing to switch it up here and try something else, an assassin probably, and Yuzan gets banned. Okay, God.
Interesting. Interesting bands definitely are there along with the picks. Claude as their first pick. That is pretty expensive in my opinion though.
I agree. I think that's kind of like wishful thinking. I think that Claude has a lot of counters. He was good, very good, a few patches ago, I think, with the Demon Hunter sword buff and the Fighter Emblem buff. I think he was pretty darn good. But now, since they've gotten slightly nerfed, I think he's not as strong as he was when it was actually kind of busted. So I think the Claude pick is kind of reasonable, but not as the first pick. At least not as the first pick. The carry is still open, so you put the Malefic gun on the carry's hand. You're absolutely going to have no time, struggling against a Claude. But the side of team Marino, they go for Bid's signature pick, the Yeve, an absolute unit can actually control the land of Dawn like a chessboard. Because obviously, Yeve has got a chessboard for an ultimate. And that seems very narcissistic if you think about it.
A little, yes. I do think that way as well. So I feel that that's there. But
Exactly. Imagine playing with people like as though you're playing with a chessboard. That hero in itself is narcissistic. Come on, Mobile Legends. At least give it a narcissistic personality. Come
oh well, that's there. But
on. No,
like,
it did.
let's say, oh, did want to see the Grok onto the banning section, but looks like got like esports have went ahead and picked it up for themselves. But with the addition of Joy very early on into the hands of Van, this is definitely interesting though. I'm not quite sure why God like esports would really love to pick up their junglers early on into the last match as well. We have seen the Guinevere as the first pick this time around, even though Marino has not shown their cards yet, they are confident in picking up a Joy. Like, are we gonna see a deja vu, or is it going to be,
No.
something like Marino picking up counters as of now?
Look, I think the Joy getting picked at least now is going to leave a few, cards open like the Phobius. I don't see the Mincetar as open, but the Mincetar does definitely counter the Joy. Don't pick the Mincetar, just saying. But there's also heroes like Belleric, heroes that can actually, negate whatever. It's a soft counter. It's not a hard counter. Belleric is a soft counter. Feredrin is a soft counter to Joy. I think these heroes could do well against this pick. I think the lineup in itself could actually struggle a lot against Fredrin or maybe a Phovius. All in all, I think that Marino, they might actually have a fun time here, but godlike esports, they're playing a win. They've got the Alice ban. That's previous game. We know what happened with Marino and their Alice. Masarat,
Yes.
absolute unit there.
I mean, whenever he just went in the team fight, he was still alive. He was just making sure to deal, being the front line as well, to deal a bit of damage as well. So the respect band does go right there, but it doesn't stop there. A lot of EXP
Abs-
laners are getting banned off. A lot of EXP laners are getting targeted as of now.
Absolutely, man. I mean, the EXP lane is where everything is rotating around, revolving around right now. Let's just face it, every fighter is now being played in either in the EXP lane or the gold lane.
Yeah.
It's about time, but I'm kind of upset that nobody's picked Argus up until now. So, yeah, you guys cannot actually appreciate that hero. So, I kind of like resent all of you. Don't give Argus spotlight, man. I'm just depressed.
You know what's crazy? We have
Yeah.
seen a Sun so far in this tournament, but not an Argus. Damn,
The, s-
that's sad.
the surprising thing is, I actually ended up reaching, Immortal in solo queue in the Indian server with an Argus. I
Oh,
think I just know how to play Argus just that good. It's been like what 7 years of me playing that hero. I know how to use that guy perfectly. And well, back to the whole drafting. I think Marino, they've decided to go for the Hayabusa as their judge. Well, come on, you had a Fredrin as an option. If you want to go for the Hayabusa, go for it. But you've got to put pressure on the clock. That's all we have to expect. Fate might actually be in trouble. Joy, too, might actually have a hard time against a Hayabusa. Can't really target something that's untargetable now, is it?
That's true. And I really love how the Hilda is still open, but not
Position.
open onto the roam. But okay, Zayton picked up. I think this is a very good hero against heroes like who loves to, come in for a flank, such as the Hayabusa, such as the Gatokacha as well, the passive. But the one problem Zayton has is her passive's cooldown is very, very long. I have to, wait a long time before she could just go in very aggressively. If played right, she can actually give a very good map control against a hero like a Eve as well.
I kind of see it, man. I think the Yi might actually have a fun time here. But all in all, I think, Zacian triumphs over Yve any day. This hero that recently released has much more potential, especially with the buff on the damage with the first skill, second skill. I think she does more in terms of fatigue fight. She's got the Fury of the Phoenix, has gotten herself the Celestial Armaments, keeps people like Hayabusa away. No creeps can actually get to her, and well, obviously Marino, they know about this, but still they might actually just have to force out the Zacian ultimate passive before they engage because Zacian can completely turn the tides of battle around.
That's true. That's true. This is a draft, ladies and gentlemen. Going into the second game, it's a match point for in Marino, making sure to get this game. If they get this game, they will be following forward because this is the lower bracket. But Godlike Esports, they still have one more match to prove themselves to make it to game number three. As of now, Kimmy is already getting a bit of base in
Harass.
the but Ardo, he's looking already low.
That's a lot of harassment, especially this early in the game. I think the side of Marino really want to put the pressure already.
Yep, that's true. Entrino are really up with the good retribution.
They
I
are.
really, I
Yeah,
really like how they, corner during the turtle, during the lords. Majority of the lords and the turtles we have seen so far were into the hands of Entrino. So let's see this game how Van will be trying to proceed since he's on a joy.
look, Van really needs to play it pretty safe, at least not as aggressive as he wants to be. Look at that, we've got a connection, and we've got the Oki Shadow kill
Oh.
also, but the Quad Shadow used to escape from there. I think that was a good position.
Okay, interestingly enough, no casualties so far happening, but bit though, flickers out the way.
Flicker.
He was about to get cornered out.
I mean, there was no OE Shadow kill, and Uranus can't really do that much, at least not early on. The turtle's spawning in. I think, God like esports, they did have the leeway there, but we've got an ultimate. We've got the Fury of the Phoenix 2 connecting.
Oh,
RWM, though, isn't going to be wasted. Hayabusa going to be able to escape with a little amount of HP, but then in the end of the day, Phobius being there is going to be a big, big variable for the side of Team Marino to deal with, so they are backing off. Hayabusa decides to go a little further away before he actually refalls. Good position. Nobody can actually, catch up with someone who's like as fast as Hayabusa. He's going to make his way quickly back to the turtle side of things, or he's going to switch over to take the blue buff. Whichever he decides, I think it's going to be a very, very calm game, at least for now. He's going for the blue buff, obviously.
let's see. Let's wait and watch what will happen. The first turtle is up. Both the EXP laners are just left and right, making sure to get those minions, get those experience levels. But at the same time, I really love how the gold laners are to the mid lane as well. Now they do need the farm. They are trying to get that bit of a farm as well. Kimmy, a bit low though, a bit low than 50%
They're committed.
HP. They're really not liking it. Pops up the revitalize, goes in for van. Look at that.
Oh, Kakarot is able to steal away the turtle under the noses of godlike esports. That's big respect plays right there. And they will be able to find one kill. Art will be taken down pretty quickly. And I think Gata Kacha is going to be in a lot of trouble. Kimi trying to force himself going back. He's going to use the AOG too. Fury the Phoenix was baited out, and I think that's a very, very important spell to be baiting out because honestly, it's like one of the most longest cooldown spells in the game right now.
That's true. And on top of that, I think Zaytian's ultimate serves as that one split second decision. If she nails that ultimate at a very right moment, that is like that team fight, they are going to get it onto their hands. So let's see
True.
how it's going to go in. As of now, it's just the team getting those minions, those creeps onto
I
their
understood.
hands. But M3, no, they are looking for a fight as of now.
Oh, they're not going to go for the Yeezation. They're just going to go for the Grok. Forcing Art to go back to the base is a very good move, all in all, because if at all they want to actually pressure down the mid lane, they need to do this. We've got the RWM forcing down the Flicker. We've got a connection from Phobius from the top lane. He's just made his way there. And I think Zacian might find a kill. No, he doesn't. Blazing Duet being forced to use the Flicker too. I think Bobby going down is going to be very important, at least for now, at least. M3 Reno is going to be in the advantageous position, but they will be able to dodge away. Kimmy trying to run away. We've got the Revitalize being popped up, and the Fury of the Phoenix is going to be there. But in the end of the day, will Phobius survive? Phobius might survive. Art will knock him up with a tectonic charge and force him to go back to base. I think Kakarot is that was actually unnecessary. But okay, in the end of the day, Maserati will be able to take revenge for his teammate. Zetman forced able to actually do a lot of damage to Art, forces him to go back. I think that's not actually a very good position for godlike esports to be in right now because the turtle is spawning in, and I think right now Marino is absolutely ready to engage for the turtle fight. Bot lane getting pushed. Fate.
Look at them. As of now, they have to make sure to get this turtle as well. But I am noticing that both Team Antrino has swapped up their EXP lane and their gold laner. So that is definitely another interesting thing. But I really loved how Art did try to intercept a bit, but that was an unsuccessful attempt.
No, actually, they didn't switch it up. Kyle wasn't okay. Okay, they switched the lane, not the
Yes.
player. Oh, my bad, my bad. Maserati getting a lot of harassment. Claude, now he's starting to hit
Oh,
like a truck, and there we go. We've got the tectonic charge knocking up Maserati into the
oh.
air, but again, the ultimate is going to save him. And Kakarot in the mid lane was able to take down one of the enemies. Van out of the picture means they can actually force their way into the blue buff and take it down. AOG connecting does not connect to anybody except the buff. And again, the unbreakable no taunt. We've got a little problem here. Phobius is in the enemy backline. The revitalize being popped up, and I think that's going to keep them alive for a bit longer. Bid alive and well. No, not Bid. I mean, Bobby. I think he's alive and well, and that's a lot of damage from his ultimate, the RWM. And now that's going to connect. We've
Oh.
got a big problem here. Glowing Wand is going to hinder Phobius' regeneration ability, and that's going to be an Ogi Shadow kill onto the enemy tank. The Zacian's passive is going to save his teammate. Art is going to stay alive for a bit longer, at least. I think that's not a good position if he wants to come back into the fight, but his teammates will be there to protect him if at all if push comes to shove.
I feel like there's a bit of an overextension coming up, but at the
True.
same time, I really loved how Gatukata made sure to come in, trying to push away the bit as
Tectonic
quickly
charge.
as possible. But oh, mid lane, blazing the west with the flicker, already marking down Bobe as quickly as possible. Now, Mazarab, though, he is as well taking too much damage. I mean, the
True.
sustain is not as quite great as Alice as the last game.
I agree. Mustarov has gotten a hero that can have a good amount of sustain if he positions himself well, if he disengages the moment he has to. That hero has a lot of hard time dealing with sustained continuous damage. So I think, sustained burst damage, continuous burst damage is going to be a big problem. But look at that, we've got a little problem here. Art has positioned himself well. We've got this man force being baited out. I think that's going to be a very important, crucial play there because obviously Art's going to be forced to go back. Fury of the Phoenix being used to actually maybe secure the turtle, but not going to happen. Maserov is going to be taken down by Joy, and now Van is going to be forced to
Oh
go back.
no.
There comes an AOG connecting onto only Art, but again, there's two people low. I think they want to follow up, at least take down Art. They've got the 4 quad shadow here. No ultimate. Grok wanted to use it, but could not actually use it. In the end of the day, Art was not able to actually find a kill. If at all he actually connected the ultimate, he would have, but then again, it's okay. There's a man force being used up in the mid lane to actually do some damage to Joy, who actually
No.
overextended with the second skill, and Hayabusa out of nowhere comes up with that beautiful set of Quad Shadow just to make sure that Joy Kakarot is out of the picture. Claude able to push down the bot lane, but in the mid lane off camera, we're getting another kill. Minion in itself will be able to push down the mid lane tier 1.
My goodness. I really love how Kakarot is moving very fast. They are, following up with Kimmy as well. Definitely, I really love how Kimmy is trying to make sure to, come up a bit like 2, 3 seconds later when the team fight starts, not, as the front laner, not as taking up the damage, but I'm making sure to get them in a position that they are not comfortable. Art is getting too much damage on himself, so Van in turn cannot do much other than popping up his ultimate, trying to make sure that they are low. But at the same time, he's just trying to wait it up for his teammates, and making sure that his teammates will make sure the enemies are getting low. But that is not happening as of now. They are nowhere near the area as well. It's going to be a bit of a problem.
I agree, but the thing that I'm most worried about, no, actually, I'm not worried about anything. I'm thinking right now, I think with the way that Kakarot is moving, I think that is definitely Joseph. Because he's pretty good. He's damn good with the Hayabusa, obviously. Everyone knows that. And I kind of had my doubts because I thought that Joseph actually is a part of SAUL, but I think this team is, with Joseph, obviously, because Hayabusa being played this well, I think Joseph is one of the only people that could do it. Kimmy trying to position himself to block away any enemies that's trying to appear for the Lord. I think that's a good position from the side of Team Marino to take the Lord down. They are able to do a lot for their own themselves. And look at that, the amount of damage with the Trinity build that Claude has, absolutely crazy. Master Rob was not ready for this. He's going to take the L before the fight actually even begins for the Lord. Obviously, the Lord marching down, I think. And now the Tectonic Charge being used, that will be a Hayabusa Squawogi Shadow kill to find one of the most important kills in the fight because obviously.
Oh.
Oh, wait. Top lane, we've got one kill on Fate, and we've got bot lane. Both of the gold laners getting taken
Oh
down.
no.
Surprise. What a
Then
surprise.
definitely, it's just like almost
Oh,
11 minute in, but wait a minute, looks like Van picks up one. That would be the E, but at the same time, there is a chase onto him. Kakarot as well as Kimmy, but both of them, top and front and back. What are they going to do? Van, he does have his skills just to run away, but the Lord's gonna come in as well now that they have to clear up those lanes. Copycat, I think he's doing a great work, making sure to either target up the parrot as well.
EXP then.
Yep. But at the same time, the structures is just falling down very quickly from godlike esports. They have to make sure to protect. Now, I'm not sure why Fate overextended at the top lane. He did not get the tower. He made sure to clear those minions and stuff. Like, the team was taking up a lot. Then why not just go back already?
Let me just be on. Okay, we've got an Ogi Shadow kill. Look at that. He's not going to be able to find a kill, though.
Oh,
Kakarot is able to escape without any problems. Look at that, though. Hayabusa. No, not Hayabusa. I mean, some Harry, obviously. The way he was dashing, I thought he was Hayabusa. I thought he was Ninja, but no, he's a fast cat. And now that fast cat is going to be forced to go back. I think okay. The Fury of the Phoenix is now there. We've got the RWN and the
oh,
Unbreakable to catch Van and take him down. Now it's going to be a matter of fact where the side of Team Godlike Esports has to run away, but will they be able to run away? We've got the Ogi Shadow kill taking. Oh, plus what? Phobius was able to dash away that far. He was able to bait out
oh.
the Phobius. That was absolutely beautiful. The side of Team Godlike Esports are losing members one by one, and that's going to be another tower possibly if they can't defend against the tower here. I mean, the minion here. The Blazing Duet allowing himself to keep the, oh, but again, Kyle taken down. Taking down Zacian is very important. Kyle taking a lot of damage though. That's
Oh
surprising.
no.
Tectonic Charge doing a lot of damage too.
Oh,
Tower, tier 3, getting a lot of damage in its face. I think right now Joy is the only one standing to actually defend against whatever the side of Team Marino is going to bring to the table. And now Van is going to be forced to run
oh,
away. And I think he
close.
will be able to run away. That's actually a good, play from them. But again, we've got a little problem. Phobius jumping and dashing all over Harriet's face. That's going to be a lot of connections. But RWM is there to actually stop, Phobius from being very free. And surprisingly, all right, the time that we saw that Masarat was taken down by Fate, obviously he was melted down. He's now decided to buy himself Chastise Pauldron to slow down the attack speed of Claude, and also he's gotten himself, I think, the Blade Armor to deal back damage, because I was noticing that Claude was taking damage every time he was using the basic attack.
My goodness, like I'm not sure why these phobias just jumped in 1v3 situation, but I hope we don't see that kind of a situation once again. But at the same time, the Lord is up. The Lord's gonna be a pretty interesting fight as well, given the fact that Marino do have enough potential onto their hands to take it away, while Art is trying to clear up the way, and the
Can't.
other members cannot get in.
Oh, Tectonic Charge! That's going to catch three people in the air, and then RWM is going to stop Art from escaping. Masaroff is going to find the kill on that guy, and Fate is going to be able to get the kill on, Kimmy, obviously. But
Oh
Phobius
no.
doing a lot for his team. He's able to, no, he's not able to. He's not able to disable, Kyle long enough, but Kyle is going to be taken down regardless, because in the end of the day, Claude is doing a lot of damage. Van now doing a lot of damage to enemy Mage, and also the enemy EXP lane. That's surprising how much damage he's dealing. But in the end of the day, they did get the Lord. Marino did get the Lord, but they lost four of their members. It was at what cost?
At what cost, indeed? That is just too much damage. Oh, wait a minute. Van's still a bit of, roaming around.
Oh,
But wait a minute, Fade though. He
oh my!
was able to tank all that damage. Oh, he goes in with the blazing duet. Kakarot out of the way with the help of shadows. That was such a close call. I really love how Claude picked up the immortality
Immortality.
very quickly because he knew if he dies, it's going to be a bit problematic for his team.
I agree, man. Okay, to be fair, on their side, I think Hayabusa would have definitely gotten the kill on Fate, but Kakarot was knocked back by both not Boba, Bid's, passive, the Celestial Ornaments. It knocked him back, allowing, Fate to get that one chance to escape. Beautifully placed. I think that was a very good play from, Godlike Esports. Marino, though, they did definitely need that to end the game right now, but it's not actually looking like it'll happen just yet. Obviously, Hayabusa Kakarot is trying his best, but Godlike Esports, they're using the mechanics of the heroes pretty well. Like they're known to actually use it. And I think that's what's actually making the game a little even right now.
I agree. I agree. Now, Faith just making sure to get all the farm up. Now, that is quite important as well. You're a marksman. The marksman just making sure to get as quickly as possible. Now, the damage as well as the items, it is done. He is gonna deal that kind of amount of damage. But at the same
It's
time, there
already
is a bit
done,
of a
though.
counter. So, Conceal coming in from Art this time did not manage to get anything. But wait a minute, do you see Kimmy?
Also, Rob. I mean, Kimmy, yeah, but Master Rob is taking so much damage. Kimmy positioning himself in the backside. He's able to catch two people off guard, and that's going to be okay. Okay, Bobe is going to be very low on HP. But the ultimate, the Hayabusa's Quad Shadow and Ogi Shadow kill. Absolutely blindsided by the fact that Claude used the flicker trick to avoid it. Obviously, if you don't know how to use the flicker to avoid an Ogi Shadow kill, you use it facing forward. Your hero should face forward, and then you use flicker. The distance is considered, the render distance for the ultimate is considered like as though you've used a big dash. So Hayabusa just drops his ultimate. He just stops attacking you. So that's the only way you can actually use Hayabusa's Quad Shadow to not Quad Shadow Flicker to avoid Hayabusa's ultimate, the Yogi Shadow kill. So keep that in mind, guys. You heard it first here, guys, at the Zetsu tournament ICS. Again, back to the game. We've got a Lord dance coming up. Peachy, I don't think they're going to be forcing a Lord just yet. They want to play it safe.
Oh, let's see. Let's see though. There's a bit of a minion situation. The lane synchronization. I mean, the lane pressure into the hands of like esports. They did deploy a bit of a heroes already, but I'm not quite sure why did Art. give
Oh, 18 minutes.
a recall. I mean, he was there in the right position. He was just making sure. But okay, look at them once again. Positions will be revealed. Kimi playing it a bit safe along with the mage. Mage is definitely on a very good position. But at the same time, Team Godlike Esports, they did not
They're
get any
committing.
chance to enter
Oh!
the river area. What are they going to do?
That was an amazing tectonic charge bait. We've got the Fury of the Phoenix also going there, but Van is going to be forcing Hayabusa to escape. I think the AOG connecting. I don't know what's happening, but I think Marino is actually deciding on playing it on a little
Oh,
too much of a bait kind of play. I think that beautiful Ogi Shadow kill is able to get Kakarot one of those kills, and that's going to be a big problem for the side of Team Godlike Esports. They've lost three of their members. Not even one of the enemies have been taken out, and that's going to be Bid being forced to go back in the end of the day, Blazing Duet might just end it for the enemy Kyle. But oh, Winter Crown play is not going to save you. That's not just going to be delaying your death, and that's going to be Kakarot being taken down. But in the end of the day, they are going to be able to find a way to get this tower down. They will be able to. They might not be able to actually. It's 13 seconds, 5 seconds. Art's going to come back.
oh.
It'd be better if they actually take the Lord.
That is true. They do need a lot, but the lane pressure onto the top lane is just riding up a bit high that they have to go back and clear it as quickly as possible. Now, Kimmy, on to the other hand, most of the members have picked up the immortality, so that's gonna be a bit. A little hard on them to take down one of them very easily, but look at them, they are trying to get the law dance up, but Marino are very abandoned on not revealing the position as of now.
I agree. Fury the Phoenix, though, will be able to reveal the position of all the enemies of Nerino. We've got two people getting knocked out by the tectonic charge. That's going to be the enemy mage and the marksman. That will be taken down, and now they're following up. No Kakarot, so they actually are very confident in taking down all the enemies. Art positioning himself to block away Kakarot and all of his advances. But Masarup, back on HP, he's going to use the jungle creeps to regenerate all the HP back, and I think right now that's going to be a little problem. I think they're trying to force away Kakarot's ultimate, the Ogi Shadow Kill, but in the end of the day, Masarup has taken away the enemies. The full flicker has been forced out. And now, we've got Kakarot jumping into the enemy's back line. We've got the ultimate, the Ogi Shadow Kill, and no target. We've got Fate running away, but Van is able to take down Kakarot. Now, Godlike Esports have the opportunity to take the Lord down without any trouble from the side of Marino. But again, I think right now at least, Masarup being taken down to this is going to be difficult, but Bobe, Akemi, and Kyle might be able to defend against whatever the side of Team Godlike Esports might bring to the table. But there's four people alive. 40 seconds on the clock. 10 seconds, we're going to see the Lord marching in on the mid lane. I think they won't be back to defend. Kakarot might. Masarup will be a little too late for, high ground defense.
Oh, let's see though. Let's see what will happen. Losing up Kyle onto the previous team fight was definitely not it. But now that team Godlike Esports know how to capitalize it, I think they are trying to get it on onto the hands of quickly. But mid lane, the pressure is riding high.
I think they can actually give away the tier 1 in the mid, but not the tier 2. That's going to be a very, very detrimental position to be in if they lose the mid lane in tier 2. Right now, they do end up defending it, but Hayabusa might have to be, might have to use up the Yogi Shadow Kill just to take down the wave. But again, Art looking to engage. I think the Fury of the Phoenix, it will be connecting onto 4 enemies. The Lord, though, will be able to connect onto the tower. Tier 3 is going to be connecting onto... Oh, the Phobius. Copycat being taken down. We've got the Yogi Shadow Kill connecting onto Van. But again, it's not going to lead to much. They will be able to defend against the Lord right now. But Godlike Esports, they're forced to go back. They're forced back into the corner that where they were in before. And the side of Team Marino, they're not actually losing up on too much. They did lose a few towers, but they didn't really lose much in the end of the day.
Oh, this is going to be a bit, a dicey look at them. They are trying to gear up for another team fight, trying to make sure to get
Van,
an end. There is a wave coming in, position revealed, and Fade this time though. I think look at him with just like few skills of EVs, just getting low very quickly.
Also, the side of Marino have spread out their, forces. The mid lane is being covered, the top lane is being pushed, and the bot lane is also being pushed. I don't see any, weakness from Marino. I did have my doubts before, but I don't see any weaknesses from this team. They're playing it as they need to. They're playing it pretty gentlemanly, but if the need ever arises, they're absolutely dominating godlike esports.
Oh
Art.
my god. Okay. A little bit of a trap coming in from this rock. Now they have to go in for the Lord. They are just focusing everything. Marino, are they going to get this retribution or is it going to be called like esports? The pressure is really riding up high as of now. Oh, but they just left it at the Lord base. Look at them. Let's see.
It was a bad
Oh,
position.
oh, yep, definitely. They they tried to get it before they could come, but it was just not possible.
I agree, man. Like the front line, at least Phobius and Brock coming right at their faces when all three of them are very squishy. I think that's not a good position to put Marino and the team of Marino itself to actually be in. Because all honesty, I think the front line should have been there, but they weren't. They were actually preoccupied. But look at that, we've got a continuous fight. We've got the Winter Crown being taken down from Fate, and Kyle is gonna be taken down by. Oh my God, Van is doing a lot of damage. AOG connecting, but Kyle's still gonna be falling down. I think right now the Visation's passive, the Celestial Armaments, will be able to keep him safe for now. We've got the Winter Crown being poked out, and Kimmy getting taken down. Oh, but the damage is there. We got Marino doing a lot of damage. We're taking it back. And Kimmy's going to be taken down. And Maserap also taking a lot of damage. He will be, losing the immortality. Van, he will end up taking the L2. And I think right now, they're only being Hayabusa might actually just be a big caveat here. He might have to use the ultimate, but he doesn't have the. He has the ultimate ready. He might have to just use it to defend against this brief wave. But Van forcing
Oh,
himself.
okay.
Oh, we've
Oh,
got a Winter Crown play. I think.
oh, so
No, did
close.
we? Oh, the immortality is being popped off. We've got the quad shadow.
Fast.
We still do have the Ogi shadow kill. He will be able to defend it. That's absolutely amazing. Oh, the Fury of the Phoenix. That's going to catch Kakarot in a bad position. But again, the bot lane is getting pushed by the minions of all things. They're not going to be able to find a kill here. But in the end of the day, Kakarot is going to be forcing down the top lane. And I don't think, Godlike Esports might actually just lose this just yet. I mean, will win this just yet. Marino playing it pretty darn good.
No, they just have to rush Lord as of now. Put
Yeah.
everything. I'm not sure why
The
why did Van gave up his life right there. He pulled everything. He pulled his winter crown. He lost his immortality as
immortality.
well. Yes, that is so expensive. The cooldown is gonna ride up quite high. You have the
180
Lord.
seconds.
Yes. And the Lord is something that you can't miss. That's the rare aura Lord. That's gonna be pretty, high damage one. Plus, your team doesn't have a lot of inhibitors. That is also
Bad
another
position.
problem. Look at
Look at
that
that.
once
There's a
again.
bad position. And we've got the RWM to actually zone out the enemies, or Fury of the Phoenix, obviously. But again, Character Rot is going to be taken down very instantly, actually, because of the Tectonic Charge. We've got the Blazing Duet doing a lot of damage, but in the end of the day, it's not going to do that much damage against tanky frontliners. Phobius still staying alive. He's absolutely just having a blast there. We've got him connecting onto the enemy mage, and that's going to probably lead to a game number 3. And I think Art being alive. Kimmy and Maserop, they can't really do much. If it was Kakarot, he would have been able to defend against whatever godlike esports might actually just bring. But again, the Phobius in itself is actually just keeping them at bay. That's going to be very, very, very difficult for them to defend against this wave. But again, Maserop taking a lot of damage from Vaughn, and also, obviously, okay, but he's going to be using the Flicker to actually force
Oh,
himself
Kimmy.
away. Tectonic Charge connects, and that's going to be a game number 2 for the side of Team Godlike Esports.
Oh my goodness, they hold it out despite being, a lot of instances where the base was quite open for, God like esports. Same goes for Marino as well. But those last few fights were just as important to make sure that God like did pick it up onto their hands. What a game!
True.
What a
True.
game!
You've got to appreciate the micro that actually happened in this game. It was chaotic, sure. There was a lot of item swapping and all of that, but The fact that Kakarot was able to actually defend against the onslaught that came
Yes.
up from Godlike Esports, even though he was alone, he was able to defend against it. Well played, well timed. Everything was pretty good, except for what Vaughn did. I still don't understand what happened there.
No idea as well. Like I did not wanted to see them because one thing they had the law under control as well, but they had to go through all the trouble of trying to take the lord, go back to their bases, making sure to get the lanes onto their hands as well. That was definitely too much work if Van just focused onto the lord very early on.
I agree, man. And all honesty, I think that there was a big problem for the side of Marino. Their tanky, the tanky units in their team did not coordinate well, at least not in the last fight. In this one, they were coordinating pretty well. They were able to take down Art. Their focus was very good in the early game. The stages that actually came up after the early stages weren't as impactful for Marino. They did do very impressive, at least in the early stages of the game. They were able to find a kill here, do a big play there. Look at that. Kakarot was taken down. Kind of surprisingly, I actually didn't expect the Fury of the Phoenix to have that much of a, impact on a fight, but there we go. We actually did see it. I was talking about it. Didn't expect it to be on a one versus one though.
That's true. That's true. Look at them. They are able to, move up and down very quickly. And, Bobe, though, his RWM was definitely irritating for all the members right there. That
Godlike
immobilization.
esports.
Yes. And on top of that, those damage that he was providing, it was just enough. The synergy was very well between him and Kimmy. I loved how they played together, but at the same time, it was not their match. They had to push it to match number three.
Yeah, I kind of see why. They did not have the coordination, at least not in the later stages of the game. This is where the Phobius flew halfway across the map, dude. Absolutely crazy. It reminded me of that old Zalong meme where he flies directly to the base. It's crazy how this is happening. And I love to see it. But again, in the end of the day, we've got to actually appreciate how Van played. Except for that one time where he just stood there taking Hayabusa's shuriken to his face. I think he is a big Naruto fan. He just allowed it to happen. But hey, whatever is whatever, right?
That's true. That's true. With the Lords, though, the intense fight of the Lords was just interesting to see from both the sides. Look at them. They are still trying to go in. 4 years, there were few questionable plays that I have seen. I'm not sure why they 4 years thought that 1v3 was such a good idea, while the other team had slows and a bit of damage that could have been happened from a very far away. I think this was the time around that they started targeting one by one and they got the game.
You're right, dude. In the end of the day, Marino did play amazing, but, well, let's just face it. Godlike Esports, they were in it to win it this time. And look, we've got the MVP. It's going to be Mr. Fate, who was playing absolutely crazy. He was doing a lot of damage, especially to Master Rob. I mean, obviously, he would be doing a lot of damage with Trinity because, it's a tank with a lot of HP. Trinity is a tank melter, at least HP melter, not tank per se. But bro actually was amazing, dude. Overall, oh,
Yes.
blazing duets.
Other than the few overextensions, I think other than that, he played very, very well. He made sure to farm up on his lane quickly. He made sure to play it very safe on his lane. And he did manage to get 63% of kill participation. That is definitely very good. And his ultimates were just, out of the world as well. He just positioned himself so well between the members who weren't able to get out of the team fights, plus putting out the winter crown, so that worked out very well. So let's see, third game, what do we have? Both the sides is going to be a match point, and this time around I feel like the bands are just going to get those kind of heroes that we have seen out of the last games.
I think Marino would still go for, possibly a Zushin and, I think Godlike Esports would go for the same. I think the what is that hero called, man? Baxia. I keep forgetting the hero's name. Baxia, Yisanshin. I think these heroes would be what Godlike would prioritize. Marino, though, I think the Zushin, no brainer. We've got the Zushin getting banned 28th time that she's gotten banned. Now, I mean, come on, man. We want to see Zushin in action.
I don't think that's gonna happen at
Never.
here. At least in this version, it's not happening. And you're right, Crux. Baxia already there. And with the Baxia, I feel
Come
like it's
on.
gonna be the YSS or even the Alice.
Baxia Kumar getting banned off. Dude, this guy has not seen the light of day in this best of three, sadly. I'm happy because this hero gets very, very, very linear. Your whole engage depends on you just jumping straight into the enemy's face, and then you can't really do much except for use your ultimate and run around. I think, walking on lava is fun. I think that this guy actually embodies it. It's stupid, but hey, if it actually gets him, if it helps him sleep through the night, all good for him. Oh, they skipped up on the first ban. Oh,
Oh, okay.
godlike.
That is us. That
I mean,
I'm not sure.
they were busy trying to actually figure out where heroes were. I think that's what happens to me most of the time when I'm unable to ban. I'm like, where the heck, where can I find minced? Because sometimes, one of my friends that I play with, okay, whenever we play rank together, this guy actually wants me to ban Mitsutar all the time. Can't find it. Just he can't he can't just, say ban Mitsutar. He can't just send that. No,
Oh,
he
yeah,
has to
yeah.
say it on the voice chat. He's just gonna say it. Like ban Mitsutar. I'm like, bro, where do I find this thing? There's a lot of EXP laners. Talking about EXP laners, one got banned, Freya and Peachy. Is that the big black dragon that I'm seeing on Godlike Esports? Oh,
Yes, you are.
oh
They
man,
have
nice.
gone in for that, but they, in the same manner, they opened up the YSS. Now the YSS could be up for a flex, but at the same time, Hilda capitalized. This means that Godlike Esports, they have to move back towards fighter junglers.
Do you really think they could actually pull it off against the Shin? Assassin utility junglers are very slow, at least compared to what Shin and his
Yes.
farming speed is. I think this guy might actually have the advantage, and Hilda is there. So I don't think there's a possibility of an invade at least not pretty soon in the match, but if it's a utility jungler, it would stay alive. If it's an assassin jungler, Godlike Esports might just be forced to take one, by the way, because of the Hilda. So, Fanny. Fanny's gonna get picked by Vaughn, Vaughn,
Van.
Wonder One. It's Wonder One.
Okay, okay. So far, so good. Looks like he is on his comfort hero as well. I think they have given up the YSS purposely just for they could pick up the Fanny they themselves as well. But now that Sora is Sora was open right from the game number one, but we are
Yeah,
finally seeing it in the action. But what about the hero against Sora? There's like a bit of a chance that Yu Zhong be able to get a good matchup, but I feel like both the EXP laners will be just more occupied with those minions and then, on fights, especially Sora.
I kind of see it, but let me just be very honest with you. Oh, Valentina in the EX, no, it's not going to be possible. Valentina's not going to have any opening in any part of the map because mid is covered and the EXP is covered. So, unless they decide to go use on gold lane, Valentina can't be picked, and Sora is going to have free reign throughout the game. We've got right now Grok getting banned from the side of Marino and Fredrin from Godlike Esports. I kind of don't understand. You could possibly expect the Yisan Shin to go into the jungle side, so why not ban off heroes actually, you know what? At this point, the game's all flex, no play. You
Yes,
can't predict anything.
that's
No,
true.
no, I really want an AI assistant to tell me what drafting is best and what people are thinking.
Let's see. So far onto the flex, we have YSS, but what about the other sides? What are they going to pick? Because I feel like they are waiting onto the bans to be over, and the each of the ones trying to make sure to get something. And I feel like there is something still open that both the teams would love to pick it up. Is it the Kalea? Yep, I have. Oh, I don't see the Kalea onto the
I
ban,
think it's
or oh.
Hey, her grandmother is getting banned. That's Kadita, the grandmother of Kale. I'm kidding. That's not lore accurate, but that's what I like to call her because obviously Kadita is a fish lady and Kalea is a fish lady. So yeah, put one and one together. You guys can figure that out.
Interesting bans definitely from the Cider team. Got like esports as well. Wasn't expecting a Kadita. Now that Kalea is open, which team will try to take it up? Marino already played up a Kalea, and they have Sora as of now. And if they try to pick something like a Hylos as well, but I feel like Hilda is on to the roam already.
Yeah, I could see it. The Hilda and the Rome department could also be an EXP lane. Sora could go gold. Could get a Yi Sun Shin in the
True.
jungle, or it could be EXP Sora and gold lane Yi Sun Shin. They're still not opening it up. We've got a Yve, countering hero Selena, who could definitely be a big problem for Yve, obviously, because that hero is very stationary, does not have that much mobility. And Selena's abyssal arrows are going to be a big problem for Bid, obviously. So I think that's a good pick from the Merino side. It could also, give vision on the enemy jungle and could possibly steal the buffs from Fanny with an abyssal arrow that's timed well. But let's just wait and see the execution from Marino. I doubted their first match. Not going to doubt them again.
Let's see, let's see. They still have to pick up something. Selena, long time no see. Now, what about the marksman now? They also know that it is possibly a Sora or YSS on it, but okay.
Oh,
Going on a bit of a
Kalea.
safer side with the Harriet. I like the pick of the Harriet along with the Kalea, but at the same time, Fanny is wide open. Like Fanny will be having a bit of a higher ground. They need something to stop, something like a Kaja.
So, yeah, no, I don't think that's going to be happening. We've got Sora, the EXP lane, or, Esmeralda in the EXP lane, or Gold lane. Both of them have been proven to be pretty effective in both lanes. And Yisun Shin in the jungle. I think I kind of saw that from a mile away. Nobody picks Yisun Shin in gold lane to test it out, at least not in the competitive scene just yet. It is possible, but not yet. People are still not comfortable with it. And I understand it most probably because, Yi Sun-shin is a hero that needs a lot of micro management because that hero depends heavily on the passive to actually do some damage. And gold laners, they've not kept that hero in their roster for forever, actually. So I don't think I see the possibility of anybody actually picking Yi Sun-shin as a good option in the gold lane. At least not yet. There are people who actually are trying it, but not confident with it.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of Dawn, here we go. It's got like esports versus and Marino on a match point. This means the team that wins this match will be moving forward to another round, but the team who loses will have to go back home. Let's see. The chances for both are 50-50. Those are looking good. Okay, looks like a Pizarro will be striking first. Kimmy, on the other hand, taking out so much damage along with Art, but Art has the addition of his passive along with the Kimmy as well. But Kimmy goes to another spot.
Oh, but Shaw residue flying towards Yuzan keeps him alive and healthy. Good decision on the side of Team Marino to rotate on the top side because they need to put the pressure in the turtle region, but the bot lane is going to be in a lot of trouble. Esmeralda, if caught, will be taking a lot of punishment, especially this early on in the game. But again, he's got the flicker, so he's going to be okay, Kimmy. But look at that, we've got the Mountain Shocker connecting on the top lane. We've got a connection, but again, Copycat will be taken down, but in return, he will be able to take down Kimmy. Kimmy. That's going to be a big problem, but Fanny rotating, looking for a rotation to the top side to find a kill here or maybe there before the turtle fight. Selena effectively dodging whatever Fanny was dealing there. Cutthroat, I think, is still available, so that was not a full commitment from Fanny, but he does do the job at least to keep Selena away. But Yisun Shin did not get the memo. He knows he wants to actually engage with the turtle, but Fanny quickly making a move will be able to steal it off camera. I don't know why we're looking at the bot lane, but again, the fight might be very interesting in the top side of the map. Kyle, you missed all of it, brother.
A bit late to the team fight, but with that
Oh, it's
top
going
lane.
on even more.
Yep, they are not stopping. They just wanted Mazharap's lives as well, going in for making it an odd number. Are they gonna make it even from the mid lane, given the fact that Fate is a bit open without any tanks on his side?
I kind of see it, man, but no, well, I don't know, man. I think Fate's gonna be fine at least for now. But Marino did really lose up. They had a number done to them right now, so they might have to play a little safe at least at this point of the game. Isun Shin low on HP. He knows that he can't really. Oh, sorry, he was low on HP in that Turo fight. Oh, we've got a connection from the Abyssal Arrow, but no follow up because of Kimmy's presence. Not Kimmy, I mean Art's presence. Obviously, Art is amazing on the Olea. Bot lane, we've got a lot of steel cables and a lot of tornado strikes, taking down Kyle to a lot of low HP. But eh, I think both teams are playing it pretty safe right now. It's not going to be that interesting.
That's true. Now that they know, God, like Esports does have the advantage of taking, Fanny. Look at that. Fanny goes in. Okay, a bit of the advantage right there. Masarap once again falls down when with no energy so far. Does have enough energy just to make sure to get out of the way. But at the same time, Kakarot, he is farming in different lanes as quickly as possible. He
Oh,
also knows he has to get quickly. But okay, Leto, that was a quite an intense fight. Looks like Kakarot will be the one who picks it up. Now that
copycat.
we are trying to see, how Marino are also trying to capture. They have the YSS. YSS is not an early game hero, and with the turtle, I feel like they should be leading this turtle as well.
I mean, that was very lucky for Yusun Shin, obviously, because that guy, I think Kakarot would have actually been caught by Petrify, Yuzong, and all of his combo. That would have been very detrimental for Marino, at least in this point of the game. But the turtle has just spawned in. And look at that, we've already got a contest for the turtle. We've got to engage. We've got the Torrent form Sora jumping in. He's got a connection. He's got three people in a total lock. We've got a lot of punches in the air. That's going to stun a lot of people. But Van is not going to be taken down that easily because that guy, he's not going to be taken down at all. He's going to fly away. But Kyle, he's going to take the L on this one. He rotated from the bot lane just for his life to be taken off in the mid lane.
That's true. That's true. Look at them. They are trying to get as much as kills, as much as gold with the kills onto their hands, and that is working out very, very well. Now that Team God like esports are moving, left and right, bottom to top. Oh my
Oh,
goodness,
off
one
camera.
very quickly. That was a very quick kill.
That was an off-camera kill that we would love to have seen, honestly. But Kimmy and Art in the bot lane trying to force down Kyle. That's a lot of damage being dealt to Kyle, who's not ready to take all that damage. He needs items to actually be more sustainable, but at least he's able to delay whatever pushing is going on in the bot lane for a few more seconds. That means Marino do have an opportunity to take down maybe one or two people when the Fanny is okay. Never mind. He's rotated.
That's true, but at the same time, now got lucky for the 17K thousands on gold onto their hands. They are just making sure it's just
Oh, it's a man
adds
force.
on and on. But oh, wait a minute.
It's a man force, but it connects. We've got a Tsunami Slam too, low HP. We've got Torrent Form not doing much, honestly, but it is what it is. Society and Marino losing ground pretty quickly. They've lost the tower. And now Copycat has lost his life. We've got connection from Art. We've got Fanny swooping in, but half energy only. We've got a little problem here. Gibbs' ultimate has been completely negated, but again, Fate is the one doing the damage here. Kyle getting taken down is going to be a big problem. But Yi Sun Shin losing his buff is even more big of a problem.
Oh my God, YSS this time around is not getting any farm and he's getting constantly targeted by the Sandy. Now that is going to be another problem, but at the same time, Fate though, very low in mana. I believe after this wave he is just gonna go back, but yep, he is gonna go back, but at the same time, Kakarot is also farming up. Now he also knows that he has to get ahead of Fanny very quickly. As of now, Kakarot on to level 9 and already reaching level 10. That little level difference also hinders YSS a lot, so they are just trying to make sure to not get it on. And at the same time, I don't think the Selena pick is working, in my opinion.
Well, it kind of did work in the previous fight where, obviously Bid got completely stun locked. He couldn't do nothing. Look, if Bid can't do anything, he's not going to be able to do damage or keep people slowed in his zone. I think the RWM might just be useless, except for maybe the immobilize that actually occurs when you try to escape from it. So the Selena stun kind of worked there, but Marino, they really need to pick up the pace. Godlike Esports have a substantial lead on their side. That's 5,000 gold to them. And, well, let's just face it. Marino losing ground pretty quickly is not helping their case even the slightest. And look at that, we've got a Tsunami Slam connecting. We've got Van getting the kill on Kakarot. He's going to follow through. And there goes RWM, but that's not going to be stopped by, Selena this time. They're not going to have any grounds to actually defend against this now, but again, one more member might actually just be taken down. Shot Rescue flying, but he will be able to stay alive. Mid lane tower going to get taken down. T3 is open and for the taking.
Let's see a bit of a tier two turrets are still waiting up to be taken into the hands of God like esports. And with that, they'll have to gear up for the Lord as well. 20 seconds left. I do feel like if Marino does goes in for a counter gank, it's gonna be a bit problematic. And I just feel like the Selena part, okay, look at that, okay.
Broken Walls doing a lot for the team, but again, we've got a Tsunami Slam stopping Torrent form Sora to actually use his big combo, but again, that guy's low on HP, he might just be taken down. We've got Faye taking him down, and that's right before the Lord just spawned in. That's going to be a one member who could have actually set for a good kill down for the count. Marino going to lose ground even more, I think, at this point. They can't use, Kakarot can't really use the Retribution to steal this time, because if he gets taken down, his team is not going to be able to follow up.
There was a Hilda, there was a YSS. With the Hilda, I really feel like the assassins, such as the Hayabusa or even the Sunny, cannot, roam around a lot. But Godlike Esports created an environment that they making sure that Marino are low on gold, low on items, low on, ground as well. So that, Fanny could roam around very quickly, make sure that the lanes are out as well, giving out a bit of a vision coming in from, art as well. Okay, look at that. Once again, Kakarot is getting targeted on, and along with
Oh,
that, it is Hilda getting deleted. Crazy combo from Van.
dude, back in the day, I think I heard Shinman got. Oh, we've got another connect. We've got a flicker being forced out. We've got Sora running away with the ultimate, and now we've got a tower being destroyed. We've got Man flying in. We've got no energy, so he's going to be forced to go back. Marino is not going to stand a chance, and that's going to be the end of Game 3. Godlike Esports get the victory.
Oh, looks like Godlike Esports will be staying in this tournament for a bit more longer, but Marino, sorry, this time they'll have to get eliminated since this was the lower bracket day number two. What a game we have just seen from
Valiant
both the
effort.
side. Yes, definitely. I think they have played all their strengths on the game number three. Game number one, they were just trying to see what cards that they have been dealt.
I kind of actually see the possibility. But let me just be very honest with you. Like you said, the Kaja pick would have actually been very beneficial there. If they picked the Hilda early on, you could just swap the Hilda for an EXP lane Hilda. Like
Yes.
you could just put it there. Expect a fast rotation from the EXP lane. It can possibly see a good engage. The Selena pick, I think, was actually on paper pretty good against the Eve, but again, this is not a one versus one thing. It's a five versus five. So on paper, it might be good. Like I say, like Ruby's a good counter to Guinevere, but against a lot of crowd control, if Ruby's stunned, she might not be able to get the second skill off. So that might actually be a position where in a 5 versus 5, Ruby's not going to be a good counter. But overall, I believe, at least in my opinion, Ruby is a good counter. Like that, we've got Selena being a good counter to Eve, but in a 5 versus 5 setting, you can't really always get the stun perfectly on par with what Eve and his team is actually kind of like bringing. So that actually led to a big deficit from their side. The mid lane was gapped, I think. I think to a very vast degree it was gapped. The top lane, the EXP side of things, I think that was pretty gapped too. I think Sora was not the best option against Yuzong. Look at that though. Hilda sacrificing himself for that kill there. Not very good.
That's true. Looking at the match highlights as well, Van farmed up so much that he was able to take down Hilda on his own. So that was definitely a crazy move pulled up by God like
Van, obviously.
Esports. But okay, back to that. Yep, I think this was a team fight that Selena did worked out very, very well. But at the same time, it is a bit of a team fight that works very well.
No, it wasn't this one. I think the Selena stunning the Yi was in another team fight. I think that it went very good for Godlike, obviously, and now they are actually going to force their way inside to see. Look at the way Kimmy actually, no, Art actually just dodged all the damage. He made Harriet and everyone else take all the damage. That was actually very sneaky there, my friend.
That's true. That's true. Look at them. There was a Sora as well. They had Hilda as well. Were not able to keep up with that kind of damage that they were expecting. So that was also there. Okay, look at that Fate as well. He farmed up again. He made sure to be on his own lane, farm up, come to the
Oh,
middle lane as quickly as possible.
oh,
Did
three
not
man.
mind the Esmeralda much, but Kakarot getting targeted time by time was not it.
I agree, man. This was a tough game for the side of Marino. They did try their best. It was a valiant effort. The first game absolutely shocked me. Godlike Esports turned it around. A torrent form was used here, but again, Kalea Tsunami Slam completely negated whatever combo that he wanted to actually pull, forced to take himself out because obviously Fate had a lot of damage. This is where Van actually, did amazing. He took down two people, but then that wasn't shown. We've got this ending portion given to us. Obviously, Van didn't have the energy to do anything right now, so he just pushed the tower, and that's game.
Crazy. Crazy
Very.
game indeed. And look at that. Looks like we have one as the MVP 704. That is also another good KDA that he has.
It's not the KDA that we should be actually, looking
Oh.
at. It's the kill participation.
The holy numbers. The holy numbers
Oh,
are
bro.
popping off.
Bro actually kept the best for last, and now I actually understand why. Well done. Good kill participation, man. Everything else was good too, but the kill participation is what caught my eye.
Oh, Wando, he did a good amount of damage right there. So that was definitely a good thing that we have seen. But what a best of three series. But guys, it's not over. We'll see you after a break because we still have three more series left. Good teams are still waiting for you guys. So with that, a short break is a must. Oh, is it a
Bye
cat?
bye.
Oh,
No,
it's saying bye.
it's
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here once again with the series number two. This is going to be another interesting series where lower bracket teams will be battling, trying to get towards the further rounds. We have Team Shadow Esports versus Team Astral Reaper. Both the teams, one has the experience, the other team is trying to make a name for themselves. So let's see what we have in our hands. I'm your Casa PT and I'm joined by Ray today. Hello Ray, how are you doing?
Just the usual, right? And it's been a long while. Nice to have you back on the casting desk with me, Peachy. I think we casted back, but we didn't have the video cam back then, right?
Yes.
So it's nice to have your face. But anyways, of course, I'm glad to be with you and glad to see the match between Shadow Esports, which is right now. I mean, they're well known, but obviously they're not in the top tennis. So really curious to see how they're gonna be doing, especially considering they're right now at the lower brackets, right? One
Yes.
loss, which is of course this best of three series, and you're out. At the same time, Astralex Reaper, they're also in the same position, but a new team nonetheless. So let's see how their performance is gonna be with both of these facing each other. The bans will start immediately, and we're seeing just the meta bans coming in. And obviously, Astralex Reaper being the second pick, they will have to ban out the Zushin as a mandatory. If not, they will get punished, obviously. And there we go, the Zushin will get banned out. The last two bans, will we see a Yu Zhang or perhaps a Claude? What do you think?
Highly possible, but on the same note, Astral Reaper will not take the gamble of taking the Zushin and putting it onto the pig face and putting it onto the ban. Now it is looking good, but at the same time, Astral Reaper, they have been known to play a bit onto the comfort side zone. So Shadow Esports, what are they going to go for bans? Okay, looks like we've got the YSS as well, no flex for him as of now, but at the same time. What about the Yuzhong? What about the Lapu Lapu, the Alice? Those heroes are still open.
Yu Zhong is definitely, I think, might get banned out over here, but no, they're actually going to be going with the Claude that I mentioned before. So Shadow Esports right now have those options. They can pick up the Claude for themselves, sorry, the Yu Zhong for themselves if they want to. They still have options into the tanks as well. And what are the chances of a Kimi
Yes.
appearing? I haven't seen Shadow Esports play lately, my bad. But let's see what their strategies are. What do you think? Would a mage pick show up or an EXP laner right now?
Oh, I think it's gonna be
Okay, it's gonna be the Yu Zhong,
marksman.
yeah.
Okay, okay, Yuzhong being open, that is also another very good chance. But I feel like we might be able to see something like a carry tonight, maybe under the hands of the Reaper. But they themselves really love to surprise us as well. So let's see if they do surprise us or not. But at the same time, anything could happen into the hands of Astral Reaper. I really cannot predict that.
Yeah. Let's see if they're gonna be going with the Gatot Kacha. Zacian's still open. And oh, I almost forgot about the
Oh,
Sora. Okay, they're gonna be picking up the Sora immediately, along with the Leo mode. They go with the
correct.
very meta options. So I noticed the draft issue that lastly Astralex Reaper had. If I'm not mistaken, it was
Hmm.
Astralex Reaper. They play for the counter play, but that really makes
Yes,
you predictable. Basically, because when opponents know that you will most likely pick the counter, they can prepare the counter for you, right? They will just know, hey, if we pick this, they're gonna pick this 100%, and when they do, you fall into that trap. So hopefully they have learned their lesson and they might just go for a lineup that they're really comfortable with. So let's see. So far, not counter
yes.
picks, just heroes that they wanted. But like I immediately just said, the Gatot Kacha and Decision gets picked up from the side of Shadow Esports.
Interesting. So far, it's looking quite good. But at the same time, I was expecting a Valentina coming in because you see a Sora, and since Shadow Esports have not gone in for their mage pick, that could have been the scenario. Or maybe I think now that it's closed up, like the application window of the EXP, Valentina is also closed up. I don't think that's gonna happen. So Valentina being picked, ban, anything doesn't matter as of now. For the one last pick, like a bit of a rumor, looks like Astral Reaper went in for the Kalin. Pretty solid choice, but how are they going to face the Katarkacha? Now I'm a little bit curious if he's going to play aggressively, like trying to go make a set with the AOG, or is he trying to be the damage soaker. That is also one thing that I would love to see, because Khalid can actually get a swap on in on how he is playing. If Gatotkacha is very offensive with the AOG, he has to stay behind with his teammates. If not, he can also come in with the flicker raging sandstorm. So that's something of a gameplay I'm waiting to see. But with that carry of the charts, the another good ban.
I mean, you definitely obviously mentioned the carry, and obviously, since they have the Kacha, banning out the carry will be a good decision. If I'm not mistaken, Astralex Reaper does play the carry. Their
Yes,
marksman,
they
who was
do.
it? I forgot. I forgot. I remember their
Oh,
mid laner, the Wolfie. Wolfie
yep.
is really great. He can play the Kimi or the Lunox still. He has performed really great in these two heroes, but I'm surprised they did not go for the Zetian early on because Wolfie performed really great with the Zetian as well. So I think maybe the Lunox or the Kimi will show up in the later phases. But to be fair, I would not like the Eve. I think the Eve would be really bad because, of course, two dive in already. There could be another dive in hero. Let's see, Shadow Esports, last ban coming in from their side. Another marksman?
Jungler, perhaps? I feel like it's gonna be a jungler coming in, maybe a bit like a Hayabusa, or even something a little interesting. I think I'm missing one jungler so far. Oh, it's not
Yep,
a
it's going to be the
jungler.
Kimi.
Yep, it is.
Uh,
Kidney picked up. And it's gonna be the sorry, the Lunox though.
yep.
Lunox onto the ban, pretty interesting. So that just opened up for Wolfie. But wait a minute. There you go. Looks like they want to go in for a bit of comfort onto the hands of Shadow Esports.
Yep, Esmeralda pushed into the goal lane. The carry makes now absolute sense because they want to go for the full tanky composition. And to be honest, I was not surprised by the Kimi pick either because I think Wolfie's most priorities are those heroes. So right now they have one last pick. It's gonna be either it is gonna be the XP lane or a goal laner right now picked up from the side of AXR, and it's gonna be actually the goal laner. And if I am not mistaken, SLX Reaper does have a marksman that I mean a lane user that is basically very comfortable with heroes like this, like the Ixia, the
Yes,
Melissa, if I'm not mistaken. That's why the carry
correct.
ban is there. Because yes, carry can melt tanks, but there's no use of banning her if there's no user in front that doesn't use the carry, right? So let's see how good they execute because in general, Melissa is not that meta.
That is true, but I feel like the Suyu can melt her down if she doesn't position herself very good.
Yep,
The
easily.
ult from the Zetian could interrupt her skills as well, and those split-second decisions, like the split-second ult that her stun, if you get around that area, that just hinders you a lot in the team fights. And on top of that, Yu Shong also jumping around, he can get his skills onto you even if you open up your ultimate. So that's gonna be a bit dicey, but I have seen time by time the marksman onto the side of Team Astral Reaper. If he farms up, he carries the whole game. So I want to see that kind of a gameplay once again.
Yep, would love to see that because, of course, right now they're the underdogs. Shadow Esports, a little bit known, of course. Let's see how good they're going to be playing in this game itself. We're going to be heading into the first match of this best of three series, and it will basically classify who takes the lead because most of the time, whenever let's just see. Let's just see. If Astralex Reaper takes the first game, though, with a Melissa pick, that will definitely hinder the performance of Shadow Esports. But at the same time, if Shadow Esports take the first game already, Astralex Reaper is going to be in a heap lot of trouble. So I think we're going to be heading into Land of Dawn pretty soon. So, Peachy, what would you like to be today? Would you like to be the great analyst that you are, or would you like to go for the play-by-play?
Oh, by play by play. I have not done
Yes.
it in a long time.
I would love to hear it. And there we go. We are into the land of dawn. And let's see, ladies and gentlemen, which team will survive in this tournament and which team will say goodbye tonight in the second best of three series.
Let's see, let's see. Now, first blood though, I think that would be a bit interesting to see, because Boring Adamura takes it away with a Suyu, a very early rotation. I think this is a very new rotation that's coming up from the upper teams that we have been seeing. They just go in for one of their buffs just quickly onto their EXP lane to take them down, and they have been very successful with that. And you being up a assassin, you can make sure to get your buffs very quickly. But let's see, Sky though a little bit behind, just because he did not get a gank right there. But retribution wise also, let's see if he's able to catch up with Boring Adamura.
Love that name, Boring Adamura. The name implies that there's someone called Interesting Adamura, right? But anyways, it looks like mid lane is gonna be maybe a clash perhaps, but no, they actually decide to not initiate anything. Kimi does have better damage than the Zacian in the early game, but right now Shadow Esports already have all the level 4 force, and Kimi getting a little bit of pressure there. Nothing up to point though. One kill into the favor of Shadow Esports and one turtle.
Oh, so far they are on a gold right there, but oh, default though he goes in
Bottom
for the
lane.
black dragon form, goes in for Tornado who just falls away. But wait a minute, Sky though he gets taunted up. He's looking quite low. He tries to push Moon into the
Ooh.
turret. A bit of
Ooh. Oh
revitalizes,
my
helping him
god.
to survive. And Wolfie and Sky did not get it, but Existence too OP though. He made sure to take advantage of that and make sure to get a kill. I think that Garuta shouldn't have recall right there, but the marksman being safe is just 10 on 10 as of now for Astral Reaper.
Yeah, to be fair, he was 1 HP. Was not expecting him to survive in any other way, and if he did, damn, that would have been an extremely close call. But unfortunately, he did not. But so far, Shadow Sports still lead with at least a kill on their hand. But oh, look at mid lane.
Oh, wait a minute. Looks
A
like
lot of
there's
damage.
Sora with the
Ooh.
good amount of setup. He goes into the damage as of now. Moon, though, taking so much. He doesn't have the revitalize. Tornado picks up the double kill. Now, this is the beauty of a Khalid. You can deal damage, you can heal yourself, you can give a very good setup.
Oh, but look at Sora. Oh,
Oh,
not Sora, sorry,
Wolfie.
Suyo.
Unfortunate positioning coming in from Wolfie this time around, but looks like we have the bit of a vision already popped up. That means Turtle. Oh, wait a minute. Sky versus Boring Adamura. Looks like Retribution will be popped out for Sky. That means Boring Adamura. It's a green light
Easy
for him.
turtle.
Yep.
Hey, wait. Melissa won against the Esmeralda. Wink. What happened right there? You're supposed to be the sustain. Was it the. No, there is no inspire. What happened on the top lane? That is crazy. Melissa won against an Esmeralda? Damn, that is not looking good.
That is definitely true. And Existence to OP really loves to surprise, very early on. Look at that Moon taking out so much damage. There's a bit of a taunt. Horsey will be called as of now. Moon takes up so much damage. He is trying to get an AOG. Doesn't gets it on. Existence to OP is still there into the team fight as well. Even though it's a Melissa, the damage is coming up very, very good. Wait a minute. There is a chase. Looks like Yu Jong wants to go for the tornado, but in a safe place as of now.
Yep. Let's see. 3 to 5 score as Select Reaper still quite ahead. But funny enough, look at the goal lead. Shadow Esports is actually the one leading with a 2000 mark, and might be because, both of them have chunked down that gold shield that the turrets had, both the side laners. So that would have definitely helped. So far, though, obviously there's Sora performing really well and great combo. And oh, top lane again, a team fight, but this time around, Esmeralda.
Oh, Sky jumps in with the horse. Look at that Phantom team. This is the ultimate that I was talking about. That 1 second, split second of pause is quite so important so that Yuzhong wins up the lane. It's a double kill, but top lane as well. Existence to OP will be taken down along with Tornado. Boring Adamura tries to goes in for more Wolfie. He is positioning himself very safely, but the turret nonetheless will be falling down. Now the Shadow Esports are opening up the map very quickly. Let's see what they are going to do with the mid lane.
Yeah, bottom lane also getting pushed by default. Pretty interesting. The Yuzhong is actually able to push up the lane, but I think that's the dominance that they have right now. And a buff invasion doesn't really succeed, but hey, if he's forcing Sky to constantly keep an eye on the resources. And right now, that will basically force this another free turtle for Shadow Esports, gaining another goal advantage. And right now, they have all the outer tier turrets, all the first ones, and the side of Astralex Reaper, all the advantage that they have is slowly getting lost.
That is definitely true. And on top of that, Shadow Esports are really quick with their rotations. They're just making sure to come up, or with the top lane, with the mid lane, with the bot lane as quickly as possible. Bot lane, I feel like default is very much self-sufficient as of now. He took down two members, in a 2v1 situation as well. So the team is not moving towards the bottom lane as quite as to the top. They know existence to OP is really, really a good, a marksman. They are not allowing him to farm.
Yep. And I think they're doing a pretty good job at it. They realize, hey, our Esmeralda is kind of struggling, right? So they started to really piece up together. Oh, look at this beautiful Petrify coming in there.
Oh, wait a minute. Skytas comes in with his, horsey, but wait a minute. It's just not over. Before taking up so much damage, he has to go down. That little bit of turret damage as well. Moon, that is five members onto one. Good. Taking down two. The trade goes into the hands of Astral Reaper.
So far, the side of Team Shadow Esports looks like they're going to be in the lead pretty much. They have a 5,000 gold advantage. Not to mention, despite that, oh, look at the damage from Suyo alone.
Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Sora though. Sora just makes a very good damage right there, but just enough for you to take the shutdown for himself as well.
Okay, look at that.
Wink though, taking down so much damage as of now. Tornado will be healing himself a bit. He also knows that he has to get his HP up so that he can serve a bit into these team fights. As of now, Moon is taking down as the front laner. I do want to see him, trying to get those the AOGs in though.
Yeah. Pretty impressive that Astralex Reaper is still kind of ahead in the kills, but I think that's a reason that Shadow Esports is kind of extending at some points, because Suyo should not have gone for that 1 versus 5, right? That shutdown was honestly quite unnecessary. That does push them back a little bit, give away a little bit of bounty to the side of AXR, but still, they have more ground to cover. They're basically able to take this Lord with no hindrances, and seeing that AXR will just push on that bottom lane, get a few items slowly but surely, but they're not going to be able to do much, because once the Lord comes in, I think it's going to be going in the top lane, right? And that turret is also a goner. Yep, that second tier is also going to be falling in the top lane, basically exposing the inhibitor. Thankfully, it has a shield, so I think they will be able to defend the Lord regardless, PG.
That is true. The defender would be there a bit, on a successful side, unless Shadow Esports comes up with lane synchronization and lane pressure, making sure that the inhibitors will be falling down. At least, I feel like at least two or one inhibitors they will be looking forward to, but at the same time, wiping out every single resources from their own land is just crazy as of now. They'll have to wait for the Lord, they'll have to wait for a setup from Tornado as well. There's just a lot that could be happening. Onto the same note, existence to OP has to play it very safe.
Yeah. Let's see, PG, what's happening. Okay, Moon just got the armor right now. We'll be reducing the attack speeds from the Melissa even furthermore. They're pushing in the turrets. All the second tier turrets are getting taken down right now, which is spelling massive danger for the side of AXR. And it doesn't have a shield anymore either in the top lane. So I think they're just good to go and can push in on the top lane and just try to crack down the base, because they have the resources. Here comes the Black Dragon.
Oh, Black Dragon trying to go in for Wolfie as well. He's just making sure that they are out of the way and not dealing damage. But Tornado, on to the other hand, he's trying to deal damage. He goes in, he's taking so much damage. Sora as well. A very good setup, but he's the first one to fall down. There you go. The Lord's already in his sky, already dead. Default with his passive, he's feeling the damage. But oh my goodness, this is such a dream for XC2OP, because his doll is just connected to 5 members. He's dealing damage. XC2OP gets the golden star as of now is dealing damage. Look at that wink though. Will he be able to get out? And yes, he will be getting out safely.
That team fight was very nasty, because Moon got his ultimate in a really great position that AOJ hit at the same time as Ben 14's Fury of the Phoenix. And because of the sync, they were able to stun multiple of the targets. But obviously, the two marksmen, which is of course the Kimi and the existence to OP's Melissa, from the back end, were dishing out a lot of damage and basically spraying their opponents. Like you mentioned, the doll pierced and connected to all the 5 members and was the reason that, if I'm not mistaken, Moon fell down in that team fight because he was taking a lot of free hits to the face. But of course, we cannot discredit Tornado because his damage and his ultimate was really on point. He also stunned 3 people from the side of Shadow Esports, if I'm not mistaken. It's a great job overall. But still, Astralex Reaper find themselves in a really bad position. They don't have 2 of their inhibitors. The last one, obviously, is the main target for Shadow Esports, and an 8,000 gold advantage. Look at the damage coming in. They want to take down Khalid.
Oh, Khalito out of the way with a raging sandstorm, but this is the moment that I was talking about. JTN with the ultimate. Looks like Tornado will be falling down. Default's trying to go to the back lane, but he's taking down so much damage. Sora as well. He's looking quite low. He still tries to give his best. He's set, but he falls down. Eventually, look at them. They are looking quite low. There's a basic attack. Will Waring Adamura be successful with that, given the fact that they have a very good lane clearance? Look at that. Zexus is too OP targeted as of now, but it's being in a very safe position behind those junglers and marksmen is just working very well. But Team Shadow Esports are not getting an opening as of now towards the inhibitor, but
deep.
Moon will be taken down. That will be a lot of correct damage from
Mistake.
the Crystal as well. But double kill for Wolfie. There you go. This time around, Shadow Esports cannot overextend more.
Honestly, I think the moment they saw the Lord, they should have stepped back and just let Astralex Reaper clear the lanes. And right now, they just lost 2 of their bodies. This will be a mistake for them. Oh, the damage! Is it going to be enough? Oh, it is. Wink is able to take down.
Yep, being the core member already down, this means Shadow Esports can go in for a bit of the crystals from the bottom lane, but at the same time, they are very low in the numbers as of now. Wink looking quite low. He's trying to sustain, but we'll see with the Sky Piercer. It's just enough. I think this is a very green light for Astral Reaper going for the Lord, because there's no boring Azamura with this retribution. I know Sky doesn't have the retribution, but they still have a chance. They could try to take down a few of the members right here. Default is definitely a threat, but Shadow Esports, they are going in for a bait.
Yep, and let's see. I think a few mistakes have been made in the last 2 minutes of those fights. Shadow Esports is losing bodies for, honestly, a lot of, like, I would just say these are just mistakes. They can play a little bit more disciplined, because this game was over 2 minutes ago if they just went in for the Lord. But since they decided not to, it's going to be spelling trouble, because Melissa's slowly farming up, right? If they do not finish right now, just like I mentioned in the draft phase, Melissa's damage might be a little bit too much, because yes, she's a marksman that is not that meta. Yes, she's really not the strongest in the laning phase, but right now it's late game. She's slowly getting her items. Her Trinity is going to be done, and once she gets the penetration, either way, you're not going to be able to take so much damage to the face. So Shadow Esports, they got to end this game fast in the next few minutes. The Lord's going to be coming in 14:45, and as the Lord will rush in, we will most likely see if the game ends or not.
That is true. This is a very crucial moment for Astral Reaper as well, given the fact that they are losing members one by one, especially Babu, who is the one who is dealing a good amount of damage. Now with the Lord coming in, there's no inhibitors as well. The pressure is up very high. Look at that. Yuzhong jumps into the back lane. He's trying to take in some damage as well, but Wink will be taken. He will be melted down. Sky onto the next onto the chopping block. But Default, on the other hand, he is sustaining. He is getting up with the help of his passive into the front lane. The Lord is targeting the base. Ben 14 takes down 1 member. It is 2-for-2 trade as of now. Tornado jumps in with the flicker. He just made sure Ben 14 also makes his flicker, but Default though, he's quite low. What about the Sky Piercer? We'll see if he's able to ready that. So they are not going in for a chase, but the lane's coming in. There's a lot of lane coming in for existing too OP to take it down, but Wolfie is also there to help them. So it's gonna be another successful attempt in making sure they stay in this game for a few more minutes.
Yeah, and this is what I was mentioning, right? This fight was honestly, I feel like, where the game might just turn around into favor of Astralex Reaper, because you clearly saw the damage, right? Right now, the side of Shadow Esports is not able to take it that much. Even with the Lord knocking on their base, they were able to dish out enough damage for a simple reason that Melissa does not need to focus on you. She can just throw her, that little doll and just deal with her business while she's dishing out the damage to you as well. One of the main specialties, similar to what is, a Hanabi. We all a lot of players they hate Hanabi players, right? Because can't lane, quite weak scaling. But it's the same thing, same policy. Once it goes to late game,
Yes.
the Trinity will do damage regardless, right? So right now it's all about how well you can burst her before she basically melts you down. So that is the main question that the Shadow Esports have to answer. That's what I think the side of team, sorry, not team, boring Adamura actually tried to do. He went into the back end, but then he started taking turret damage and trying to focus the turret. I think you basically have to take down Melissa and Akimi. Only then you'll be able to end the game right now.
That is true. That is true. Look at them. Let's see how they will be trying to capitalize this Lord, though, because this Lord proves to be very important. As of now, Astral Reaper did not get a chance to contest the Lord, did not get a chance to enter the Reaper area, and they did not get an opportunity to take down the Lord, despite taking down the jungler very early on. Enemy jungler, I mean. So what are they going to do? The third Lord gonna be quite important because Execution 2 OP does get targeted on. He's gonna take so much damage. Oh, he's gonna avoid a lot. Oh, you cannot do that. Ben 14 capitalizes the kill very well. They try to go in default. On the other hand, tries to mark down Wolfie. In turn, he gets himself marked down. And Boring Adamura as well as Moose and Wing into the team fight. I don't think they should have jumped in as of now, but they are low. Tornado flickers out of the way. He's looking quite low. Babu as well. The minions coming in. They are
Okay.
targeting the base, but I don't think that will be enough given the fact that it is gone
Ooh,
like Wolfie
too much
is
damage.
stopping. There is the flicker from Esmeralda. Ben 14 also has to flicker to make sure he is surviving. Now it's a Lord time for the Lord, but Team Astral Reaper will fight back.
Not looking good for the side of Shadow Esports because look at that. There, Astral Reaper is the one with more kills actually. But let's see. Here comes Sora with the combos. Zacian also with the Fury of the Phoenix. Babu getting melted.
Oh, that's true. Look at him. He's quite low, but I feel like he's gonna go back as of now. The existence to OP, not into the team fight, is gonna be a bit problematic given the fact that look at them. Zing is taking down so much damage. That's Wolfie for you. Wolfie needs to be a target as of the same note. That is just so much damage into the hands of Wolfie, almost going in for a wipeout.
This is exactly what I was talking about, right, Peachy? If they didn't end the game in that 15-minute mark, it's gonna be a 180. And right now, SLX Reaper takes their first objective in the game. It's the Lord, and right now, it's full on in their favor. The momentum has shifted. It is Astral X Reaper with no inhibitors on site, yet they're gonna be the ones coming in with the Lord, and obviously right now bothering all of the turrets that have been standing so far for the side of Shadow Esports, but not for too long. And honestly, considering their team composition, I think they're gonna. This might be a losing battle because guess what? Yujong, not a late game hero. Suyo, not exactly a late game hero. They don't have any late game hero actually. What am I saying?
That's true. That's true. Look at them as of now. The minions, though, even though there's no minions, they are still trying to get those turret down quickly as possible. The lot marching in. I don't see a bit of a lane synchronization given the fact that there's a lot of structures open there. But okay, they are trying to push back members one by one so that they take them down. A very good thing coming in from the side of Astral Reaper, but they're lacking members into this team fight. That's gonna happen. Ben 14 did make sure to get that ultimate in, but Existence to OP trying to position herself in a very safe position away from Moon as well. Look at that. She's trying to heal back as well. Wings are taking so much damage. Sky will be going down. Okay, a bit of an retribution trying to slow them down as well, but Boring Adamura goes in for Existence. Takes them down. Wink also goes back. Boring Adamura, what is he going to damage? Because but in turn he is going down as well. It's a double kill. Tornado who's in for a heal, but they are still trying to get in, and Boring Adamara will be falling down. That Tornado is down as well. It's a 3-4-3 trade while the main member, the Wolfie, is still alive.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good for the side of Team Shadow Esports. They're getting pushed to the edge from basically only losing one turret to down to having their inhibitors exposed. The side of Shadow Esports, they want to respond back. They did a great team fight, but it was a 3-4-3 trade. And considering they're behind, an equal trade is not what they need. They need better trades. Let's see. No late games. If they can turn this around into their favor again, they're basically settled with this series because it honestly feels like SLX Reaper is going to take this game because it's going too much into the late game category where the Kimi and the Melissa shine way too much for them to lose this out.
That is true. That is true. Look at them as of now. There's another lot coming up. I believe this is like, oh, they are trying to be another team who are going in for the fifth lord. I do remember one of the teams who went in very hard, almost to the sixth, but before so they could take the sixth lord, they ended the game. So are they
Yep,
trying to break the record as of now?
possible, perhaps. Let's see. It's been 3 lords so far, if I'm not mistaken, right? And this is
Yes.
going to be the fourth one. Sky taking down
Uh,
that minion. Let's see. I think they can go for a sneaky play because Melissa gotta go back. It's time for a green light.
That is true, that is true. Going Adamura, he does have his retribution up along with Sky. Now the Sky though, he's not able to get in to the river area as quickly as possible. Moon is there guarding. Default is also there as a guard standing there. But look at them. They are waiting it up. What are they going to do? As of now, it's just the Lord Dance coming up. One of the members have to go back towards the base. They also know the minions are really annoying. But at the same time, Moon intercepting them. There goes default as well. Looks like Zutsu Esports just said, Halla ball, goes in for a team fight. Existence 2 OP is getting targeted on. Will be taken for you. And Tornado as well as Sky are still trying to take down Ben 14. Will be successful in that, but they have to go back. They have to make sure they are not hunted down by Wink as well as Boeing Adamura. But at the same time, I feel like they lost the Lord.
Minions rushing on the base. That's the thing about not having in. Oh, so much
Tornado is
sustain, but
there.
he's all alone there, and he will
Oh,
most. Oh,
he
he did
survived!
not commit. That's crazy.
He survived. Now this is the time for Shadow Esports to actually go in for the Lord very quickly. Goodness, there is just so much going around. There is just so much that Shadow Esports has to give. And they are not letting any of the members go. Wait a minute, look at that going on the takes
Close.
away the Lord. Now Tornado did make sure to get a very good chance. But oh, wait a minute, Winter Crown along with that. That is where he's surviving this massacre. And yep, this time no lucky charm for him.
Let's see. Let's put it into statistics. Both teams are right now climbing towards that 80,000 gold mark.
Oh,
Insanity. But this is going to be
crazy.
a massively beefed up Lord. Rushing towards the base. Let's see how good the lane sync is going to be. We're going to be seeing Winter Crowns and Immortalities popping up everywhere. Look at that. It's coming in into the hands of everyone right now. So let's see. Last possibly the last Lord fight. This is where Shadow Esports has to go whole gung ho completely. Like I said, Allah Ball, time to go in. Let's
They
see.
did. They did
They are
say
doing it.
hello world. Like this is too OP. He has to pop up the wind of nature. It does have the immortality as a bit of there, but he has to go target up the Lord. There is a lot of damage coming. I'm boring out the more moon as well as wing. They all very low, but Astral Reaper, two members already down. They are the ones who were into the front lines. That is just so much HP for them, but down as well. They lost by one, and the turret also falling down. There you go. Looks like Team Shadow Esports will be winning up the first match.
I think what was it? It was like 25 minutes, right? It went 25
Yes,
minutes, I think. Pretty insanely long game. And I think it all went wrong the moment they could not end the game at 15 minutes. It
yes.
extended to a 10 minutes of long long battle that continued on and on and on until the last Lord fight, where I gotta give credits, of course, the mage decisions ultimate. It just hit the right perfect spot for, of course, the side of Team Shadow X Esports, and they were able to basically get the final push that they needed. That base has been open for very long, and Astral X Reaper really great defenses. But I'm going to be honest, this was mainly due to the fact that Astral X Reaper made mistakes on 2 occasions. The first one, they could not target the Melissa, and the second one, they were too rushing to end the base, where basically they got taken down. They lost their members. They, if the second game they kind of play like this, I think SLX Reaper has a chance to push it to a third game. But let's see, Shadow Esports, I hope they can even step it up on the next match, because hey, if you don't, you gotta. I mean, if you since you're winning already, you gotta go for a clean sweep. Or else, if you push it to a third game, the risk levels rise up and you're in the lower brackets, there's no second chances.
That is true. It's day number two. It is going to be a bit of, high pressure gameplays coming in from both the sides, and these teams are just waiting it out. So, playing it out so well as well. We have almost seen going out in a clean sweep the first match, but no, the teams are holding it out. The whole teams are taking to the game number three. Would love to see those kind of a gameplays coming up, but at the same time, would love to know who picks up the MVP.
Yep, definitely. I think we'll get the idea, the MVP or the highlights as soon as possible, and we'll obviously see who goes in. Let's see. Okay, we're getting the match highlights.
Okay, so far looking quite good. There you go. Moon. He was the one taking down so much damage. Like rather than the AOG place, he was the one onto the front lane. That is a bit, I did not want to see that kind of a gameplay coming in from a Gatot Kacha.
Yep, absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, make sure you hydrate yourself. Don't dehydrate. Peachy, hydrate yourself as well, right? And 3-5 score right now. Astralex. And not why am I? It is match highlights. For a second, I thought it was replay. I got lost for a second, but we can clearly see during the matches where the side of Team Astralex Reaper. Look at this. This was the strength of basically default and Yu Zhang being showcased how good you can go for. Oh, also this beautiful engage that showed up in the top lane with that Gatot Kacha ultimate, but it amounted to honestly nothing. This is where they kind of got a few negative traits in a lot of scenarios, but amazing, amazing ultimates that came in from the side of the Zacian, honestly. Impressive
Yes,
work. But you can clearly see here where the needle connected to so many of the members,
great.
this Yu Zhang, as well as I think the Suyu got taken down. No, Suyu did not get taken down, but still, this was another beautiful engage. I think the Zacian is honestly a huge problem for SLX Reaper, and they better take it for themselves, or they gotta move it away.
That is true. Maybe in the next match we will be looking at the same, but as of now, that was definitely a lot. That was definitely a lot for Astral Reaper. Now they did make sure to have good amount of lane clearance onto their hands as well. So with that, they did manage to clear up so many lords. I mean, this is very rare sight that you see four lords in one match.
Yep, four lords. I mean, a game going so long is already a massive sign, obviously, that something definitely went wrong. And I definitely think what went wrong was obviously the mistakes. I think we'll see around on this time around. They take down existence to OP on this fight. They're trying to go in, but Yuzhong goes in a little bit too deep and gets taken out. There we go. They lose a member. They're trying to go in for the Kimi, but they could not take down the Kimi, if I'm not mistaken. And this was, I think, the close call, right? Where the tornado escapes on 1 HP or something. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, this is where he escapes in 1
Yes.
HP.
I mean, three members onto him. There was like a chase. It was just like 1 centimeter away, but Boring Adamura did not go in for the next. So that was there.
Yep, absolutely right, PG. And I think, yeah, I think this game went 24, 25 minutes. Yep, 25 minutes. Quite a long match, extended quite a bit. But let's see. I think this is where the game ended, right? Yeah, this is where the game ended. Or was
Yes.
it? This is where the. No, this is where the game ended, absolutely. It basically went to 25 minutes and quite an extended game. But let's see, Shadow Esports, can they basically change the pace and end the second game a bit faster? We'll soon find out. And obviously, the
Oh.
deserving MVP, 100% Ben 14. Amazing ultimates coming in from the Zacian.
100%. I mean, those split seconds are really, really important when you are on a Zushin. Even if you're not on the team fights, you pop your ultimate. If you pop it on such a great timing, you yourself will be, giving your team the advantage of taking them down, that giving them a bit of a stun before they recover. This chain CC could help so much. So, yep, looks like Ben 14 really did a very good amount, and with that game was definitely well, and that just left Shadow Esports for the match point.
Yeah. Let's see game number two, what really happened. Shadow Esports, I think they're going to be getting the next. Oh no, they're going to be getting the second pick. So they will go for the mandatory Zushin ban, but maybe they will decide to not stick to it because, they are. I'm not sure if SLX Reaper's Wolfie plays the Zushin that much. I've seen him on the Zeshin, I've seen him on the Lunox and the Kimi, and Kimi performance is pretty great. So is the Lunox, and I think the Lunox ban will definitely be guaranteed. But yeah, Shadowy Sports, let's see. And SLX Reaper, I think they should definitely take this Zeshin for themselves because I
Yes.
think it definitely created way too much problem. Okay, Shadowy Sports just decide to ban out the Zushin. After all, it's the mandatory ban, 30
Yes.
times banned.
Crazy numbers on her though. Like when you're onto the red side, it just becomes like so compulsory to ban up the Zushin. Or if you take the gamble, you know what happens in the game.
This reminds me of
So,
like season 22 or 3 where second pick you ban chip.
oh
Second pick you
yeah.
ban chip. If you don't ban chip you just surrender. I remember playing rank games back then. Even solo players who would play the most horrendous games knew that you have to ban the chip.
Yeah. And this is actually surprising. The Zushin not being a new hero also and still being onto the ban section. I think mad respect for her to sit
Because of
very quiet.
me,
This
I
is
keep buffing her every night. But yeah.
Let's see. So far, we're getting the Sora ban as of now. Astral Reaper. They did make the Sora work. The Sora was such a very good, a hero for them. The setups were 100% very good for them. But I don't think that was the match that they had to play Sora.
Damn, Master X Reaper actually ban out the Zacian for themselves. Interesting choices they're going for right now. So Kelia's open, Gatotkacha's open, and Sora's banned out, Freya's banned out. Yuzhong is open for themselves if they want. They can go for the Yuzhong, take it away from, of course, default. Or what else can they go for? I think other than that, there's not many options left. What do they go for? Yeah, they go for the Yuzhong. They go for one of the big troublemakers. Let's see how good it works out for them. Great win rate on Yuzhong, man. 88%.
That's a very good numbers indeed. But at the same time, the Claude is open. While Freya is banned up, I feel like the Claude could pop up into the hands of Shadow Esports as of now. So that could happen, but at the same time,
Okay.
yep, one of the fastest jungler as of now will be picked OISS. I think they are not gonna put this on a flex. I just have a feeling.
Let's see, right? Because some people still play the Yushin Flex. But like I mentioned, maybe Shadow Esports will take things old school. And Astralex Reaper, they have the golden opportunity to go for the Claude as well. They have two good really picks, and they can even go for the Kalia. Yep, there's a Hilda, but that's the thing. If you try to combat the Hilda with the Khalid right now, it might not work out the best. Because you have the Kalia, man. Kalia is amazing. And you can obviously force the side of Shadow Esports to pick up the Purifies, which will make it harder for them to escape, right? So
Yes.
I think a Claude and a Kalia would be pretty great, but no, they actually go for the other two options. It's gonna be the carry and the Minotaur. Okay, they do go for a DHS user and they go for a knockup, but instead it's gonna be two different heroes. Really interesting. They're gonna be going with the Minotaur. How good is Minotaur still? I'm not really exactly sure. I haven't played him in a long while. To be fair, I haven't played the game in a long while. But yeah, the Farsa is gonna be showing up. Farsa is gonna be pretty much the safe if, of course, the Minotaur doesn't go in for a huge flicker dive in.
That's true. And top of that, Team Shadow Esports are looking for a bit of a range onto their hands. So this is also looking good. But Minotaur, I feel like it's a bit situational, in my opinion, given the fact that your heals, your Minon and Fury can help your teammates, but you need a good follow up. You need your teammates to, initiate as quickly as you initiate. So if that's gonna happen with the Minotaur, it is well and good. But with the blinks and the dashes that Shadow Esports have, it's a bit dicey to get the Minon and Fury on.
Main thing is escaping, right? If people can easily escape your area of effect, it's basically kind of wasted immediately. And of course, a Purify is still in an option. So let's see how good Shadow Esports can dodge it. Good thing Astralex Reaper, they're finally learning it. I saw it in a few games. I think it was in the upper brackets itself. They pick the carry, but they don't ban out the Granger. I think it was against
Yes.
Crisis as well. And it was pretty obvious that Crisis is obviously going to pick out the Granger, and they won that game easily. So good choice on banning out the Granger right now. They can, I mean, They can imagine that this Yushin is goal lane or something and just deal with it, but why take the risk? And with this,
Agree.
Khadita and Guinevere getting banned as well. Astralus Reaper might just go for another goal laner. I think that would be the good decision, honestly.
I think they could pick up Kimmy once again. Kimmy as well as the Minotaur. The combo works very well. The Minotaur can give a knock up. Kimmy can immobilize them. That would work very well. So let's see if Astral X Reaper will let Wolfie play Kimmy once again or not. But at the same time, Shadow Esports, they still have to pick up a jungler if they are letting YSS on a gold lane. And actually, I have seen a YSS work very well against a carry though. So I feel like
Yep.
this is going to be a gold lane YSS.
Yeah, very possible. Many people play the YSS. Funny enough, he actually works against 99% of the goal laner. I think the
Yes.
only goal laner he kind of doesn't work against is like a Harriet sometimes, because Harriet is too tanky for YSS to be dealt with. So let's see. Hassel Reaper last ban. Did they miss it? I think they missed it. Damn. But that's gonna be bad news for themselves. Shadow Esports. Oh no, they did not miss it. Okay, they ban out the Lapu Lapu. Most likely for the Dragon, but to be fair, I think there's still a lot of EXP lane options, like the Alice getting picked up on that EXP side.
Alice is gonna be a bit of a trouble, but at the same time, Alice with a vengeance is definitely a bit of a double trouble for the carry. Now, early game, mid game, I don't think carry can engage with a Alice, but towards the late game, when the items are up, that's gonna be quite a lot possible. I feel like they can go in for that very much. So let's see. This game is definitely late game based. Hello.
What the hell? A Nana showing up out of nowhere. First time getting picked in this Indian Championship Series, ladies and gentlemen. Her debut, and damn, I did not expect a Nana to be showing up. Does it work? I mean, it's a mage. God damn
On a
it.
theory, I think can disrupt Alice, can disrupt the YSS, or even Joy if she places the
I think
Melina
the main
well.
is Farsa. You want to
Oh,
stop the Farsa.
yes, but the range though, like if that airstrike is
Play
just too
Assassin
much.
Nana.
Eudora Nana,
Yeah,
sit in the bush.
it trended for a while, I think, when people were bursting people with Nana. I used to
Yes,
do that
yes.
when
All
Nana was over buffed. I remember even her like getting hit by two of her ults and the first skill, you're basically dead as
yes.
but let's see. Astralex Reaper coming up with very creative draft right now. Uranus Jungle is not something that is extraordinary. It does show up all, once in a while. I am not my biggest, I'm not favor of it. I don't like it. It works. It's like it's do you know that meme where they put a shape boxes and they say it goes in the square hole? Do you know that one? Yeah,
I
it's like that. You're basically
yeah,
putting the round
correct.
one in the square hole. Uranus is like that.
Yeah.
You're putting a round one in the square hole. It works. But do I like it? Absolutely not. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we go into the land of dawn. It's going to be Shadow Esports versus Astral X Reaper. Astral X Reaper trying to push it into a game three, but Shadow Esports, let's see if they've evolved from the game number one. And of course, myself, Ray, and I'm joined by Peachy into the PvP role. And she's going to be bringing you that hype of those team fights. Let's see. Already, rotations in the top lane.
Oh, let's go. Looks like we are getting the first blood. That would be the
The
EXP
classic.
laner once again. This happened to the last game as well.
This is the classic. I feel like as a Yuzhong or like any XP that cannot run away instantly, and there's a Farsa, you should expect it because Farsa can immediately come your lane. And not just EXP actually, gold laners as well. But most of the time, gold laners have flicker. Look at that. Yuzhong doesn't have it. So if you're playing Yuzhong and there's a Farsa, please keep that in mind, guys.
That's true. Now, as of now, Moon is trying to go in for a bit of a invade and YSS jungle. Crazy um, combo coming in from Astral Reaper. This time they are looking quite low, talking about Sky, but Wings a bit late though.
Yep, a little bit late, but it's gonna be okay. Shadow Esports still has one kill, and the Alice sustaining very well against the Yuzhong. Not gonna be losing that lane, and Ben 14 very keen on making sure he's not having the best time on his lane.
Oh, Alice just jumps in once again, but there comes the team of Astral Reaper for the bit of a protection. But wait a minute, at default though, just sustaining so much. That is Moon for you. Takes up another kill along with default. Look at them, they are on a chase for Wolfie. Oh, wait, nah, that is just too much damage, and default leaves in a sliver of HP. That's almost a wipe out happening. And Shadow Esports are gaining those advantage early on.
Yep, good for them right now, Shadow Esports. Getting the snowball that they desperately needed in the last game. They've realized that playing way too disciplined in the early game is not going to be that good. And finally, basically putting their gloves on and basically starting punching. And I think if they can continue on that pace, they will be able to basically get this victory pretty soon. But let's see, eh? The game is still pretty early, but oh, look at the bottom lane. Lot of damage.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's definitely a lot of damage, and plus those members are coming in quite early on to attack. So, I mean, the Shadow Esports have clearly picked up a early game team composition, so they are making use of it. Look at that. I love how 14 has been roaming around, giving them that rotation. But Moon this time around so low in HP, but the passive from the bush is waiting it out. Oh, wait a minute. Boring Adamura goes in for the ultimate rhythm of joy. He's just waiting it out, but at the same time, he could not get a kill. But the
Yep.
fight doesn't stop there.
Oh,
Feather Eye Strike taking down Wolfie. Wolfie this time though, despite giving such good Molina, she's not able to be in the team fight. Man, he is getting targeted time by time. That is definitely sad. Oh, Moon though this time will be going safely.
yep, they're gonna be safe for now, but pretty sure Shadow Esports in the lead. They're taking in the game in their control this time around. Only 2 kills so far, and Astral X Reaper struggling a little bit. 3,000 goal advantage, and this Nana is quite questionable. 2 deaths already, even with her passive, and I think might be going for the third death. Oh, a flicker at the last second in the mid lane.
Okay, so far Wolfie does get targeted once again. Look at them, Shadow Esports still trying to go in for more now that they are trying to target Sky. I'm not sure why the Uranus jungle though. What is the decision behind that? Do they want to sustain? But what about the damage? Are they putting all the damage on carry? But the carry is not coming in. I know carry needs items as of now, but what about the early game and the mid game? Are you guys gonna let it go?
Yeah, that's the thing. Your Uranus jungle just serves the purpose of being a front line. Honestly, that's the. Oh, look at the damage. Minotaur getting melted away. Double kill secured for Boring Adamura.
Oh, look at them. Wolfie is on a chase once again from default this time. Molina already on point, but the team members are falling down one by one with the Minotaur as well. They are not able to sustain onto the team fight. Even with the Uranus, they are not able to sustain. Look at them. They are losing those turrets one by one.
Yep. And right now mid lane. Oh, look at the pressure that the Joy is creating. She's basically not even afraid of going inside the tier 2s right now. And that's basically proving to show that the advantage they have is very substantial. 5,000 gold lead and a 10 kills, basically 8 kill advantage over the side of Astral X Reaper. They're really taking it serious this time around, and we'll see, obviously, if they're able to end this game fast, unlike last one, which went really late game. Next turtle is going to be coming in 70 seconds, 1 minute and 10 seconds. Alice quite tanky, not even taking damage. Look at the Farsa.
Oh, look at that. Farsa is able to do so much damage, right? Being so behind Tornado, try to do his best, but no, has to fall down along with Babu. Now, members of the Astral Reaper are falling one by one. They are not able to get it. The snowball has clearly got into the hands of Shadow Eagle. Look at that exit from 2OP. Does get two-shotted right there into the hands of this boring Adamura. Triple kill secured. Are they gonna go in for the maniac? But the next turret is just definitely gonna fall down quite easily.
Yep. Oh, so deep. Boarding Adamura. I was talking about going tier 2. Not inside the Nexus itself. That is way too deep. Damn, boarding Adamura. Is that lagging? Or is that just way too much confidence? That is unnecessary, homie.
That is definitely true, but with the same note, now that the mid lane has been targeted quite easily, you still have one last turtle left. Team Shadow Esports will be eyeing on that, or maybe they will be trying to go for an early lot. Let's see what the decisions will be telling. But default out to the same note, he's taking in too much damage. I think getting out of the way, but no, he's still trying to target. Okay, he gets out, but oh, this is what I was talking about. Wolfie will be taken down. That would be Wolfie who takes down default. But wait a minute, they are not able to get the damage on into the team fight.
Yep, I think Astrolix Reaper will have to basically again try the same maneuvers. Go for the late game. I think trying to just take away the Yuzhong obviously is not going the way that they wanted it to be. So obviously, right now they're struggling quite a bit, and they're caught in the same predicament where they're down to their inhibitors in the mid lane and in the bottom lane. The top lane is still secured by the Yuzhong, but obviously since they're already down so many turrets on the others, they have to focus there and eventually look at that. Right now the Farsa is going to be pushing in the turrets with no obstructions itself, and they're just going to be fine. And I think the UNS jungle is just way too of a stalemate pick, and right now the Alice is right now pressuring the whole of Team Astralis Reaper all alone by herself.
That is true. The Alice is able to do that much just being alone, like four members in. She's not even worried that there is a carry on your back as well. So they know they can get the damage as of now. The turtle will be taken. The Lord's gonna come in well in another minute while Team Shadow Esports are trying to look for more as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and with this, let's see. Okay, 4 to 15 score. About to go for that 10-minute mark. 10,000 goal advantage, full on snowball game into the favor of Shadow Esports. This time around, they're doing much, much better. The shields are there, but I think they're trying to take it out. Look at the damage from the Farsa, so much, so heavy. And right now, pushing them, forcing the turret to explode. Let's see, Joy. And with this, looks like the Joy is actually able to survive this time despite going in so deep and able to get a kills from Existence to OP, and Babu gets taken down as well. And right now the team is still
Bye.
going to be starting. Oh, look at that. Oh,
Oh,
didn't.
Sky though, that was just too
Oh,
much
oh.
damage. Look at that tornado. That takes one, take two. Moon looking quite low as well. But wait a minute, there is Boring Alamura waiting for that. Wait a minute, is this a put to triple kill?
I
Oh
would
my
love for
goodness.
them to just give the Minotaur the Mania. Come on, just do it. Do it for the
That-
memes.
but there's a chase going on for this, Boring Atamura as well. But this time around, it would be the Boring Atamura who wins up that. Oh, wait a minute. Ben 14 pops up his ultimate very quite early on. Not sure why.
Yeah. And right now, what can Astral X Reaper do? They were able to basically pause this game to almost 20 minutes last time and have the dominance, but this time around, Shadow Esports have basically checked all the boxes and they're making sure there's no lead given away. Yes, there's a few blunders, but hey, they've taken down the inhibitor on the top lane, and right now they're going to be able to get this Lord easily as well with no competition coming in from the side of Astralex Reaper. Alice alone basically offending the side of team AXR, and this might be the final push that's going to be coming in. Oh, 20 seconds away for the Lord to come in.
Let's see. Let's see how the Lord's gonna come in. Let's see how the Lords they will be trying to get it on as quickly as possible. Oh, Paradise are coming in. They're just making sure that the members will be low enough, trying to push them back because the minions are coming in, and with the minions, the pressure is gonna be quite high. Oh, boring. Adamura, he goes in. Just missed it by a second for his ultimate. But Mundo, he's taking so much damage. Will be taken on. It's a 4v5 situation. Tornado is up as well. He is waiting it out. Wings immunes it. and gets away. The Lord's gonna march in very quickly, and this game is comparatively shorter than the first game. But okay, Ben 14 makes a flicker play. He's still trying to get targeted, but it's just Kevin Speed. Tornado will be the first one. Sky almost there, but the turret will be just enough to take down Babu. The Lodge there. Wink though, he capitalizes carry as quickly as possible. He himself is getting targeted. The base is looking quite open as well as of now, and they are targeting one by one. Look at them, and that we got it. It's a clean sweep from side of Team Shadow Esports.
Yep, Shadow Sports, they will get a clean sweep and a very fast one. I think they ended it around 10 minutes exactly,
Uh,
somewhere around that. Great
11,
job to,
12.
of course, yeah, I think 10, 11, 12, right? Yeah, around that clock.
Yes.
So great job, Shadow Esports. Looks like in the last game they were probably struggling with something, and a few mishaps were made, a few miscommunications or maybe misconnections happened for them, and they basically got into a cycle of trying to end the game, and they couldn't because, of course, they did not have a single late game in their hands last time, and because of it, they struggled almost 25 minutes. Very extended, long game that we had in our hands, but finally, but surely, they're able to end this series in a really good note with a really fast-paced game. And with this, unfortunately, Astral X Reaper will be saying goodbye to you. But guys, of course, you made it to, of course, this lower brackets. So next time, keep on improving and obviously try to change up your lineups. You have a strength, but that is also your weakness. Of course, having a gold laner that only plays ADC, that can become your strength when games go very late like that. But it's not going to go late each time around. So I hope they can improve, and obviously we'll see them in the next tournaments. And Shadow Esports, they're still gonna stick around to fight even bigger teams. Who won against Godlike versus Merino? By the way, I missed it by just a second. It was
It was
Godlike, right?
godlike. Yes,
Okay, Godlike
godlike.
avenged themselves against Merino, who pushed them down to the lower brackets. So good job on them, and it's looking pretty hard in the lower brackets itself, right, PG?
Yes, definitely. Look at that match highlights in. But I would love to highlight one fact that Astral Reaper is one of the few teams who have taken Savage. So this
But,
is also another good achievement that they have for themselves.
yeah, with this, I think, oh yeah, around 12 minutes, right? You were right. It was around 12-minute mark. We see the highlights being played out here. 8 to 21 score, massive kill difference this time around, and having the YSS just played off really perfectly. They were able to end the base. You can see that Unis is not able to do much, and YSS just wins it off. No, YSS actually gets taken out. Funny enough, but we will get the MVP. It's gonna be again another match. It's gonna be Ben 14 itself, 4-0-10, continuous MVP streak.
That's cool. That's cool. Coming in from bench 14, 64% of kill participation, 26% of damage dealt. And top of that, his feathered airstrike was not stopping. He did not care if his teammates were going in for a gank. He did not care if the teammates are going in for, a fight. He just popped it no matter what.
Absolutely right. Great performance. I definitely think the first game's vision is still impressive. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to be taking a short little break because we still have two more best of three series left for us. So make sure to stay tuned at Zutsu Esports, and we'll be right back with the third best of three series of tonight. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another game of the Indian Championship Series brought to you by Zutsu Esports, powered by AOC Gaming. And this is going to be the lower bracket games where we get the top four of the lower bracket, and they will be going head to head against each other tomorrow or day after, possibly. So let's see. Right now, it's going to be Dakusena versus Mitaru. So a rematch of the round of 16 games like we had for Godlike versus Merino. So let's
Mhm.
see, can Dakusena go ahead with the win all over again, or does Mitaru do something for themselves? And for now, Debbie and Sarah, this will be us on the casting desk.
I'm very excited to see this game so far here. Best of three series. This is definitely going to be a good decider for who is going to be staying into this tournament as long as possible. So Dakusena, they have to bend away. They are onto the first pick. They bend away Kairos Fanny. This is definitely going to be a good ban coming through for their side because he's really comfortable onto their hero, no matter the situation is going to be. And Gatot also taken away. But for Metaru, they always have to remove out the Jushin here because they are onto the second pick. You really can't let go of this hero no matter what. So this is gonna be a very targeted ban onto the side of Dakusena. Meanwhile, for Metaru, they ban away the hero that is gonna be very, very good into the meta right now.
That's exactly what just the comfort picks of both teams getting taken away. The Freya Fanny Garakacha banned away by DS, and Mitaru meanwhile will take away the Jushin for Peekaboo and of course Jazz's Grok. We have seen him play that hero way too many times for any team to leave it open now. And also missed a lot of tech charges, but hey, we don't talk about the ETBTs here and there. But
Mhm.
let's see. Third ban for Mitaru is gonna be the Kalia. No, they instead take out the Yuzhong. I mean, I wouldn't want Hiranbush to pick up the Yuzhong, but okay.
Mhm.
Yisun Shin will be given away to DS, and it could go to either Funny or Silver here. So that's going to be one flex pick left open for the side of DS right now. Metaru, meanwhile, can take up the Yi for themselves along with the Esmeralda to deny Hiranbush of his hero, or they can choose to go in for something like the Carry Kalia combo, which is so very popular right now.
Yeah, right now it's definitely gonna be up to the par here. And the thing is, the carry doesn't really come into the first pick, so the Kalea does, right? So it can really come here together with the Sora as well if they want the Sora here against this comp. But when you see Yi Xin already, the first option that you really wanted to go for is a big bursty hero into the magic damage side here. So there we go. Kalea is gonna be the pick that they want to go for, and then the Claude as well. So they don't want to flex out onto whatever heroes that they want to go for because they just directly go into Tizen's hero. That is going to be the Claude here, and I think it's very risky to pick out the Claude in this scenario into the first phase, but still it does wonders to teams here. So I'm pretty sure that they want to go for a bit of a combination here with the Kalea as well. But looking at the pick so far for the side of Dakusena here, now that they have a good flex onto the Yishunshin, what do you want? What is a good hero that they could go for here against the Cloud? The Yif should be out of option here against the Cloud. You do not really want to do it again. But the Farsa though could be a solid choice, no?
It actually could be. It even counters the Claude from trying to go in for setup. But hey, 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 that's gonna be an instant Esmeralda lock along with the Zacian. We do not talk about the Zacian enough in these kind of drafts because of the fact
Mm-hmm.
that whenever Kalia uses a Tsunami Slam, the Zacian can just hit up with the Fury of the Phoenix and disrupt the entire chain CC, which the side of Kalia can do. So technically enough,
Yep.
DS does have a game plan tonight and they would like to execute it to the best of their potential. But Metaru, they need to figure something out to counter that Esmeralda and Zacian. And
Mm.
they go in for the Lunox. So Lunox Kalia combo and then the Claude for the backup onto the backline. Definitely pretty good.
This is actually a good setup for a bit of a utility into the jungle too. Definitely gonna be an okay one at that too. Now I think Metaru though they should be the one banning. Okay, it's with the presence of the Zeton and the Esmeralda already. There's no chances that they have to pick away the Lapu Lapu, right? So they cannot pick out any different those heroes right now. So they shouldn't. Okay, this is gonna be a good ban coming through from the side of Metaru here. They are removing out the possibility of the CC being picked away too. And now that I think about it, in this combination, it's already very strong. A big two. two big resources that can be in handy for the side of Dakusena here. They have a magic source from the Esmeralda already, and they also have a magic source from the Z10 now. But they also not don't have the burst on the magic side here just yet. But still, up to this level, they're still flexing onto the Yi Shin. So this is gonna be giving a very bad start for the side of Metaru here. So they cannot really discuss. They cannot really just ban away some marksman's heroes because they still don't know where the Yi Shin is going.
Exactly so. And they actually take out the Lancelot to give that, impression that they want the Yisenshin into the jungle. So technically enough,
Uh-huh.
DS is the one playing mind games. So I'm kind of impressed with that. Let's see. Metaru, they need to find something to counter the jungle. I think they might want to ban out on the Suyo maybe, but they take out the
Mm.
CC. They are expecting the Ascension into the jungle, so that trick kind of worked there. DS for
Yep.
their final ban might take out the Guinevere because it is
Yeah.
usually a big issue with the setup draft like this. I really do hope they ban out the Guinevere here. So right now, DS they are pretty 50-50 situation. If they leave the Guinevere, then it's going to be a very difficult game for them because Metaru has an insane amount of burst damage for any kind of CC that comes in. But okay, yeah, that's good enough for them there.
Yep, good enough for their side here though, Dakusina. They're reading it so well with the pick of the utility onto the hands of Mitaru right now. So I don't know if Kyril is gonna be very comfortable onto those utility here because the assassins are already bent away from him. They're kind of, stopping him from going for his comforts here. The Fanny and the Lancelot pretty much said it all. And there's no reason for them to go for another damage, right? Yeah, there we go. It's gonna be the Lapu Lapu against the Esmeralda. I was sure that they wouldn't be picking up this hero, but look at the last pick though. Harris together. We talked about the burst damage that they need onto the mage hero, onto the magic damage dealing heroes, and now they have a Funny Valentine onto the Harris. Now this is looking so good, and now they have the Tigreal again. Tigreal is basically a hero that is used when you try to counter out a good setup here, something like a pick off, and the Kalea fits so well into that too. But the fact that the Claude can go on a Purify is definitely going to be saying it a lot. They should struggle with the Claude here, but they will be able to layer out onto those crowd control if they have the big opportunity here too, and maybe set it up for them. And there we go. The last pick is going to be the Leo mod, which is what he is left with for Kyrell. No utility for him just yet. I think it's definitely going to be important that he have that early game on this hero.
Exactly. So, Leomord is actually a very good jungle pick here. It does outscale the Ascension into the early game a bit, and then given the burst damage that Metaru is going in for here, it works amazingly well with that draft. DS need to play it out a bit safe and save that implosion only and only for the Leomord at the neutral objectives like Lord and Turtle if they want to win out that specific team fight. But the rest of it though, the Esmeralda will have to go around the entire map to try and zone out the Claude and Lunox from joining team fight. And of course, the Zacian needs to save that ultimate for when Kalia goes in for the Tsunami Slam. And if I'm not wrong, that Tsunami Slam will 90% of the time be aimed towards the Tigreal and the Esmeralda itself. One Lunox and Claude get their births, but hey, welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 between a DS versus Mitaru revenge match. Let's just say DS will look to move forward into the round of 8, 4 into the upper bracket, 4 into the lower bracket, while Mitaru probably won their revenge right now. As of right now, both teams are just going smoothly and neutral early game for now.
Yep, this is gonna be a slow game into the start for the side of Betaru here because they don't want to go for the early game aggression. Sure, they do have a Leomord, but the Leomord is gonna be, able to farm out and get out the first turtle if he have a good setup for their side. But they do have two scaling heroes onto their side, the Lunox and the Cloud. This is what they are gonna be playing for here. So they have plan B for their side. The plan A is gonna go for the snowball here, but I don't think that's gonna be happening because it is a Lunox into the mid lane without that much of a good clearance here, and also not much of a big damage into the early stage of the game. So for now, Dakusena, they can play around this map, play it very well in particular, have a good rotation, start onto the turtle as well, because it's very important that silver onto the Yisensen gets the first turtle, because that is where the heroes the itemization can come true onto the Eastern Shin, and Eastern Shin without the first turtle kind of struggles into the team fights most of the time. So they definitely have to need to have a good setup for this one objective.
That's exactly what. And technically speaking, the map opening for the side of Mitaru is going to be a little difficult. I mean, it's going to be difficult for both the teams because the Kalia might want to open up the map. The Tigreal is going to catch him down. The Tigreal wants to open up the match, and the Kalia is going to catch him down. So that is a very 50-50 situation for these two teams right now. And now the first hurdle is going to be coming up. Jazz is going to be the one in better positioning as compared to Kalia. Leomord, obviously, looking for that Phantom Steed. The knockup will already be used up by Jazz. And yeah, that's going to be a smooth little distraction. But the turtle will be
Wow.
secured by Silver. But the first blood will be coming in from good boy Joseph onto the Esmeralda, while Jazz also gets taken down by Luke, the antagonist, by the use of a flicker.
That was a good setup coming through from the side of Mizaru here. This is, still for Silver, it's still good even though they lose out on the two of the members because now he have the turtle. He's gonna be having able to have the Ghoulie and the itemization as well. Because if he had falling down there, I'm pretty sure they will be able to steal out onto his bluff too, and you do not really want to see that either. But Kyler, I think onto his Leomord, I think it's still gonna be very, very bit difficult for him now. Two levels behind, he need to clear out onto his jungle fast and have a good busting as well because that loose on the turtle might be hitting him quite a lot. He might eventually be able to unable to start out the second turtle as well if he does not get the kill. And this time now looking at the way that Metaros are playing, they are not playing for this Leo mode actually. They are playing for a late game here. Look at Implosion.
That's gonna be an implosion, alright, and Peekaboo will be the one securing that kill onto Thiesin. Funny Valentine, meanwhile, is having a bit of an easy time farming out on the lane, which is going to prove very disadvantageous for Mitaru if the game manages to progress for so long. Leave the antagonist, meanwhile, just kind of 50-50 in his way onto the EXP lane with the Esmeralda. And obviously, it's a very equal matchup with the EXP, except for moments like these where Lapu Lapu gets caught out way too much. Tsunami Slam is gonna come in, and Esmeralda. Hey, okay. I mean, he tried to run from the Lunox, but blah blah blah. You just die under the turret like that.
I feel like there was a good read and a good rotation coming through from the side of Metaru here. They know that they were in a 1v1 situation, right? And they were just trying to go for it. And this beautiful implosion coming through from Jazz as well. I haven't seen him onto the Tigreal, but he's doing really well too. And the fact okay, another one.
Another one indeed, and that's gonna be a knockup coming in from Jazz onto that tag wheel. And Funny Valentine on a 2-0-0 lead. Again, his lane opponent, which is on a 0-2-0. Not the best of
Wow.
situations to be in, but Lapu Lapu with a beautiful setup onto two people. But now, Esmeralda will be forced to go in for those engages all by himself because the backup is gonna come in from the side of Mitaru. Peekaboo's passive forces Leomord to go back, but here, Hide on Bush actually gets a kill onto the Lunox, which
Wow.
is very surprising considering the fact Joseph was the one who got the first blood.
The fact that Joseph was there caught, he wasn't even caught because that was his line of the jungle side though, and it was their side. And Heidenberg just ran there and just trying to get a kill onto him was already very, very bad enough for the side of Inzaru here, and he's gonna be able to reach onto his lane on time too. And that is a good rotation that is an Esmeralda that is able to do with the movement speed that he have. But top lane, Tizen yet again taken down onto the cloud. The Purify isn't helping him much onto this game, and that death will be costing him onto his turret yet again. So Dakusena, they have a good goal in onto their hands, especially onto the goal lane side. Just the first bill onto the hands of Tizen. He have the DHS right now, but then again, if you focus onto the goal that Funny Valentine already have, it is unsubmersible because now the Claude, he have to struggle here. He should be the one struggling right now because he's not gonna be into the laning phase because as a Claude you wanna stay into the laning phase as much as possible, and they might eventually have to change out onto the lane prematurely.
That's exactly what. And now DS is kind of having the goal lead into their hands, a 2K, 2.2K in fact. But how long can they keep it is the question. Claude is gonna keep farming up, but so is Funny Valentine, and technically the Harriet should win out in a late game matchup because of the amount of magic burst that he is gonna get. But then there's Silver to watch out for as well, and Jazier is definitely going to be looking for that implosion setup. But the lane clear is going to come in from Luke, and that turret will manage to survive for now. Top lane though, Iron Bush versus Claude, Esmeralda. Oh no, that's going to be an implosion alright on the two people, and Anzation with the Fury of the Phoenix goes in for it. Too much turret damage for anybody to take, though. Silver and Jazz going to be caught out very low, but Honey
Wow.
Valentine still going to be going in for that fight.
This is eventually not a good setup for their side here. 1 HP is down onto the side of Kyler here. He's going to be getting taken down by Highland Boost again into the midst of the turrets right there. So eventually, this is going to be a good setup coming through from the side of Dakusena here. They are going for a half of a wipe up. This is technically a wipe up already. Just that Tijan was able to find to the top lane here. But that is the only thing that he can do here. The blue buff will be stolen away by the side of Dakusena. Yet again, it's going to be Peekaboo Predator onto that D10, able to get it away from Kyler too. This means that Kyler is gonna be so behind into the goal. Level 9 to a level 11 silver, and he's gonna be getting out onto this turtle yet again. Not a good game for El Leomon. This is kind of why they were forcing him to pick out the Leomon, I suppose, and that is working out well for them.
So, and now the mid lane will be the one in danger. Fury of the Phoenix is going to be stopping the members of Mitaru into their tracks, disrupting their recalls, and forcing a flicker out of Luke, the antagonist. So that means that the Lapu Lapu will be missing out on a flicker at the next Lord fight, which is going to be breaking out in another 90 seconds. And DS might gain an advantage in that kind of situation. The only thing I am surprised of is the fact that even Peekaboo on Azation is able to deal quite some amount of damage, which is
Yeah.
unexpected usually of Azation pick. Esmeralda, meanwhile, he has died twice but is able to sustain quite a lot of the damage that is being dealt by the Claude as well as the Lunox. So technically enough,
Mhm.
Funny Valentine shouldn't be having that much of an issue trying to position himself into the team fight unless that Lapu Lapu goes in for a miracle setup and tries to mark down everybody that's up in the open. There we go, that's going to be a Brave Spider. And an implosion onto two people.
Oh.
Immediate burst coming in from the mountain. Shocker! Luke the antagonist is going to be taken down with a killing spree by Funny Valentine. His KDA is looking really good in this one. And now DS go in for the lane cut and they'll be looking for that tier 1.
Tier 1 already in jeopardy here for the side of Metaru here. They are deficit until the 6k goal, and now, with a very healthy Funny Valentine still and Silver, this doesn't really look good for the side of Metaru right now. They are forced to back off into their own jungle and are unable to do anything. And good boy Joseph yet again taken down by Funny Valentine. He's already so far, and I'm pretty sure he used out onto the Zaman Force as well. And that is the Lunox we are talking about. The Lunox is supposed to be the one killing out onto the Harris, but they cannot really do it because they are lacking into the farm. They don't really have the minions shoving it into them because it's going to be freeze upon Iron Boost there, just trying to give out a vision here, and they're going in a 1v5 situation if he wanted to, and he won't even die. And that is going to be a big problem for the side of Metaru now. And the lore is going to be up already the first start of the game here. That Kusina will take it without any hindrance, and this might eventually be a good start for them to take out the outer turrets as well and leave out the only inhibitors too. 3 lanes in a good sync, which is what Dakusena needs.
That's exactly what, and they should not be making the mistakes of not letting the lanes sink at the first slot. They might want to clear out the top lane though, because the bot lane has been cleared out a lot, but they aren't really doing it. So, oh, damage! What was that damage?
Okay. Amazing damage coming through already here, but we can see that Metaru though, I feel like they could still hold on if they have a good positioning here, but the fact that they aren't able to get the itemizations might be hurting them here right now, because we can see that there's no way that they will be able to defend out if the evolve lord comes through here. The Claude is under farm here. You only have the DHs or even the Corazon side too, and that is definitely not going to be enough. But bot lane though, there might be a good chance or a start for the side of the Kusina here. They can eventually get one inhibitor right now.
Absolutely so, and right now it's looking pretty good for DS. They have managed to keep the Lord at a very healthy HP as of right now, and Funny Valentine is kind of dealing good amount of damage than we would have expected him to. Silver here dashes out from the range of the bravest fighter, and Kylia still has the ultimate. Will look for a setup, but the Fury of the Phoenix stops them into their tracks. He's in getting absolutely
Wow.
what? That kind of burst is so uncalled for from a Harriet and a Zacian, and I am just really surprised right now myself, let's just say. But yes, they did manage to win game one.
That was quite an easy feat right there, I would say. It wasn't even the problem with the draft there because we could see that there was a lot of damage that can come to into the hands of Metaru right now because they have a bit of a fighter into the jungle. They have a gold laner who is gonna go for the scaling, and they have a mate who is gonna be depending onto the late game, but they aren't able to do so because they lose out onto the early stages of the game. They cannot really hold on to, and the fact that the focus is always on to teasing onto that cloud, which is a good job done by Dakusina, I would say, because they know that the Harriet could be their winning condition. The Harriet was a good start of their snowball, and they were giving him kills and kills. 3 kills well, that was what he had, and 3 deaths down to a Teasen, to Teasen who was already onto the clock, which is definitely not going to be good enough for the side of Misato here. They cannot really wait for the late games of the late games too, and the fact that Dakusina ended it with just one lord, which even though they have good late game heroes, just means that they don't want to play around. They don't want to get the Lunox the farm. They don't want to give out the farm into the hands of the Cloud either. Because even though a Cloud usually don't hurt that much into the early stages of the game, the late game is where it shines, and they don't really want him to go into the late game. And this is exactly how the macro factor coming into play for their side.
Exactly. So, and looking at the highlights here, I felt like Team Metaru, that early game, that burst damage from the Lunox as well as the Lapu Lapu felt so good. It gave us a ray of hope that, yeah, Metaru can actually take this game into their hands. They even got the goal lead, but Silver took the turtle, and this fight, this exact fight with the implosion and then the damage from the mountain shocker, it kind of changed things around. The lead was again back into the hands of GS here, and then it went on to be very equal. But somehow, in the goal lane matchup, Funny Valentine managed to outplay. So let's just say DS, they kind of won this one.
They kinda, it's not they kinda, they did win this one because of the smooth sailing performance that they have right there. And here, on possible, on some occasions, you would want to focus a bit onto the clearance here for the side of Metado here. They do have a lot of clearance right now, but one inhibitor is taken down, and the base is what they want to focus on exactly. And this is exact the moment, the thing that they have been doing right now, focusing more onto the Claude, and then when the Claude got taken down, he's just always gonna be out there here. But look at the MVP of the match, man. He's gonna be Funny Valentine onto the Harriets. He's 409. He's already got a lot of bill onto his hands too. And the fact that they were ending the game before the 12 minute of the game just means that he wasn't even full build, but he have been hurting quite a lot already with the presence of the Holy Crystal that he have, and maybe the leg of the defense items into the hands of Metaru as well, because they did not have the goal. But very deserving this dude onto a hero that carries. He also plays well.
That's what, like, this Funny Valentine is also one of those people who loves his pure gold laners. We saw in the Indian FR showdown that
Yep.
Gene QT from September 9, he played the
Yep.
Leslie and got a maniac against RMTX.
Yeah.
Very
Alright.
surprising, but like unexpected and surprising, but at the same time, it kind of goes to say that no matter what the meta is, if you
Mm.
find comfort and if you find
Yes.
your pure gold laners to be your spark, you know what I mean? It
Yeah.
always
Yeah. Yeah.
works out. And I think that's kind of what Funny Valentine is doing as well. Parrot, Claude, Carrie, and now recently the Yusufshin. So those are
Mm.
just how he plays.
You don't have to adjust if you have this kind of good start. You don't have to play the Freya. You don't have to play the Esmeralda into the goal side if you can adjust with this kind of damage dealer heroes. And I think he really did well with that too. Very deserving of the title onto the MVP as well. But I feel like, most of the time when you see Peekaboo on a hero that is a utility, you don't really expect him to do this much damage. And he was able to do a lot of damage onto the Z10 here. And the fact that Z10 together, if you build up the lightning truncheon onto this hero, it works really well. And this time we could see that he was just so good onto the positioning too. And I don't think the passive was even popped there because he wasn't even focused on. Most of the time you don't see the Z10 does really well because of the immobility that she have, but his positioning was well on point. and the way they were going for the engages most of the time were perfectly calculated. They were always available. Bush has already had a good clearance onto the bottom lane, and he was able to rotate onto the top lane again, even to the point that he was able to get out a solo kill onto good boy Joseph. And unfortunately for Joseph, I feel like he does really well on a hero that are pure burst, right? You usually want to put him onto this damage, but he he wasn't able to do that today.
That's exactly what, right? He did pull up the first blood, though, I'll tell you. I mean, that was mighty impressive. But right now, we're kind of waiting on an update into the second game. There has been a little disruption from the side of Metaru, and if that is what we get to see, then we might not even see a second game. So let's just wait out for that update, I guess.
We might.
Yep, we'll just take a break and be back with the next game, whether it is DS Mitaro Game 2 or Yama and RNT. We'll find out. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, it's confirmed Mitaru has withdrawn from the tournament, and unfortunately, that means they are being eliminated. And so we'll be back with RNTX and Yama, two amazing lineups, and very excited for the game. So we'll be back.
evening,
Good
ladies and
evening.
gentlemen. Welcome back to the Zutsu Gaming's Indian Gaming Champions. Sorry,
It
Indian
happens. It happens.
Championship Series. Okay, Ray, you just do it. I still feel like I'm blabbering because it is you there, and I just took your
Well,
word. That's the reason.
anyways, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the last series of the evening, a best of three. And it's obviously welcome back to the Indian Championship Series, brought to you by, of course, Zutsu Esports, and our tech partner, or powered by, is AOC Gaming. We'll obviously dive into this extremely exhilarating match because we already had a really great series. The first one went up to 3 games, and of course, it is where Godlike was able to avenge themselves from getting pushed down to the lower brackets. And the second match, the first game, of course, went pretty long, but in the second game, the side of Shadow Esports were able to come out on top at between Astral X Reaper. So let's see what the third match holds for us, of course, because we'll have a well-known name, which is going to be Yama Esports, and myself. Obviously, I am Ray. I'm going to be joined by one of the best play-by-play talents. Again, it's my brother Ash TZ on the right side. So Ash, nice to have you on the same time. You know, it's pretty funny. I think we casted at the same 9 p.m. time
Yep,
zone twice in a row now.
and I was wearing the same T-shirt. That was cool. But like Ray, what is happening right now in this game, Yama Esports? And the thing is, we were casting for Yama, if you remember. So
Oh wait,
everything
yeah,
is changed.
we were. We were casting for Yama. That was actually my first time casting for this new lineup. Quite a
It's
coincidence.
fun. I mean, everything is same. It's just like a deja vu. But look at it. It is IQR and TX in the right side. I just casted for IQR and TX at the ESFI Indian Nepal Showdown, in which IQR and TX just got a loss from like September 9 with a 2-1 river sweep pattern. So now it's time
It's
for the revenge. It's time for the comeback. They're in the lower bracket, and I told you the lower bracket is totally raunchy. Daku Sena, Godlike, IQ, RNTX, all these teams in the lower bracket. I mean, if you're coming to the lower bracket, you are just welcoming hell to yourself.
absolutely. And right now, let's see who faces the hell. IQ Antics might be already, feeling a little bit icky with a loss in their hand. So they obviously want to redeem themselves tonight. But of course, Yama Sports, I don't think they're going to be taking it lightly. They already know. Doesn't really matter if IQ Antics has lost or won their previous match. What matters is they need to win this one. So let's see what the strategy is going to be. We might be in here for a long best of three series, or we might be in here for a sweep as well. Anything can be possible. So let's see. It's going to be first pick going for that Kalia for the side of Yama Esports, and the other side IQ RNTX picks up the YSS, and of course the Lapu Lapu. I think their YSS is going to be flex at least for now.
Yeah, but I mean, and the creator, he's also playing the Ishan Jin, and he's doing so great with the YSS. So, as you mentioned, the flex thing, it is totally onto the point. But Mirio, he will be there onto that Lapu Lapu, and he loves to flex it out as well. But there you go. It's a carry coming in. Early carry, I will say. The Fursa is open. Baksha is there as well. So why not a Fursa for pitch?
Might go right now, possibly. There's not much danger so far. They can even pick up the Gatot Kacha later on if it's not banned out. So I think it's still open for their picking. But at the same time, let's see if Yamai Sports will have the advantage where which might go for a different mage altogether. The Zacian is still open though. So I think Zacian can be a possibility just for the simple you can get a double vision. And obviously, yep, there you go. The Zacian was the obvious choice.
With a Ishin Shin Jaichian combo, that is like a two global ultimates you have. You can easily zone out. You can easily get the info out from your enemy. So it's a nice to on to point pick, I will say. But at the same time, for against the carry, Farsa could have been a better option because like the burst and the AOE effect. So everything
Yep.
contributes to a good play. But there you go. A ban onto the Kimi. I believe a ban onto the Farsa will also come soon. But then the evil open, so Yama, Titch, he might go for that Eve pick here. There's a ban onto the Greenie though, and likewise this ban is onto the Greenie because Madara uh, is the Madara. Yep, is it Madara onto the roam? Yep, it is. Or who is the
Okay.
roamer?
I think it is. There's two Charins here. So most likely.
Yeah. So if it is Madara into the roam, I've seen Madara going for the Gwynny roam pick. So that might be the reason they're banning the Gwynny, or maybe a Charin utility Gwynny. So these two things can be occur simultaneously. But there you go. The last ban onto the side of IQR and TX. They will be banning out another mage. No, they're banning out a Uranus here. Esmeralda open though.
Oh yeah, Esmeralda is still open, so Yamai Sports can decide to pick it up for themselves because it's not obviously banned out from the side of IQ and TX. Pretty interesting choice. But I think seeing the carry, they kind of thought, there's a lot of tankiness that's coming in already from the side of Yamai Sports, and there's already a carry gone. We don't have a Lunox, we don't have a Kimi, we don't exactly have a Shredder or a Melter to really take down this high HP hero. So maybe they decided, you know what, let's just ban out the Uranus so we don't get a jungle option coming in. And they are trading off for possible Esmeralda coming in. I think they want to handle the Esmeralda. They think they can handle, and I think IQ RNTX have done it before. So maybe that's the strategy that they're going for right now. So let's see. Right now they are going to be picking up a hero, and it will most likely decide where this YSS will shift, because I think this is where they will most likely decide their roamer or their gold laner. And they actually go with the roamer. So still they have the option left. So lastly, Yamai Sports, 2 last picks.
2 last picks, Yama Esports, and there's the Gatot Kacha Madara. If it is Madara or Doom, I'm not. Doom is not there. Doom is in the CRQ, so it is Madara basically. And if it is Madara, then he loves to spam that Gatot Kacha. Oh, is it Madara and not in the NOC? I believe he's in the NOC. So it is not Madara. It is someone else. I'm still in doubt. Who is the roamer for
KRM God.
IQRNT?
KRM God was the roamer. Yep.
KRM God. Okay, KRM God is the roamer, and he's going for the Gatot Kacha. I'm not sure
Yep.
about this player. Like I haven't seen him playing a lot of matches. If I think it's if it is a name change, then that is the other thing. But I'm not sure like his info lot more, so I can't say anything on that Gatot Kacha pick for now. But from the side of Yama Esports, they're going with the Lydia Burst and an Owlot. But while the like Fursa was open, there was a chance you could have gone for the Lunox, but you're going with the Lilia. Ray, are you kind of sure about it?
Very bold choice. That's all I'll say, because the Lilia doesn't really exactly make the most sense, other than the fact that you get 2 lives in a way. That with a Purify, and do we have 2 Charins and 2 YSS? What a poetic way for a draft to end. That is amazing. I know it's a
That
glitch,
was
but I just love that.
okay. What a poetic way to end the draft. 2 Sharin and 2 Ishan Ray on point. But I believe it's just a technical glitch and it will be covering up soon. And
Yeah.
we will be getting revealed out soon. What is the lineup for IQR and TX? Who is SRM or KRM God? Who is the jungler for. I mean, jungler is Sharon, but who is KRM God? Who is that guy? Like behind the name, who is sitting? Is it Kimmy? Is it Thousand? Or is it Madara? Who is that guy? Like, there are so many roamers who play so well with Witch. So I'm not sure who is that guy. I would love to see Zausen though. Like, it's been a long time. Last time I will say like it was in Aruna the Esports. I've seen him, but there you go. Game number 1 in this BO3 series, the last game of the night at Zutsu Esports in the lower bracket. It is between Team Yama Esports versus IQR and TX at Indian Championship Series, powered by Jutsu Gaming, and it's sponsored by Vista as well as our tech partner, gaming partner Vista, and tech partner AOC. There you go, easy jungling clearance. While there will be a Fanny in the jungle.
Okay, makes sense now. But with this, obviously, we'll see classic rotations being made throughout. The Fanny will have the way better mobility and will be able to most likely pressure the goal lane much, much further. But I think Aaron can definitely handle the carry due to the fact that, of course, the glaive combo with the YSS deals insane amount of damage right from the level 1, because you can dash in and go with the basic attack of course, the melee, then switch to enhance, and you'll just get constant crits. That's exactly why so many people have switched to the YSS gold lane. But let's see. I'm still very skeptical about the Lilia, and I'll see how it really pans out in the team fight that's going to be happening, I think, around the turtle pit. We still have half a minute still go. No first blood just yet. Both of the mid lanes are playing it safe because they don't want to take a risk. But mid lane, look at that, Ash.
Okay, the Fanny comes in though, but he'll not get anything. He'll just goes back without any trade for his team. But that was an early aggression coming out from IQ RNTX, even though they were the Fanny this time. But still, like RNTX, KRM God, I'm still in a sus. Who is that guy? and how he gonna play that Gatot Kacha. I mean, Zausen, he plays the Gatot, so let's just say it's Zausen, but he's not. He's not in here, but there you go. The first turtle coming in soon into the land of John, and it's more like IQ RNTX gonna come for the late execution onto the turtle, but it will be the early game turtle securance maybe coming out from the side of Yama Esports. But there you go. GG zone coming out from KRM God here. Zoning out properly. Fanny's waiting for the perfect moment to barge in. There is the witch coming out and giving out that proper follow up. The turtle is still getting traded by Yama Esports, and it will be a free one. Haha, look at this.
Interesting. They do a turtle trade off, but let's see. Is he able to get that purple? I think he is successfully. Yep. But oh, here comes.
He got the turtle, but he got his life as well. I mean, that was not at all a proper moment for Sharon. Like, you got the blue buff, and you could have gone back, but that was a hindrance coming out from the Kalea, and then it's just gone for him. It's a one into the micro and one onto the macro for the side of Team Yama Esports. They got the turtle, they got the kill of the jungler, and you know, like a Fanny getting down for 2 to 3 times in the early phase is not a good case.
Absolutely right, Ash, because I think that decision was kind of, not exactly the most optimal one, but let's see if Fanny wants to go for possibly a cutthroat, but doesn't really exactly have the energy to do so. So right now, they're just going to be, I think, playing a little bit of a slow game. Try to maybe scale up a little bit, wait for the Fanny to get a few kills, because right now it's the Fanny's game. This is where she shines the most. Unless they're going for a split lane Fanny and making Aaron the main push, the main hyper by giving him the resources. Let's see what the decision is going to be. Their game plan can go 2 directions. Try for the Fanny to go for the snowball, or make YSS the hyper by making sure the Fanny is the distraction. But let's see. So far, I'm a little bit confused about how the Lilia will be well paced. But considering she hasn't been taken down once, it is still good. But combining it with a Kalia, who needs a burst, like a on the spot burst, it's kind of weird decision to go for. But let's see. Mid lane, Lilia.
Okay, there's the Fury of Phoenix comes in as well, and there is the attack. Oh my goodness, cutthroat, but let you go with the Tsunami Slam! And there you go, Yabe falls down in the hand of Mirio. There you go, Flash as well into the hand of Mirio.
Oh.
Double for Mirio, but Sharon, he has to go back. A consolation kills comes out for Yama Esports here. 2 for 3 the score is, and 3 for 1 the trade is from RNTX. GG start for RNTX, I will say. Like, because, I mean, the Yama, they won the turtle, they won 1 kill, but now in the second phase of the turtle, look at this. IQ RNTX just dominating the map with their presence.
Yeah, the team fight, obviously, despite the Fanny getting strangled by the Kalia right there, it doesn't really matter because they came out on top with the trades. Right now, the turtle looks like they're giving it away because I mean, Fanny's not the most... Oh, Carry going with the initiation forces a Purify from the YSS, but it's still going to be okay. But still, that's a spell being used. Kalia has a green signal and quite a low HP, but they don't exactly have a diver. Let's see. Top lane, is that the focus? Fanny?
I'll say like Ray, you can immune with skill 1 against the Kalea's Tsunami Slam. You really don't need a Purify on a Ishin Shin. I mean, a Flicker immune, you could have easily gapped it out. But it's just more like he really wants to be safe, Aaron. And this is the first time I'll say like I'm seeing a Ishin Shin with a Purify. I always see a Ishin Shin gold with a Flicker, but okay, that's a nice approach from Aaron the Creature. He really wants to get safe. He really wants to scale him up with the
Yep.
damage. That in the late game he will provide the finishing job for IQ RNTX in each and every team fights. But there is a pause coming in, and it might be a network issue from one of the team currently
Yep.
playing here. Maybe Yama, maybe RNTX. But let's talk about the draft, Ray. Having the ZTN as well as I mean Ishan Shin, like you got the initiator first. It's the ZTN but in the Rome section, there's the Gatot Kacha as well. So the comp is kind of good. It's more like a pickoff from the side of team IQR and TX. So do you think like in the late phase, will the carry will have more damage spike than the Ishinshin, or is it like IQR and TX because of the experience they will have better chance?
Harry's skills are way better for the simple fact she's an ADC marksman. and YSS is a hybrid, right? He's a marksman, but he's also an assassin. Both of them have different, caliber of what they provide to the game. So Carry, in a way, does win in a DPS check. But the thing is, you were mentioning, right? The Gatotkacha and the Zacian have too much of a better combo, and not to mention the Fanny poses a threat to the Carry's positioning compared to the YSS. He's not threatened for his positioning. Like you mentioned, he's going for an extremely safe option. That's the Purify. Not only is he going to be able to immune out the Kalia with his first skill, just in case the Arlot finds him, he can also Purify out of there. So he has double the security. So that's why I think he went in for the Purify. It can be really controversial in a different game, but I think in this match it actually works for a simple reason. Arlot will definitely look for the moment YSS does not have a Purify or for skill. But since you have double the options, double the Purify, double the immunity, you can definitely survive the two initiations. Look at that, top lane. Kalia looking for an initiation, but that misses it out. Fanny still going in here.
Yeah, Fanny goes in there, but we're not getting any kills, and it will be an easy escape for the Bakshia and the Co. They goes back in the Seafer side, but into the mid side, there's the poke coming in, continuous poke, so that they can actually going for the tier 1 in the mid. They will not succeeded to get it out. A Mountain Shocker release, a flicker baited at this point. Carry goes back there. Not the carry though, it was Kalea with the flicker.
Yep.
Still, baiting out the flicker before the turtle for a Kalea, it's not a big deal though, but still, you are not with your main resource at this point. Let's see, and Team IQ RNTX, they're interested with this turtle. Let's see who will have the retribution. Fury of Phoenix comes in, there will be a slain onto Lux. Sharon falls down, and it will be the all-out going in. Salim, once again showing the power of EXP in this game. An easy turtle will flash. He got the Turtle Slayer mark. He got 3 out of the 3 turtles for himself. And now, Iron the Creator, he's in a very bad position, but somehow the burst and the follow-up save him up from the fight. And he goes back without any death.
Yes. So Fanny is getting taken down in unfortunate times right now. It's not looking good. So I think IQ RNTX will have to change the strategy to, of course, going for that hyper YSS. And it already looks like the focus, because look at that top lane.
Yeah, that was a beauty. That was a real beauty. And the Creator falls down. AOG follow-up. KRM God goes in there. The damage is just poking out Lux at this moment. And Lux just goes back at this point. Got his potions being used. Slowing down. Anti-heal comes up. But what is happening in the bot? A split push.
A good decision considering there's a Fanny. You want to be up on that turret game as much as possible, because obviously she rotates much faster than you. Not to mention they actually lost the turret on top. So going for this is obviously a clever decision. He could have aided their team fight, but he's a little bit too far. Going for that far lane push is just a way better option. Overall, the carry, obviously seeing, that's the issue with the Purify as well. You can't exactly get out of the damage's range. So the carry saw the golden opportunity, took down the YSS, and right now, the side of RNTX, they're going to switch up the strategies a little bit. It's getting a little obvious that YSS is the core, because Charin is not able to shine that much just yet. So if Charin right now is able to basically pressure the map way more than they can expect, I think the side of Yama Esports will have a hard time. If not, I think RQ RNTX is not going to be up for a smooth sailing, because right now it's all dependent on YSS, which is getting target locked like massively. Lord's already coming in 10 seconds. Yama Esports have not lost a single objective fight, which is keeping them up ahead a little bit. But IQ RNTX, look at that gold. They're not much behind. Really impressive keeping up, and good farm.
Yep, and with this, you can see that they're going for the law. They got the info that it's more like Mirio doesn't have the flicker at this point, and that's the reason they're totally not much vulnerable to that greatest fighter. Obviously, Fury of the Phoenix, it will come up soon, and it will give that info to IQ RNTX as well. But you need the retribution here. Fanny needs to go till the Lord Zone, and if he can clutch out the Lord, then that will be a good thing. But for now, till now, it is totally in the hand of Flash. He's getting all the objectives for his side. There you go, zone properly coming in. It is KRM God going in for Way, and there you go, the AOG comes up, Fury of the Phoenix, the Flash, he will not losing out the retribution, he's getting the turtle there, Lord there, and with this, Lux falls down, the steel cable's coming in, it's Aaron the Creator with a kill, And now they're just barging inside the mid-tier 1, but it will be an easy defend coming out from the side of Team Yama Esports at this moment as well. The continuous poking is being coming out by the Zetian, but nothing gonna happen. IQR and TX need to go back, clear out the lanes because the Lord is coming in soon.
That was a close one for the Gatot Kacha, barely surviving the blades from the, of course, the carry. But I think that obviously shows that carry got to scale up a little bit more to really dish out that final, strikes. But impressive retribution coming in from the Flash. Basically, despite having an AOG on top with the Zacian Spear of the Phoenix, he still hit it. Really impressive mark right there. Good job. And that is going to be giving them a little bit of comfort of space. They're going to be able to push the top, possibly. No, the Fanny's doing a really, really good job making sure the turrets are well defended. But, of course, the Arlot is keeping in check, which gets a little bit zoned in. But is that a kill? Oh my god.
It is outplay though now. Oh my goodness. You went for him, like he doesn't have the passive, but he got the Fury of Phoenix, and it gives little bit movement speed as well. That's the moment he outplayed him, and the follow-up was too instantly from IQR and TX. They got the kill onto Flash there. That was a little bit greedy move from Flash, I will tell you, Ray.
Oh yeah, as a tank jungle going in so aggressive, he could have gotten the kill, but ultimately the result was not fortunate. But look at that again.
A four-man gang comes up there on the jungle, and there you go. Oh my goodness, one hit away to secure the kill onto Lux at this point. And this is the Ishin Chin we're talking about. AOG, Karen, he went for the slash, and there you go. Hero, he falls down into the hand of IQR and TX, and the creature with the one giving out the final blow. Mid-tier 1 is still surviving. They've managed to defend it out. They managed to clear out the minions at this point, but it will be the carry who falls down easily into the hand of IQR and TX. But another flow is coming in. They're taking out the flow there easily. Fanny goes in behind. Fury of Phoenix comes up. Mirio finds the kill onto Yabe. Tier falls down. Slade onto Celine. Double onto Lux. Sarin in the way of Yama Esports win, and now he's going for a triple, but before that it will be Aaron the Creator and the Mirio the Creator brothers will create an opening for IQR and TX in the mid by taking out the second tier as well.
Great job. Finally, IQ Iron Tech was able to execute what they have been looking for. A great window coming in from KRM God on that AOG. He was able to lock in on 2, and Mirio obviously saw that, immediately diving in with the Bravest Fighter, stunning in a chain, and basically resulting in that immediate decimation of Kerry's HP bar. And I think Kerry got to watch out for that. Obviously, he does have the flicker, but the flicker has a massive cooldown. The Gatot Kacha, not exactly Gatot Kacha. As long as they can force the carry to use the flicker like that again, Gatot Kacha is in a great place to go for an AOG. And that beautiful follow-up from the Lapu Lapu, of course, was amazing in that mid-tier turret. And I think if they continue like this, IQR and TX has basically gotten it figured out. They were kind of messy in the beginning. The Fanny was not able to do anything much, but right now the puzzle pieces are finally falling into place, and it looks like they have found the flow. They have found the momentum that they want to go. And with this, I think the slot fight might just be there. But at the same time, great retribution so far by Flash. But Charin's level 15 too. Look at that. Final step.
Konami Slam comes up with Fury of Phoenix. There's the Bravest Fighter coming in with a combo flicker. Oh my goodness, a shutdown happened to Charin. Unstoppable for Mirio. He got his hand onto Lux. This position's coming in, slowing down the 4 members of IQ. They need to go back, but they don't have the retreat holder at this point. And it might be a chance that Yama Esports can go for the lot. They do have the Baksha out there for them. The sustain is still manageable. But I don't think so. It's like Lux cannot give them the proper zone. And he cannot go with the Harlot. Harlot is kind of an initiator. He cannot go for his proper zoning. He cannot take up that much damage. So you need to wait for Lux. Until then, Team IQR and TX Jungler might come back. So it will again a 50-50 retreat chance. But now things are a little bit fuzzy around here. Now my supposed actually going for the Lord. The Fury of Phoenix comes in. Sharon comes in as well. Monster kill onto Nigahiro. Who got the Lord? Rich the goat Lord got the Lord. And with this, a kill being done onto the Baksha. Yabe falls down. Flash falls down. AOG follow up at this point. Look at the one hit done by Iron the Creator and secure the double kill onto Celine. IQR and TX full placed onto the Land of Dawn. And look at that. The score, the lead, the turrets, the macro, everything just got changed at this point. The wind just got blown into the way for RNTX. They're just going into the mid. They will be taking out the tier 1 in the mid. Inhibitor falls down, locking down the base, wants the crystal into their hand, and the first
Boom.
game just got sealed into the hand of IQR and TX in a verge of seconds, while Team Yama Esports holding the game concretely from the bottom just got shattered when Iron the Creator and the Co finds their way into the base.
I mean, I told you, right? The moment they found that momentum in the mid lane, it basically was a full on slope uphill for them, and of course, downhill for the side of Yama Esports. There was a great highlight of course, the carry able to get a kill onto the Fanny, where it felt like they might be able to push in, but just like you mentioned, Lux also got taken down in that team fight, and they were not exactly sure should they go for this 4 versus 4 where they don't have their front liner. Yes, they have the Baxia, but he's the jungler. Losing him would mean catastrophic. You just took out the jungler. Why would you force your jungler to be in the front line? And just like you mentioned, Arlott is not the most front line either. He's the initiator. He needs that angle. And because of, I think, that hesitation, they kind of delayed the Lord. And by the time the Fanny came in, maybe there was a little bit of panic. But whether it may be, Witch was able to last hit that Lord into their favor, regardless, get the super minions, and basically dive into the base. And it was overall, it started off messy, but as soon as they found their puzzle pieces, they basically made a beautiful picture and played a smooth sail game from that mid to that last point in. It was a very fast pace in the last 5 minutes. So RNTX just needed to find their momentum, and they did.
And out of all the blue, I'll say like 2-2 lost still. I saw Witch taking a lot in some other match, and now also Witch another time just take the lot by himself. That guy doesn't need the retry. Who told you that you need a retribution to secure the neutral objectives? If you are Witch, you can take it either way. But that's a nice one from the side of IQR and TX. They're managing to win the game, even though with a deficit start. Then they make their comeback. Not just a comeback, they just finish it up very nicely, very tidily. It was a disciplined gameplay from their side. Mirio and Aaron, they played so well, but I believe Aaron got the MVP here. He's the one standing from the very beginning of the game and was playing very defensively, was not approaching into the fights. But when he got the spike, he know like now I have enough damage. I can easily create out opening for my team. I can easily finishing the clearance, like proper clearance. I can give a proper clearance in a team fight. So he just went in. It's more like a Sharon Fanny utility and a damage Ishin by Aaron the Creator, because Fanny was there. He was actually providing the damage, not the kills. It was Ishin and you can say Medio who were like a little bit aggressive and securing the kills for the side of IQR and TX. But with a dominating finish, it is IQR and TX with a lead in this BO3 series. Will it be a 2-0 clean sweep, or are we going to see Yama Esports making the comeback? But there you go, I'm wrong. It is the another creator brother who will be getting the MVP. It's okay. Brothers for destiny, brothers from another mother. It is Mirio, the creator, with the MVP, creating opportunity for IQ RNTX in the first game to take the win. 81% kill participation with a unkillable KDA 607. And look at that. 32% damage taken, 39% damage dealt. This guy was invincible throughout this first game. And look at the Chastis Paldron, 4 carry. This is what I say. Like, you are creating the vicinity. You're actually exemplary a thing which is different than others. Like it should be the work of the Gatot, but he took it because like I'll be standing in the front as well. So let me take the damage from the carry, and it might be my brother Aaron will be securing the kill onto him, and that's what happens.
Good build decision, and obviously have a great job to be like 32% damage taken is like massive. There is 1/3 already, and he's not even the front liner, right? I mean, yes, EXP laners do front line, but he's not the tank. So great job from Miri over here, and impressive damage dealt. 32%, right? 32% or 39? 32%, I think. Insane amount of damage dealt as well. Really goes to show. I think it is mainly due to those team fights that is basically where the Gatot Kacha was able to give him the window, and he capitalized it like 100%. There was not a misstep, a single step where it felt like Lapu kind of missed the moment where he could have went in. It was perfectly executed, and it's beautiful to see. And the second thing is definitely for sure is the fact that his survivability. A lot of the times I saw him walking away with like really low amount of HP for a simple reason. He always somehow was able to exit his form at the right time. I think that is good amount of micro done on the Lapu Lapu. Great job, Mirio. And with this, I think we're going to be heading to that second match ASAP, because of course we want to see if this match will go to that clean sweep or it will end in, might be a third game coming up around. What do you think, Ash?
I think a third game, but because it is Yama, guys. Let it be like, even though IQ RNTX are so powerful team of India, but still like Yama Esports new lineup are also giving that proper, you can say, cinematic kind of gameplay in each and every tournament, and they managed to take the early game, Ray. So I don't have any like disbelief that they cannot do it in the second game. They cannot take the second game for them. They cannot go for the third game decider. Anything can happen. Even somehow IQ RNTX can throw, but there is a doubt, and the doubt is which is there. He knows how to carry his team. He know how to secure the macro. He know how to secure the objectives without a retribution. So obviously, like, he is the change. He is the, like, he is the mega option for IQR and TX. He can bring the win. It's just like Apex for win, which for win as well. Let's go to the second game of the series in the lower bracket at Zutsu Gaming's Indian Championship Series. So here, like, if you're losing out, Ray, you're literally knocking them out as well. I mean, this is Yama's last chance. This is not just a do or die for this game. This is a do or die for the whole tournament. If you're
Absolutely right.
dying, you're just out from the tournament. If you're winning, you have another chance to prove yourself, and then you have another chance to stay in the lower bracket. And you have to fight other demons. It's either lose or win. There is no
Yep.
learn in this game. In at least in
Exactly.
this game, there is no learn. It is either win or lose.
Yeah, exactly right. Because you're going to be eliminated out of the competition. And right now, Yama Esports has that second pick, has to go for that mandatory Zushin ban. So they will only have two options to ban out. IQ RNTX, on the other hand, they can flex, and they are going to. They are going to be banning out the XP lane options because they don't want Mirio to have any pressures coming in from the side of Yama Esports either. Because last time around, the Arlo definitely created a little bit of issues, and they obviously respect that. Doesn't have to ban the Arlot, but of course they respect it. And obviously with this, we're going to be seeing a fast-paced bans coming in from both of the sides. Yama Esports does not want to deal with the Fanny from Charin, and obviously the Freya gonna get banned out because one of the very trendy gold laners right now. I wouldn't say strongest because of course she can be taken down, but she is a very viable option that the side of IQ Antics can still pick it up. So with this, I think the bans are very self-explanatory, and IQ RNTX will again commit to the YSS. Yama Esports right now, let's see. They also commit heavily, I think.
Yeah, they went for the Ishin Shin, and now from the side of Team Yama Esports, they're going with the Eve and
What happened? Ash, are you okay? Yep, they're going for the Khalid. And the other side still has the Gadot open for themselves. So, hmm, pretty questionable
Okay,
decision
I'm
nonetheless.
really sorry about it. I'm really sorry about it, and sorry for the disconnection. I'm back into the game, guys, and it's more like I was talking something. Sorry, Ray, for cutting you off. That was let me finish my thing first. It's more like, I mean, with the Eve and Khalid in the first pick, I believe like your true intention is to go for the aggression, but at the same time, you are showing your mage. So with the Eve out there and the Yuzong being open or banned, the Yuzong is
Banned, banned,
open.
banned.
Okay, sorry. Yuzong is banned. There might be a chance they could have gone for something which can easily catch up the backline. And now with this Sora coming in, Ishan Shin being there, you're not even sure like this Ishan Shin is onto the hand of Charin or Aaron. The Sora is going in the hand of the Aaron or Mirio. They literally played with the mind of the team Yama Esports. Now they really have to think what to ban, what to pick in the second phase.
Absolutely right, Ash, because that's the thing. They revealed their Eve too early. There's still the Gatotkacha left, which I'm surprised wasn't picked up yet. But obviously, the Sora was left out open, so they will immediately pick it up, seeing the comfort, right? I mean, Sora in general has a great set capabilities because you can clearly see how beautiful a Sora player can basically connect 4 or even 5 members in a group them together in a team fight, which can be absolutely nasty for the opposing side. So Sora is very self-explanatory, and obviously, which will pick up the Farsa. I mean, already range advantage, more burst, and you're gonna be able to escape much better compared to the Eve. So nothing too much there either. And the side of Yama Esports just does the basic thing as well. They don't want any knockups on the Eve, so they immediately ban out the Kalia and the Gatotkacha. So let's see if IQ Arnitex might. Will they pull up a Hylos right now? I'm interested actually. I think a Hylos might show up here.
Yeah, high loss might show up here, as well as they could go for something like a pick off. If with the Forza and Sora, I believe you can actually go with maybe. I'm not damn sure about it. Maybe they can go up with a chip, like out of the blue moon pick, but still it's gonna work. Like with Ishan Chin, you can easily rotate out. Chip might be an option, but still, like as you mentioned about the high loss, it could be a thing. But as I told you before, I don't even know a single thing about KRM God. If it is Zhao Zhen, then I know a lot of things about him, but not about KRM God. I need to know who is KRM God.
Better hit up a DM to which, hey, who is this? And ask for it. But yeah, at Yama Esports side, they will pick up the Alice for even more sustain. They are very well aware of what they want to go for right now. It is to go push in for fully sustained because there's the carry ban, as well as, of course, the Claude would have actually gotten banned out in the first place if it wasn't the fact that the side of IQ Arnitex did not want the Esmeralda, neither the Yuzhong to be coming in on the plate as well. So let's see. Last 2 picks coming in from the side of IQ Arnitex. It's going to be the Franco 4 to disable and gonna be closing it up with a Fredrin. So obviously, again, the Y-Assist is in the goal lane for Aaron, and Mirio is gonna be on that Sora.
Let me think. Like, why the Franco here? Like, there is no assassin though, but still, you're gonna cut up with Khalid or Gwynny. I mean, this is kind of a tricky pick with a Franco, but now I'm smelling Rudius with the team. I mean, he's in AVD, no worries, guys, but that guy literally picked that Franco. So I feel like it is it Rudius, IQRNTX X Romer, or he had given some infos to KRM God. You can go up with the Franco, but that was a good pick, and there you go. A Granger against the Granger main. How do you think the things goes? Nigga Hero on the Granger against one of the greatest Granger player of India, Aaron the Creator. Will he gonna give a promising battle against him?
This one is very weird. I haven't seen a Granger versus Wysis in a long while, actually. I am not exactly sure about this interaction, but if we take their kits into, like, on theory paper, Granger has more range easily, but YSS can close that distance much better as well. YSS is someone that can chase you, so Granger might have to watch out. And YSS is also someone that will jiggle around a lot, so it will be very hard to like basically aim your skills. So on paper, maybe the Granger loses out, but of course it's all up to execution. But with it, we go into the game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the best of 3 series possible, last one, if it's a sweep. But let's see if it's not. Yama Esports, let's see what they can offer tonight in this series of matches. And oh, already a hook coming in.
The Valatric, okay, the special migration comes up, and it is more like flash onto the Gwynny utility jungle. They got the roam lugs onto that Khalid, a little bit of aggression you're gonna show in this early phase because you have the invasive potential into your side. But as you mentioned, the jiggle thing about the Ishan Chen, it is totally true. I mean, you have to connect your Rhapsody, but the opponent side hero is kind of dancing around you, and you're just missing your shots. So like that will be not giving him the stack as well. So you need to prepare it. And the play style of Aaron, look at him, like in the previous game as well, not joining in the team fight, not going for any vulnerable position kind of fights, not even giving out his I mean,
Oh,
ultimate, not much time. And there you go. With all this talks, it's a first blood coming out from IQR and TX. Early game aggression we were talking about, but Lux was the one falling down first.
yep. The hooks are landing in perfectly. Oh, Charin gets caught out, but do damage so much.
Franco with the kill. KRM got, and there you go. Mirio comes up, Shundering strike into the way. Yave falls down. With that, the strike comes in, and RNTX Rich. He secured a kill. Another one onto Lux. 4-0 the score is. Easy Turtle in the way. And is that a tier? What just happened? Like, Ishinshin took out Nigihiro? Solo?
Yep. Yep. Basically, as I predicted, the YSS is way too, like, he moves way too much for the Granger to really dish out the damage. That's the thing. Granger only works against the marksmen that do not have that much mobility to dodge him out. Against basically heroes that move way too much, his skills are not going to be landing. And second thing, it's early game. He doesn't have enough energy to really spam his skills. So that's the main thing. But let's see. Sora doing a lot of good poking right there. But I think they're interested in taking down someone because the Franco basically trying for an angle, you know, basically maybe using trigonometry or something to basically find the optimal position to be in. But oh, let's see.
5-0 the score is, guys. Like, it was 4-0, then Nigihiro got down solo by... And the creator with the Ishinshin. Hunter Strike is the first item prize for the Granger. Feather Air Strike coming in, follow up with... and the creator Lux once again falling down. 3 times in a row. My man falls down there, and not at all a good case for a Khalid, who is kind of destructive roamer in our MOBA 5v5 scene. And in this way, this is so bad start for a duo, I said.
Exactly. I think that Franco is working out really well. Khalid is an initiator, but at the same time, he does dish out damage and he does need to scale up. And they're obliterating Lux from doing it. And if they can continue to do so, Lux is going to be way too underfarmed to really provide anything much to the team, because that's the thing about OO, but Khalid smells it out this time. Let's see.
Nice anticipation, and there you go. Eve with the follow-up with that RWM. Feather Air Strike comes up as well. There will be no casualties, but sliver of HP. He's running away from the kill. That was a proper, you know, like, you can say a disengage coming out from the side of IQ. RNTs. They somehow make their way back into the safer side, and now the total time, but Fredrin is not present over here in the zone. It might be a free turtle for the side of Team Yama Esports, but it doesn't have that much damage at this moment because it is the early game. 2k goal lead for the side of IQ RNTX. They're contesting out the turtle. Fedrin yet to come. It is expanding river, so he can easily come out soon at the turtle zone. And now they might go for the fight. It is Mirio who is initiating it with the Cloud Bomb. And there you go, special migration. Oh my goodness, 5-man got caught into the wave, but the turtle just goes our way to the head of Flash. Not only that, he will be finding a kill onto Mirio. He was kind of... outraging himself, and in that way he falls down. But there was a beautiful setup coming out from Lux as well. That anticipation in the mid bush, and then after the turtle, this Raising Sandstorm, you can say Yama Esports kind of coming back into the track. Special migration by Rickham combo. Granger hit the shot, and the creator falls down with the first time avenging Lux himself against as Franco and securing the kill. And Feather Airstrike comes up, which beautiful position. Hide in the bush, take out the minions, clear it out so that your tier 1 will not fall. Oh, what just happened there? Nigihiro with the slightest possibility to get back.
Not looking good for Mirio right here.
It's over. It's over. It's a 4-man gank onto him, and he was not at all in a position. Now the top lane is also in the vulnerable position. But and the creator comes up to the bot side. He gotta clear it out. But there you go, Fedrin solo against Celine at this moment. Celine versus Sharon.
It's not looking good for the side of IQ RNTX, because the thing is, Yama Esports have basically sniffed out the strategy. Of course, the Franco's whole strategy, hooks in, initiate, take down. But he can't do that if you initiate it yourself, and Lux has been doing that. Look at it. He's again initiating it, basically taking out the trouble.
2 in a row. Like, I was 3 in a row, so let you be in 2 in a row. And there you go, Feather Air Strike bursting down onto the bot. It is a gank, double gank onto Ishan China and the creator falls down. It's a double kill coming out for the side of Yama Esports. They're ganking out the bot lane and they got the tier on the bot as well. It is the Nika Hero with the strike onto the structure, and now the turtle coming in. But before that, there is Envision onto the blue buff. They're taking out the fight. The blood out comes up. They're going back, and now it's not a chance to take up the turtle without your two members. But Mirio, he's starting up the fight here, initiating it out. The Skirmish, can we see it here? There's a tornado coming in. A lot of damage got onto the head on Charin. Feather Airstrike comes up easy. Turtle for Flash.
Yep, so far, I think IQ or NTX, they gotta change up their strategies, because look at that, they're getting picked off one by one, and a killing spree for a Granger is a trouble for danger. I mean, it is, it is, what can I even say at this point, because it's not looking good. Oh my god, Charin just lost his purple to the Greeniver as well. Just the first skill, not even the retribution. It's not looking good for the side of IQ or NTX, and we might be going in for a game 3 if this continues on, because the Franco's value has diminished. They have sniffed out the strategy, the game plan. As long as you initiate on the Franco, he's not going to be able to do anything. But hey, the Winter Crown. I guess if it comes up, maybe the Franco can immune out and engage. Let's see. Khalid, little bit deep
A
maybe?
little bit over aggressive, and he might goes down. Of course, the skill goes to Sharon here, and there is a fight coming in. The Skirmish mega kill secured by Mega Hero. He's going in though. Oh my goodness. Beautiful escape for Celine there with the blink. Somehow managed to escape from the fight, and he was vulnerable to the kill though.
I think that was kind of a iffy choice for Khalid, but hey, let's see. Farsa in a lot of trouble.
Missed the special migration, and Wings by Wings was the perfect setup. But no, he got the chance. He can't go back. Shut down. That was the beauty of this game. A proper outplay from RNTX, which. Okay, I just spell out his old OG name though. Blazing Sandstorm coming in, Thundering Strike, unstoppable, secured by Nega Hero. Nega Hero goes down as well. That's a beautifully consolidated with the kill, and not only him, but Yabe falls down as well. 2-man down with the backliners not being there. It might be a proper free Lord coming out for the side of IQ RNTX. Who knows? But onto the bot side, might be a clearance out of the tier. A lead going in, but he'll not find the feature there.
Pretty close call so far. Great outplays from Witch, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to be needing the Vices to scale up even harder, and Aaron has to take the control back into the game. Because right now, Charin will not shine until the very late game, because Fredrin, at this point, can be melted easily by Nigga Hero. But, here comes the Bloody Hunt.
Bloody Hunt, and there you go. It will be another kill onto Lux here. He falls for 5 times in a row. He got the kill though, but still, he's falling down. But now the killing spree onto Celine in the meantime. Nigga Hero finds a kill there as well. It is a kind of, you can say, 1-for-2 trade from IQR and TX, but still, the Lord is on. And Flash is contesting out the Lord, but it's not a good case. Without a Khalid, without the, Celine, the 2 frontliners, you cannot go for the Lord solo.
And that's the issue that they will face right now, but since their team is coming back slowly, let's see. Charin will also come back, funny enough, so it will still be an oddball game regardless. But let's see. Sora looking for a target. Gets knocked.
Okay. The Bloody Hunt and Raging Sandstorm. Feather Airstrike following up there. It will be Lux on to Kim. KRM God, and KRM God just falls down in the hand of Lux. He got the kill. He goes back at this moment. He doesn't have the roamer. Doesn't have someone to show them the Zora, the Lord, and it might be a lot coming out for the side of Yama Esports. They're just going for it though. But still, they're not in a hurry, because we know, without the retribution, which can steal it out from your face. So.
Let's see. Lord's already down to 50% HP. There's no response, and way too far for a team fight. I think they're going to be giving away this Lord, and they're going to have to defend this. Sora getting a little bit of pressure. Throne of Ruin.
Throne of Rain, 3-man caught up in that way, and now Mirio will be the one first getting down. Killing spree onto Yabe by Aaron, the creator, 1 for the 1. There you go, Racing Sandstorm for the defense. He goes back. He's getting chased though, but he'll be fine. You need to take care of the Lord now.
Yep. I think that was pretty close actually from IQ Antics, because the damage from Sora was, of course, he died, but he left a huge, stab wound on that team fight. If they could follow it up, it would have been a turnaround, but it was not. Still, they were able to make at least one trade by taking out, of course, the Eve itself. But the Eve is not exactly performing the best. She's just providing the utility. So I think it doesn't exactly matter on that trade off. 13 to 12 score, and the side of team IQ RNTX, they will have to basically go for a full-on defense, but their resources are spread thin. They are trying to defend all their lanes. I think they should just focus on the inhibitors for now because it is inevitable they are going to be losing the second tier turrets. But oh, great
Hey,
hook!
Iron Hook, Bloody Hunt, inside the turret. He got a lot of damage. Sandgar comes in, raising Sandstorm for the defense. He goes back with a bye-bye recall. Okay, he missed out. He missed out on the Alice though. Now, Spatial Migration comes in. He goes for the fight here, initiating a nice to nice fight with a shutdown happen out of which RWM following up, killing spree, a Death Sonata hitting out Sharon there. Which first, second Sharon, and now maybe third onto the creator. Look at the Death Sonata. Got the inhibitor into the hand. Open the Nexus for him. Throne of Ruin comes in there. There is the Winter Crown play, but the minions will be taken care. There is just 70 seconds for the lot, and before that, they're losing out the inhibitor on the bot, and they might gonna lose out the inhibitor in the mid as well because the minion flow is there. Raising Sandstorm, yup, he's gonna come in with a Desert Tornado as well, but he's in a very bad position. The Violet took him, Spatial Migration combo shutdown happened to add the creature. There will be a double kill for Nike Hero. They're locking down the base. He's getting a lot of damage. A triple kill for Nike Hero. Can he go for a maniac? His rose gold's chill. Just got years though at this point. Might not gonna contest it out for the maniac, but he gonna take out the inhibitor in the mid and might gonna finish the game out. But still, the Pedrin is still on. Sharon on the Pedrin. He's knocking out. He's giving the taunts, but he's getting a lot of damage. No maniac, but it will be a god like it is just Bitch out there in the base, and the minions will be inside the castle, and the castle will be falling down with the comeback from Yama Esports. As I told you, it's a do or die set. A start not so good for Yama. Give them the win this time, and that was totally, you gotta give the credits onto Nigehiro as well as onto the Flash. This guy is too good with the setups, better setup than the Roamer even.
Yep. And IQ RNTX right now are going to be struggling because it is no longer into their favor. The score is 1-1 as we'll head into the game number 3, and that is going to be the decision maker. And it is going to be really risky because Yama has proved themselves that they can take the game and they can definitely knock out IQ RNTX out of the park. So IQ RNTX, they got to step up their strategies because I think the last time, even though yes, the Franco was like a shock factor and it had a few good of hooks, but the strategy was limited. It worked when Yama was still figuring out what is happening, but the moment they realized, wait, we can just go all in and dive in on the Franco itself, they started winning all those team fights. As soon as the Roamer was down, Fredrin had to be the frontliner. Fredrin cannot take that much damage right now. Of course, I mean, he's tanky, but without a full build, he's not the tankiest hero. And when he became the frontliner, he started getting melted down. Farsa was getting in a position where she didn't want to be in. Yishin Shin compromised position as well. And overall, their whole strategy started crumbling down. The Franco was a very risky choice that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. It's a full-on 50-50. But if your opponents can dive inside the turret when you push them in, pull them in, Franco 100% does not work. And that's what basically Yama did. They sniffed it, and good job on them for disabling the Franco strat completely. And you could have seen the Khalid. The bye-bye came for a reason. And with this, the moment Granger got a triple kill, the killing spree, I told you, right? It was spelling danger.
Granger to danger. Now the danger is on IQRNTX. We were thinking that IQRNTX gonna go for a 2-0 clean sweep and will stay in this lower bracket, but it's Gamma Esports giving them the test of their own and letting themselves win in this game. Number 2, making sure that they will be playing out the third game decider. As SMI always say, it's me on the casting desk, then we have to see a third game decider, and that is what happening maybe. But Yama, beautiful play, beautiful setups. Even though if you remember, Ray, one turtle down, 5 kills on them, 3 times in a row. Lux was fallen down. After all these things, they somehow just rise from the ruins, and that was the throne of ruin. So nice one, I would say.
It was mainly because the Franco strategy can be immediately countered out by your team fully diving in. Franco pulls one person, and you, of course, if you just let them die, Franco's composition is gonna win. But if you dive in completely, if you commit to it, they're not gonna be able to do anything either. And that's what the side of Yamai Sports immediately caught on. They don't have to be afraid; they just have to fully commit. And because of it, they were able to win this one. And I think they're looking in a good position. But can they create it again in the game number two? Because we're going to be heading into, sorry, game number three. We're going to be heading to the finale of this series. And it will decide if IQ RNTX moves forward and stays in ICS, or it's going to be the side of Team Yama Esports with a full on comeback with a 2-1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump right in and let's see how the strategies will change. Since IQ RNTX is right now on the second pick, they got to ban out the Zushin. Most likely, they got to ban out possible heroes that can disturb them. On the other side, though, Yuzhong, Esmeralda, Grok, and the Freya, all of them are still available to either pick or ban out immediately.
Yeah, there is a lot of heroes. Chances are bringing up that they might gonna get banned here. From the first one, I'll say like let them give the Ishinshin. No matter because you are playing well with the Granger. So let them go for the Ishinshin. You could actually take out Lapu Lapu. Meteor's Lapu Lapu is kind of a big hindrance. It's kind of a big hindrance. So you might gonna go for that, but the Sora pick, which was unusual for me. Like I thought like the Sora is going for the gold. No, the Sora was for the like EXP. Then it doesn't work at that point.
Yep. I think Sora EXP also kind of definitely needs a setter because he can pull people in, like multiple people in, right? But what you do with it is what matters. They had the Fredrin actually. The whole, I think it kind of makes sense why they picked the Fredrin last because the whole reason Fredrin was there is to compensate for the lack of frontline that the Franco, the gives you. Because Franco is not a frontliner. He's actually someone that would like to stay behind everyone else because his mechanic basically prioritizes that, having that distance. So I think they picked up the Fredrin for the same reason, so they can make a set with the Sora, but it did not work out for them at all. So I think they will have to change it up a little bit. But great gameplay from which, nonetheless, that Farsa just works for him 100% of the time. But of course, it will matter what his team can provide. So let's see if they will change their strategies this time around. I'm definitely not expecting a Franco to come in again, neither the Fredrin. So let's see. We're going to be diving into the draft. And let's see if the draft's bans will change a little bit this time around. Yamai Sports going to be starting off with Charin's Fanny.
Sherwin's Fanny. That was. I mean, he could go for the Fanny, but he's kind of playing utility today so much. I've seen him playing the Baksha 3 times in a row, and now he was in the on that Fedrin. He might go for another Baksha pick here, so you should ban out the Baksha. But before that, from the side of IQ RTX, as you mentioned, the okay, not the Jushin. It was a Yuzong though.
Yuzhong ban. I think they will have to ban out the Zushin nonetheless later on. Yamai Sports will just ban out the Freya, and I think it might be an Esmeralda ban or maybe a ban onto the Sora itself. Yeah, they defeated the Sora, but maybe they don't want it again. Or could be a possible Kalia ban if they don't want the Kalia for themselves, and they might actually go for something else. Or will it be a Freya ban altogether? Possibilities are endless. They can go for any form of ban because they are the first pick. They are the ones right now in the control, and of course, the side of IQ RNTX bans out. Oh, they ban out the YSS. Good decision because they've seen IQ RNTX is really fond of picking it. So we'll just take it out of you. Two respect heroes so far from the side of Yama Esports.
First, and with this, that is an approach you can say like the Ishinshin ban, which I was thinking like you should let it go, like let them play the Ishinshin. You can provide yourself with another Granger game, but no, they're kind of so much stick onto that Ishinshin ban kind of thing. And now Yama Esports, what they are about to go for the first pick. The Grok is banned, the Ishinshin is banned as well from the side of IQR and TX. There is the no sign onto the Kalea ban, so it might be a chance that Lux can go with a Kalea pick, or maybe he can come up with the Gatot Kacha. But if he's going for the Kalea, there will be a Gatot Kacha for from KRM God. That is I'm sure about. But what else? Esmeralda EXP or Eve? Okay, that's a cool one because last game it was Eve's game. Teach on Eve's was doing greater works, following up, giving out that AOE, slowing down the enemies, taking out the kills as well with a burst, and with a good positioning, he was doing greater than Witch as well.
You have great efforts, but I'm a bit curious. The Kalia and the Garukacha, both of them are open for IQR and to be picking up. And I think definitely not picking up the Garukacha was kind of weird in the last game as well. I mean, Franco altogether was kind of weird. I get it. It's his main, but you got to see the composition, how it can work around. If there was an assassin where the Franco could have even more value, I think it would have worked out. But with a Sora, you need a setter. And Fredrin was not the setter that they were looking for at either. But there we go. Finally, IQ INTX will pick up the Garukacha for themselves. And right now, this is where the Eve might stop working. I get it, the Eve worked last game, but it was because there was no knockup. There was nobody to come and disrupt her in the back line. But right now, there is. So Yabe better watch out his positioning. But let's see. Yama Esports, they can still pick up the Sora for themselves if they want it. Or they can go for something different altogether. The carry's still open. The Claw's still open. But the Claw can be risky with the Gatot.
No, the last two picks in this first picking phase from the side of Yama Esports. Onto the jungle, you can actually go for
Baxia?
something sustain as well. Baxia, yeah, anti heal, maybe Fedrin for the taunts, or
They can go
what
Baxia
hero
Esma
mode?
actually. But no, they
Leo mode.
actually go for the Cloth, like I said, and a Leo mode. They're going all in on the damage.
Against
It's
the Greenie. Leo mode against the Greenie. That's a quite gutsy pick, I'll say.
yeah, it's risky for. I mean, I was honestly expecting an. I mean, I did expect a Claude could have showed up, and he did. But I was also expecting maybe an Esmeralda and the Baxia might show up right here to get the sustained game up to the notch. But interesting. I guess they did not want to do it because IQ Arctic still have a pick to left. But to be fair, Aaron does not play the carry that much. So they could have just picked it up and just decide. But let's just see. IQ Arctic will opt for the comfort pick for which they're going to be going with a bit more range. The Farsa versus the Eve will happen again into the Land of Dawn. And the last two picks will remain a mystery. But I think right now we will most likely see the bans onto the Esmeralda. Even the Baxia can still be banned out. This is interesting. They ban out a Uranus. Not
Mirio
exactly
look
sure.
to pick his hero as well, Ray. So it might be a thing like he's making an environment, I mean, not an environment, but a draft in which he can easily pick out that Lapu Lapu for himself because he loves to play the Lapu Lapu. Last time he went for the Sora pick because he thought like there is no Valentina coming in the mid. And if I'll just go for the Sora, there might be a Valentina on the EXP, but things got changed when side of the team Yama Esports went for the Alice. That was bring them the sustain. Not only the Alice, but the Gwynny was giving out the set. So some things got, you can say, something got traded out from the Yama Esports lineup. As you always say this thing, like in a BO3 series pattern, if you're opening up your trades, if you're opening up your cards, there is a 90% chance that the opponent side will just take it out in the last game or in the second game. That's what happened. You open up the greenie thing, they just find it very well. They just pick it up. And now a Granger ban, okay, that's a respect. You know
Yeah,
for whom.
yeah. I think the Granger was definitely cooking up immediately. When they locked in the Claude, IQ RNTX, it was pretty obvious they could have picked up the Granger for themselves. But I
Yep.
think since it's not there anymore, they will have to opt for something else. What could it be? Will a random Harriet suddenly show up out of nowhere after a long while? Or could we get something else into the goal lane entirely? There's still the Lapu Lapu open, there's still the Esmeralda open, and they instead decide to go for the CC, which is most likely, I think, Aaron's hand as well.
Medio. I believe it is Medio. Medio loves to play the CC.
Okay.
Any day he will go for the CC. So, I mean, I've been seeing his streams. He loves to play the CC, so he also played on the rank. I mean, on the games, tournament games. So it might be Mirio, but a CC against a Claude, it's not a good matchup. But at the same time, if you're going for a Harith, it might gonna make some difference, or you might gonna go for something else like okay, carry is banned, Granger is banned, fighter MM, Esmeralda is open. What do you think, like Ray? Esmeralda Gold from Aaron, or CC Gold Aaron, Esmeralda EXP, Lapu Lapu EXP.
Both are possible. But oh, Yama
Ooh,
Sports finally picking up that double horsey combo and coming up with, of course, the Lapu Lapu for themselves itself. So an obvious Esmeralda can be picked up right here, but they also have to consider, is this a bait? Because Hylos can chase the Esmeralda down and Claude can also melt her fast. So this is a choice. Is this a bait that is thrown out by the side of Yama Sports? And oh my goodness, IQ RNTX will come up with the wildest, the most out of pocket pick. This is something that you will see in the vicinity of, glory days in the epic rank hell, where the most textbooked counter is
let me
picked up.
let me tell you something, my bhai. Let me tell you something. It's so related right now. If Sarah would have been here, then she could have related this with me, because you know what? Today was a match between Team India and Team Nepal. IQRNTX just lost the game because of a Leslie. There was a
Exactly.
Leslie from a Nepal team and took a maniac against IQR and TX. It just dominated the whole game, and that's, I can say, like, you pick some cards when you see in a BO3 series game. That's what it happens. They pick the card from the last game from some other tournament. I just put it here with that Leslie, a late game Leslie, a maniac kind of Leslie. That name I will never forget. Super Genie Cutie, and that is the ghost which still prevails on Aaron the Creator. So now he's going with a Leslie. If Sarah is watching, she would have been related this for sure.
I mean, hey, it makes sense, eh? It makes sense. On textbook, 100%. If they can execute it, this would be pretty great. Already, we can see Mirio, of course, dominating and meshing out the HP as much as possible on the bottom lane. And a little bit of pressure on that river area coming in from the side of Yama Esports, trying to disrupt the farm of Charon. But obviously, the team fight will most likely start when the turtles start spawning. But until then, I think we're in for a ride of Mirio winning out the lane against this Lapu Lapu, Ash.
Of course, and now look at that, like the early game aggressions are coming out from the side of Team IQR and TX. They know like Lapu Lapu's biggest counter. Not at all the only Esmeralda, but CC can also counter the Lapu. There you go, the continuous damage, one-shot damage, which will come onto the Claude, and Claude need to play like this. Literally, I'll say one thing, Ray. It is just a replica of that game, because Aaron was on Claude, Genie Cutie was on that Leslie, and every time in the lane matchup, it was Aaron getting behind the tiers, behind the bars, because okay, that's a beautiful setup coming out from the side of IQ RNGX. They got that spatial migration by Electricum, and with this early game rotation into the EXP finds the Lapu Lapu out from the land of Dawn. Easy way to get this turtle for themselves. The Dangerous Grass is giving the zone as well. They're going for the turtle without the EXP laner. It will be a 3v3 matchup, and mid laner, if which will contribute in the team fight, then the things will be a little bit more crunchy, I will say. So Flash with the retreat, just like his name, his action is also kind of same, and that was the retribution clutch steal from the hand of Sharon there, with the Phantom Seed coming in. The Horsey finds the turtle for his side.
Yeah, and with this interesting so far. But since the score is pretty much equal, both of these teams are kind of up in their toes, I would believe, because this game can be anyone's right now. And that Leslie is obviously a wild chatter. Oh, look at that into the top lane. Lux gets a bit poked, but regardless, they're going to be fine a little bit. Let's see. Lux keeps on poking KRM God. The horses come in, but obviously that is not a space you can go in right now, especially in the early game. It's barely been 3 minutes, and they can't exactly initiate right now. They can just steal the resources and just gain as much as farm possible away from the Guinevere.
Yeah, a centaur and a horse rider, you can say, like that. So they're doing great at this point. Taking out the turtle, losing out that one kill on the EXP, because that was a 2v situation, 2v1 situation. Yama Esports till now will doing so well. Special migration, Valoricum combo comes up, feather airstrike following up. Yabe falls down there. Another one coming in. Sliver of HP. The glorious pathway is slowing down. IQ takes member. Somehow Lux finds his way back, but now the blazing duet follow up, and he just used the BMI for the Reconciliation. He doesn't got the casualties though, but still, that was a hefty damage coming out from the side of Gamma Esports. But the score will be 2-0, and now look at the Mirio sucking out all the gold from the tier on the bot. It's more like Celine is not having a good day at the EXP.
Yep, he's not able to really combat the HP based damage that's coming in from CC, which is explanatory. The thing about the CC, it's really hard to win the lane as an HP based scaler. And I mean, not HP based. I mean, basically, if you have high HP and you don't have enough DPS to really combat her out, or crowd control, for example, the Arlot. But anyways, the second turtle is up for grabs. Both of the teams, IQ, RNTX, looking to grab it up for themselves. But let's see, the double horse combo will show up any second. Look at that.
Okay, they're going for the turtle flash. He's having that flash kind of retribution, the special migration combo coming in there, but it will be Lux falling down with the turtle being secured by none other than Sharon. Now they're getting follow-up. The AOG comes in there, killing spree onto the Lapu. Shutdown happened to Sharon as well. He goes back into the safer side. Phantom Seed being used in the jungle at this moment. Will they go for another chase now? They just literally went back as well. But look at Aaron the Creator. He got a kill in between. That was the Leslie play I was talking about. He literally adapted it from that guy.
Yep. Leslie in general is one of the extremely underrated marksmen, and one simple reason, she's a true damage scaler. I mean, she can immediately hit you with a true damage, and there's no defense that gonna stop you. Yes, you can get this guy. Look at that bottom lane. CC, better watch out.
Of course. There's the curtain call coming in. Okay, he missed out the spatial migration though, but Mirio, he'll not getting spared. It's just like the recap of the early phase. While it was a setup from Sharin and Mirio, this time it will be a setup from Celine and Flash. But now inside the tier, they're taking up a fight here. Taunts coming out from KRM God. He goes back at this moment, but look at the burst. GG plays from Teach.
So far, so good for both of these teams, but of course, IQ RNTX leading the fray with 2 kills and a slight bit of goal advantage. But let's take a look into the macro side. We can see the turrets are actually being damaged more. But bottom lane, we just missed. Celine getting taken down by the two of them. And right now, it's going to be IQ RNTX getting an advantage into that bottom side, creating a little bit of pressure into the bottom lane that the side of Yama Esports. So now we'll have to take a look into. And right now, the turtle's going to be spawning in the last one. The first one taken down by Yama, second down by IQ RNTX. Let's see the third one, which is going to be.
And if you'll see like the EXP rotation kill, it is 2 on IQ RNTX, 1 on Yama. So it's more like they're contesting at that EXP. But there you go, curtain call, a beautiful anticipation coming out. Flash, before he can cast out the retribution, he goes down there. What a way, Mirio. What a thinking, what a mind comes up. Following up with the AOG. There is the burst coming out from the Feather Airstrike. But now, look at that 1v1 situation. Bravest fighter being used. He goes back there. Mirio finds the kill onto Celine. And now, no need to hurry up for the turtle because you will be getting it for free. And not only the turtle, but you might gonna get that tier 1. Beautiful setup once again. Special migration, but BMI. Oh, beautiful defense comes out from the side of team Yama Esports at this moment. But the tier 1 falls down. They're chasing down the IQ RNTX members. Feather Airstrike following up at this moment. KRM God, he finds his way back. He got the heal. He finds his way back. And now, slowly, it is IQ RNTX literally grabbing up the structures, gold, objectives, everything in their pocket.
1,183 damage from the Leslie. Not a good news for the Claude. That is 1/3 of his HP. So basically 3 shots away from getting taken down by the Leslie. It's going to be spelling massive trouble for the side of Yama Esports the more this Leslie scales up, because she's inevitably going to scale up. The thing that you want to stop is obviously to take her down and end the game before she scales up. But so far, the game's progressing, and into the favor of IQ RNTX. Nigahiro will get that golden stuff, getting the amp on that damage spike. And with this, I think he might be able to go in for even further BMIs into the back end with a blazing duet. But is it going to be enough, though? That is the main question that we will pose, and we will get answered pretty soon. The turret pressures are slowly skipping in, and it looks like Yama Esports is kind of in a bad spot. They've lost all of their outer turrets, and their inner turrets are in danger, Ash.
Yep, and
Oh,
once again, a little bit of fight coming in. Yo-Yo Bliss being used. Phantom Seed got used as well. He went in though, but then he thought to disengage from the fight. That was a good cause. I'll say, like, you were kind of vulnerable at this point because of the goal lead, and you don't have that much damage. And Lord is also coming, so you might gonna save up your skills. Oh, what just happened there? A three-man gang, and
Celine.
Celine
They are
falls
not
down.
letting Celine do anything. They're obliterating Celine. Might be, might be. I don't know. I mean, they know what a Lapu can bring, and they're just making sure he cannot do anything. And right now, this Lord, I think it might just get taken down, or will the horses charge in? Let's see. The charge it. Oh,
Okay,
okay.
okay, that was a quick move though, but then it will be a killing spree coming out onto Lux. Nobody's there at the Lord zone to take up with the
Oh,
retreat. AOG out of their follow up as well, but sliver of HP. They might gonna take out Flash. Okay, what just happened? Snipe, snipe, snipe. No, the team stood as a wall and save him up from getting down by and the creator's shot.
I do think there was a bit of miscommunication there. Hylos came in with the glorious pathway, and there was like they were kind of confused. Do we go in? Do we go out? Do we go in? And by the time the Iron Steed was there, it was over because the Hylos was basically down in the team fight. So I think there was miscommunication. But look at that, they're going in very aggressive. They want that inner turret, and they will get it. No issues. And the shield will most likely pop in. The Lord's going to be coming in from top as well. Inner turret's getting chunked down. Boom, it's gone. And right now it's coming for the inhibitor. 2-9 score. IQ INTX leading with a 7,000 gold mark. The Leslie is unkilled so far. A huge spelling of disaster. Yama Esports, what do you respond with? Because you cannot.
Okay, Lord Barge inside. Oh, he missed the special migration. It could have been a big setup for the side of IQ RNTX, but now Glorious Path will come our way. There will be the hit onto Lux. He falls down. Look at the damage deal by Aaron the Creator. It was kind of 1500 plus.
Yep. He's already basically one-shotting them down to 50%. So they're one shot more away from getting taken down. And Claude and Lapu Lapu, both of them have to watch out. They are the ones standing in the front right now. Leomord, he's trying to stay a little behind until the horse comes, but let's see. Oh,
That was a beautiful special migration. Killing spree onto Yabe. The turret got destroyed. The Nexus open with shutdown happened onto Sarvin. There you go. It was a Leo mode falling down into the hand of Aaron the Creature. Now the Hylas coming in, but he's getting the damage up through. I mean, true damage from this Leslie as well. But now the minion standing in is just a cannon minion, but it will be an easy securance onto that tier. Okay, somehow the minions got off, and now with the Feather Airstrike, they will be clearing out the flow. Not only the flow, but they will be getting a tier as well. Second one onto the bot, third one onto the top. All the inhibitors is cleared at this moment. It might be a finish. We're gonna see from IQR and TX now. It is discipline, Ray. They really don't want to hurry up the things. We'll wait, take the Lord, come back soon. But before that, a little bit of fight coming in with the continuous damage from the Claude. He goes back, Kieran God. That was a quick reflex from him, though.
yep. I think, I
Challenge.
mean, they have all the time in the world. The more this game scales up late, the better it is for the Leslie, because it is basically they're in their control now. They're in 9,000 goal advantage, almost climbing it up to a 10,000. Yama Esports is trying to reduce it, but it's not gonna happen that much. They have almost they have 8 kill advantage just under 12 minutes, and they have basically taken down all the inhibitors. Yama Esports are not looking in a good position. Even if they defend this Lord, how long is the question, because eventually the damage of Leslie is gonna be one-shotting the Eve, the Claude, which are the main sources of damage, and eventually she will one-shot even the Leo mode, because Leslie, the more the late game goes, the more Blade of Despair she can just purchase and just try to scale off as much as possible, and it's not looking good for Yama Esports, unfortunately.
Yeah, and with this, the minions, so they're synchronizing the lane before the Lord. But it's more like Yama Esports are ready for the defend, but there is a huge goal lead right now onto them as well. It is almost 9k from the side of IQR and TX. And it's just 30 minutes and 30 seconds game. So it's more like the Lord might be the mighty end for Team Yama Esports in this tournament so far. The Lord coming in though.
Let's see.
Yep, the feather air strike, glorious pathway. Both the things comes up. Mega kill secured onto Lux. Raw WM popping over there. It will be a slain onto Yabe. AOG following up. Lord inside the base. Nemesis open. Leomod falls
Too much
down. Double
damage.
onto Selen. Triple. No, it will be a double onto the Cloud. And with this, Team IQR and TX are the winner of this BO3 series and will be staying in the upper bracket and will be knocking out Team Yama Esports from the lower. I mean, not in the upper bracket, but in the lower bracket, and will be knocking out Team Yama Esports from the lower bracket. A game started so well for IQR and TX. They just managed to take it in that flow and finish it with a win for them. It was a chance for river sweep for Team Yama Esports, but then it is IQRNT extending beyond the limits.
Absolutely right, Ash. And I think there are two factors. Definitely, the Leslie was a wild card, a full on unprompted out of pocket pick that I don't think the side of Team Yama Esports was expecting in their wildest dreams, and they were not prepared to take it down. And the second is definitely, I think they prompted for the Eve a little bit too early. They went in with the Leo mode too aggressive, and they also picked up the Claude. I think a lot of the things happened a bit too early when they could have went in for the heroes that actually made it better. The second game where they won it, they actually went in for the heroes that can make the set, and it worked out well. And it also worked for the fact that IQ RNTX did not go for a hero that was obstructing the Eve. There was no knock up, and there was nobody that could dive back into the back line. The only one that was like pulling someone is the Franco. Fredrin cannot go into the back line, neither can the Sora exactly. Yes, he can, but how many times is the question? You cannot rely on your EXP lane to always take out the backline, right? Especially if he's not meant for the backline. If it is a Yu Zhong, you will expect him, right? If it's an Arlot, you will expect him. But the Sora's not exactly the most. But there we go. The Gatotkacha 0013 and a 76% kill participation. Massive damage taken. KRM God gets that MVP.
Nice one from KRM God. He went for the Gatot in the first game. So do in the third game. In the second one, he went for the Franco, and I was still in a dilemma. Why he was in the Franco? He should have gone with his comfort, Gatot. But this time, he does a job with a 76% team fight participation. The MVP goes to KRM God, and the win goes to Team IQR and TX. Congratulations for the win. Hard luck, Team Yama Esports. We really want to see you in some other tournaments, shining upon the other teams and making your presence a little bit more, in your arena, in this arena. But for now, it's time for us to take our leave as well. So like the Yama esports, but it's fine. It's fine. I mean, win or lose is a part of the game. You just lose it out today. You might be winning it somewhere else someday. Because I know the previous lineup of Yama esports, they lost a lot of games, but then they managed to win some game as well. They managed to qualify for so many lands as well. So this team has also that much potential. They might gonna come back. And Team IQ RNTX, they are one of the top team of India. What else I can will say about them? With this, guys, it's your boy HTZ with Ray taking our leave from, signing out from Indian Championship Series powered by Jutsu Gaming and our sponsor, tech partner AOC and gaming partner Vista Games. With this, we'll be taking our leave. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for watching. Love you all, everybody. Good night, everyone. Sabak here. See you tomorrow.
Good night.